Chapter 1 of the Spanish Conquerors, Richmond. Chapter 1, West and East. Wherefore we may judge that those persons who connect the region in the neighborhood of the Pillars of Hercules, Spain, with that towards India, and who assert that in this way the sea is one, do not assert things very improbable. Aristotle, De Silo, 2:14. The Spaniard of the 15th century is recognizable by well-defined traits. He was primitive, he was proud, he was devout, and he was romantic. His primitiveness we detect in his relish for blood and suffering, his pride in his austerity and exclusiveness, his devoutness in his mystical exaltation of the Church, and his romanticism in his passion for adventure. After printing had spread in Spain, the romanticism of the Spaniard, to confine our observations for the present to that trait, was fostered by a wealth of books. Amadis of Gaul, Palmerin of England, the exploits of Esplandian, Don Belanis, all these works were filled with heroes, queens, monsters, and enchantments, and all, it is needless to remark, held an honored place upon the shelves of Miguel de Cervantes, that Spanish romanticist par excellence, the author of Don Quixote. But prior to 1500, or down to 1492, let us say, the romanticism of the Spaniard, like that of other Europeans, was ministered to, not so much by books as by tales passed from mouth to mouth, tales originating with seamen and reflected in the names on mariners' charts, and tales by landsmen recorded in the relations, reports, and letters of missionaries, royal envoys, and itinerant merchants. To the west of Spain stretched the Atlantic Ocean, and in the Atlantic the lands most remote were the Canaries, the Madeiras, the Cape Verde group, and the Azores. What was beyond the Canaries, the Madeiras, the Cape Verde group, and the Azores? To this the answer was naught so far as known, save the Atlantic itself, the Mare Tenebrosum, or Sea of Darkness, a sea so called for the very reason that within it lies hid whatever land there may be beyond these islands. West of Ireland, but east of the longitude of the Azores, seamen said was to be found the island of Brazil, west of the Canaries, and also west of the longitude of the Azores, the great island of Antillia, and southwest of the Cape Verde group, at an indeterminate distance, the island of St. Brandon. Concerning Brazil, except that the name signified red or orange-colored dyewood, particulars were lacking. But Antillia, the island over against the island opposite, had been the refuge, had it not, of the Iberian Goths after their defeat by the Moors, and here 2 archbishops of Oporto, with 5 bishops, had founded 7 cities. St. Brandon, too, was the subject of somewhat specific affirmation, for in quest of this island had not St. Brandon, abbot of Aileach, in the 6th century, put fearlessly to sea with a band of monks? Nor were the islands mentioned all of those for which seamen vouched. There were besides Isla de Mam, Man Island; Salvaggio, Savage Island, alias Le Man de Sant'Anaxio, Hand of Satan; Insula in Mar, Island of the Sea; Rayella, King Island, and various others. Some of these islands, it was surmised, must be the abode of life, if not life of the type of the Hydras and Gorgons of antiquity, at least of a type of extra mundane and weird, of Amazons, of men with tails, of anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders, of crouching Calibans, of mermaids, and of singing Ariels. And amid uncertainties respecting Antilia and her Protean sisterhood, one certainty stood out. In considerable numbers, these islands had figured boldly on marine charts of accepted authority, from the famed Catalan of 1375 to the Beccaria of 1435 and the Benincasas of 1463, 1476, and 1482. Noteworthy as were the yarns spun by seamen in the 15th century, tales circulated by landsmen, by missionaries, royal envoys, and merchants were more noteworthy still. But these missionaries and other landsmen, whither did they fare? In what quarter did they adventure? Not in the west, for that was the seaman's realm, but in the east. These travellers had their domain. The chief potentate in all Asia, so Europe believed, was Prester John, a Christian and a rich man. To find him, or some equivalent of him, and bring him into helpful relationship with Christian but distracted Europe became the ambition of popes and secular rulers alike. Hence the missionaries. Hence Friar John of Pian de Carpine and Friar William of Rubruck, who from 1245 to 1253 penetrated Central Asia to Karakorum. Hence, furthermore, John of Monte Corvino, Ordoric of Pordenone, and John of Marignoli, who, as friars and papal legates from 1275 to 1353, visited Persia, India, the Malay Archipelago, China, and even Tibet. The tales these landsmen brought were good to hear, pretty to hear tell, as Friar Odoric puts it. First there was Cathay, Cathay of the Mongol plains, with its khans or emperors housed in tents, twanging guitars and disdainful of all mankind; Cathay of the ocean sea, with ports thronged with ships and wharves glutted with costly wares; Cathay of the city of Kinsay, stretched like paradise through the breadth of heaven, with lake, canals, bridges, pleasure barges, baths, and lights o' love; Cathay of imperial Cambaluc, with its palace of the Great Khan, its multitude of crowned barons in silken robes, its magic golden flagons, its troops of splendid white mares, its astrologers, leeches, conjurers, and choruses of girls, with cheeks as full as the moon, who by their sweet singing pleased Friar Odoric, ah, friar, most of all. Then there was India, including Cipangu, or Japan, with its rose-colored pearls, and gold abundant beyond all measure; India of the 2400 islands and 64 crowned kings; India of the ruby, the sapphire, and the diamond; of the Moluccas, drowsy with perfumes and rich in drugs and spices; of the golden temples and the uncouth gods; of the eunuchs and the ivory, the beasts, the serpents, and the brilliant birds. Other tales there were brought by these landsmen, the missionaries. Just as the West had its Sea of Darkness, the Atlantic Ocean, so the East had its Land of Darkness, the extreme northeast of Asia, a region of mountain and sand, of cold and snow, where dwelt the Gog and Magog of Ezekiel. And to reach this dark land, barriers must be overcome, defiles fierce with demoniac winds, deserts swathed in mystic light and vibrant to jigging tunes, valleys awful with dead men's bones. Moreover, as in the West the mythical islands of the dark sea were the abode of creatures beyond the thought of man, so in the East the dark land harboured beings quite as preternatural. Here, co-tenants, so to speak, of Gog and Magog, were the cynocephali, or dog-headed creatures, the parasitai, so narrow-mouthed as to be forced to subsist exclusively on odours; jointless, hopping creatures who cried chin chin; one-eyed creatures, midget creatures, and what not. "I was told," says Friar Rubruck, "that there is a province beyond Cathay, and at whatever age a man enters it, that age he keeps which he had on entering; which naively exclaims the friar, I do not believe. Odoric had far more hardihood in narrative, for speaking of India, he notes, I heard tell that there be trees which bear men and women like fruit upon them. These people are fixed in the tree up to the navel, and there they be. When the wind blows, they be fresh, but when it does not blow, they are all dried up. This I saw, not in sooth, but I heard it told by people who had seen it. As a skeptic among tale bringers from the East, however, John of Marignolle ranks foremost. A paradise on earth still somewhere existing, an Adam's footprint in Ceylon, a Noah's Ark still on Ararat, such things were verities to him, but not so preternatural creatures. The truth is, he declares, that no such people do exist as nations, though there may be an individual monster here and there. Indeed, so adventurous in skepticism is John, that in some particulars he o'erleaps himself. There are, he avers, no antipodes, men having the soles of their feet opposite to ours, certainly not. He has learned, too, by sure experience, that if the ocean be divided by two lines forming a cross, two of the quadrants so resulting are navigable, and the two others not navigable at all, for God willed not that men should be able to sail round the whole world. So far as missionaries were concerned, the East might lure them to Cathay, or even to farthest India, through interest in some shadowy Prester John, an interest largely of a religious nature; but it was otherwise with royal envoys and merchants. The lure of the East for them was treasure and merchandise, in other words, wealth. As early as 1165 67, a Spanish Jew of Navarre, Rabbi Benjamin by name, who was concerned in trade, set forth from Tudela, his native city, and visiting Saragossa, Genoa, Constantinople, Tyre, Damascus, Baghdad, and points in Arabia, reached the island of Kish and the mouth of the Persian Gulf, at the gates of India, and within earshot of Cathay. He was the first modern European, it is said, to as much as mention China. Nearly a century later, 1254, appeared the royal traveller Haytham I, king of Lesser Armenia, on a visit to Mangu Khan at Karakorum. Then in 1275 came Marco Polo, son and nephew of traders bred in the commercial traditions of Venice, and himself the first European of parts to tell of the splendors of the great Khan. Polo's most interesting successor, 1325 55, was an Arab man of the world, gay, selfish, sensuous, and observing, Ibn Battuta. Battuta journeyed deviously from Morocco to Cathay and India. Thence he leisurely returned to his native Tangier by way of Spain, and as he strolled he sang, "Of all the four quarters of heaven the best, I'll prove it past question, is surely the West." To these landsmen, the envoys and merchants, the lure of the East was wealth. It was silks, silks of Gelan, taffetas of Shiraz, yeds and serpes, sendals of Gren and Brown, cloth of gold, gold brocades, silver gauze, silks and satins of Suzhou, cramoisie, fabrics wrought in beasts, birds, trees, and flowers. It was also gold, ingots of gold, beaten gold, gold and silver plate, gold pillars and lamps, gold coronets and headdresses, gold armlets and anklets, gold girdles, cinctures, censers, cups and basins. Pearls, too, of beautiful water, and gems, especially of India, made part of this wealth. Said Ibn Battuta, men at Kish descend to the bed of the sea, the Persian Gulf, by ropes, and collect shellfish, then split them and extract the pearls. Again he said, I traversed the bazaar of the jewellers at Tabritz, and my eyes were dazzled by the variety of precious stones which I beheld. Handsome slaves, superbly dressed and girdled with silk, offered their gems for sale to the Tartar ladies, who bought great numbers. But of all this wealth, so luring in the fact, so alluring in the recital, the chief items were aromatics and spices, sandalwood, aloewood, spikenard, frankincense, civet, and musk, rhubarb, nutmegs, mace, cloves, ginger, pepper, and cinnamon. And of spices one stood preeminent, pepper. Rabbi Benjamin was of his time when he said that 2 parasangs from the Sea of Sodom is the pillar of salt into which Lot's wife was turned. But he was for subsequent times as well, when he described the pearls and pepper. To the heat of Pepperland, Malabar, a Persian ambassador to India, once bore witness in the statement that so intense was this heat that it burned the ruby in the mine and the marrow in the bones, to say naught of melting the sword in the scabbard like wax. But this by the way. Pepper was the spice which in ancient days had formed part of the ransom of Rome from Alaric, that throughout the Middle Ages and far into the 15th century constituted in Europe the commodity most prized and talked of, for it was the one most costly, the one closest to gold in intrinsic worth. Prior to 1492, then, the romanticism of the Spaniard, as of other Europeans, was stirred by tales of the West and tales of the East, tales by seamen and tales by landsmen, and these in the main were circulated by word of mouth. Furthermore, so potent were these stories that even when ascribed to mere weavers of dreams, they would not be denied and could not be ignored. And in the minds of 2 or 3 persons they begat the old question of Aristotle: might not the ocean sea, which bordered Cathay and held Cipangu, be one with the Sea of Darkness, which lay west of Europe and held Antillia? End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of The Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Columbus and New Lands. For my purpose holds to sail beyond the sunset and the baths of all the western stars. It may be we shall touch the happy isles. Tennyson, Ulysses. Among the sojourners in Spain prior to 1492 there was a Genoese by name Christopher Columbus. He was tall and well built, of dignified mien, with red hair and beard, a long ruddy face, clear grey eyes, and aquiline nose. To inferiors his manner was exacting and brusque, to equals it was urbane, and to superiors it was courtly. His figure showed to advantage, whereof he was not unduly aware, and he evinced a taste for yellow in beads, and for crimson and scarlet in caps, cloaks, and shoes. Unlike the Spaniards whom he was to lead, Columbus was not in disposition primitive. He had no relish for blood and suffering. He was, however, proud, with a measure of austerity, and he was highly romantic and strikingly devout. His most signal powers, and they were signal indeed, were moral powers. In patience, endurance, tenacity, energy, will, powers which, far more than those distinctively intellectual, make for greatness, the world has rarely known his equal. Imagination, too, he possessed, rich and ardent, and it rendered him poetic, eloquent, and persuasive. But just as he possessed the qualities named, so likewise he possessed the defects of them. He was masterful and imaginative, but his masterfulness tended to ungenerousness, and his imagination to vagary and mischievous exaggeration. Nor was this all. His moral powers were largely determined in exercise by 2 positive principles of action, which were undeniably sinister: vanity and cupidity. and under stress of these he became at times dissimulating, boastful, and crafty. It is probable, however, that the sinister in him has by recent writers been somewhat over magnified. Throughout everything he was sincerely and enthusiastically religious. To him, as to others of Machiavellian strain, the end justified many means, but not all, though among the justified means were those of guile. According to the findings of the most recent scholarship, Christopher Columbus, the eldest in a family of 4 sons and 1 daughter, was born at Genoa on a date between August 26 and October 31, 1451. His grandfather probably, and his father certainly, was a wool dealer and weaver, and the latter at one time also conducted a wine shop. None of his progenitors had place or rank, and his sister married a cheesemonger. There were other persons in Europe in his time of the sobriquet Columbus, one of whom, William of Cazeneuve, was a corsair and vice admiral of France under Louis XI. And with these Christopher Columbus, about 1501, sought to indicate relationship by the remark that he was not the first admiral in his family. But the claim, so far as can be ascertained, was wanting in foundation. The education of Christopher was of the most elementary sort. It consisted merely of what was provided by a school maintained by the Weavers' Guild of the town of his birth, in a little street called Pavia Lane. How meagre his first advantages were appears in the fact that at no time in life did he assume to write his mother tongue, Italian, not even when addressing the Bank of St. George in Genoa. We have seen that as a man Columbus was both vigorous of body and imaginative of mind. For him, therefore, as a lad in Genoa, the Genoa of our travellers Rabbi Benjamin, Marco Polo, and Ibn Battuta, to develop a taste for the sea was more natural than not. In fact, he tells us that from his 14th year he was accustomed to embark on ships. But in 1472, when he was 21 years old, he declared before a notary that he was by trade a weaver. We may suppose, then, that up to this period his seafaring was tentative, or in the nature of a youth's adventures. Thereafter it became more and more an occupation. In Genoa at this time dwelt 2 noblemen with whom Columbus seems to have been on terms of friendship. He went with them in 1475 to the island of Chios in the Aegean, where he obtained a shipment of Malmsey wine and became familiar with mastic. In 1476 the 2 noblemen embarked on a voyage to England, and again Columbus accompanied them in a flotilla, for it was a voyage of importance, which consisted of 5 armed merchantmen. When they were off Cape St. Vincent, who should appear but the corsair and French vice admiral William of Cazeneuve, alias Columbus. Between the Genoese vessels and those of Louis XI there straightway ensued a desperate struggle. In the end, ships on both sides took fire, and the crews leaped overboard. Columbus of Genoa, the future discoverer, leaped with others, and being fortunate enough to be picked up, was landed on the Portuguese coast near Lisbon, wounded, drenched, and exhausted. Such, in August 1476, was the advent of Columbus in Portugal, an advent certainly fortuitous, if not miraculous, as he terms it. From Lisbon, Columbus continued in December his interrupted voyage to England, stopping probably at Bristol, and it would seem that he even adventured into the seas toward Iceland. "I sailed," he says, as quoted by his son Ferdinand, "in the month of February, 1477, 100 leagues beyond the island of Thule, Iceland." At some period prior to 1503 the discoverer had read the Latin poet Seneca, and found the lines, "In later ages a time shall come when the ocean shall relax its chains, when typhus shall disclose new lands, and Thule shall no longer be earth's bound. Now Columbus took Typhus the pilot as his own prototype, and to make the identification more complete he may have deemed it well that the discoverer of America should, as a preliminary, have fared beyond Thule. In the career of Columbus, Portugal was the first turning point. Hither he returned in 1477 or 1478, and here in 1479 or 1480, after a trip back to Genoa, he married. This event was the reward of his piety. In Lisbon there was a convent of the religious order of Saint Jacques, called the Convent of Saints. Its protégés were bound to vows of chastity, conjugal chastity, not celibacy. And among them was Philippa, a daughter of two of the noblest of Portuguese houses, and Philippa was beautiful. Coming daily to the chapel of this convent to make his devotions, Columbus saw Philippa, fell in love with her, and they were wed. To the couple in 1480 or 1481 a child was born, Columbus's first son, Diego. At this period, too, Columbus became associated in Lisbon with his younger brother Bartholomew, a prepossessing youth of about 19, astute, of some education, and skilled in the art of limning marine charts. The father of Philip Columbus was Bartholomew Perestrello, governor of Porto Santo of the Madeira group, and it is a firm tradition that at his death in 1457 he left to his wife Isabel, Philippa's mother, charts and papers which served first to direct Columbus's mind toward great projects in the West. Another tradition, long credited, then long discredited, and now revived, was that Columbus, upon his marriage, settled in the island of Madeira, which is near to that of Porto Santo, and that while he was here a Spanish ship, which had been driven westward to the island afterwards found by Columbus and named Espanola, came forlornly back, getting as far only as Madeira. Here, so the tradition ran, the pilot of the ship, together with such of the crew as survived, debarked. But the crew, famished and sick, all died, leaving only the pilot. Then he too died in the house of Columbus, but not before he had imparted to his host the amazing story of his voyage, and had given to him his log and a chart of his route. Be the truth of these two traditions what it may, it is a well settled fact that in Portugal Columbus met pilots and captains, and was enabled to accompany Portuguese expeditions down the coast of Africa. "I was," he says, "at the fortress of St. George of the Mine, belonging to the King of Portugal, which lies below the equinoctial line." The object of such voyages was largely the discovery of new islands. The Canaries and the Madeiras, the outermost of the Azores, and the Cape Verde group, all were treasure trove of the 15th century, and there might well be others. In these times, indeed, islands rose smiling to greet the discoverer on his approach. Nay, more, where actual islands were not forthcoming, imaginary ones developed in their stead. But were these isles as mythical and imaginary as they were represented? The question is pertinent, for upon the answer depends in good measure what we shall think of the nature of the incentive which underlay the voyage of 1492, the voyage resulting in the discovery of America. The very appearance of islands like Antilia, Salvaggio, Rayella, and Insula in Mar on charts, such, for example, as the Beccaria of 1435, attests the prevalence of a tradition, and that a mature one, that such a group existed. Such a tradition could probably have had but one origin: chance voyages across the Atlantic from Europe to North America, and especially to the West India Islands of North America. Indeed, in 1474 or 1475, Fernão Tellis sought the mythical Antilia, sometimes called the Isle of the Seven Cities, under express warrant from the King of Portugal, Alfonso the Fifth. And in his journal of 1492, Columbus records that many honorable Spanish gentlemen of the Canary group declared that every year they saw land to the west of the Canaries. Again, he records that in 1484, when he was in Portugal, a man Dominguez do Arco came to the king, John II, from the island of Madeira to beg for a caravel to go to this island that was seen, and that the same thing, the existence of an island in the west, was affirmed in the Azores. How, therefore, there might arise a story, true or false, of a shipwrecked pilot who gave to Columbus the clue to the finding of the island of Hispaniola may readily be perceived. But concerning stories of and by pilots, more anon. Columbus had now acquired some knowledge of the theory and art of navigation, and incidentally some knowledge of Latin; and having made up his mind, and as had Thales before him, that in the Atlantic to the west there yet remained islands and lands to be discovered, he obtained an audience with the King of Portugal, and laid before him a definite proposal. He asked for 3 caravels, equipped and supplied for a year, and in the event of lands being found, for the viceroyalty and perpetual government therein, a tenth of the income therefrom, the rank of nobleman, and the title of Grand Admiral. According to Portuguese chroniclers writing in the 16th century, the particular land Columbus had in view was Simpangu, or Japan. But whatever Columbus may have disclosed or reserved with respect to Japan, or with respect to Antillia, at this first interview with the Portuguese king, so affronted was the monarch by what he felt to be the vanity and presumption of the petitioner, that he promptly referred his plea to a council of 3 experts, by whom, after some deliberation, it was dismissed. Thereupon Columbus, late in 1485 or early in 1486, left Portugal for Spain. At this point in the fortunes of Christopher Columbus there arises for consideration a peculiar circumstance. Columbus had a double, the well-known cosmographer of Nuremberg, Martin Behaim. Like Columbus, this man was born near the middle of the 15th century. Like him, he lacked university training. Like him, his early activities were commercial. Like him, he settled in Portugal, 1480 84. Like him, he voyaged to Africa. Like him, he was identified with an Atlantic island, Fayal in his case, and married the daughter of the governor. Like him, he was busied with nautical studies in Lisbon. Like him, he was not highly regardful of veracity. And finally, like him, he died in neglect early in the 16th century. Behaim, however, unlike Columbus, was of patrician ancestry, was instructed in the use of nautical instruments, became a knight of Portugal, and at Lisbon had the entrée to aristocratic and scientific circles. The extent of his geographical knowledge may be inferred from a globe which he completed at Nuremberg in 1492, before the return of Columbus from his first voyage. His authorities included Aristotle and Strabo, Ptolemy, Marcus Polo, and Sir John Mandeville, but his chief authority was Pierre d'Ailly, whose Imago Mundi (World Survey), written in 1410, formed a compendium of the geographical and cosmographical notions of authors such as Marinus of Tyre and Afriganus the Arabian. To put the matter briefly, the ideas of Pierre d'Ailly and Marco Polo are strikingly expressed in this globe, which shows Cathay and India both marked rich, opposite to Portugal and Africa, and about 120 degrees west of the Cape Verde Islands and the Azores, instead of the actual distance of over 200 degrees. Cathay is thus brought forward nearly to the position of California. Cipangu, or Japan, marked as especially rich, falls athwart the position of Mexico, while Antillia lies northeast of the position of Hayti, or Hispaniola, and St. Brandon occupies in part the position of northern South America. But why did Baha'im take pains to construct a globe? The answer is clear. He had recently, 1486, adventured in a project to confirm his geographical ideas. He had attempted a secret voyage westward to Asia in partnership with two fellow islanders, Fernandulmo of Terceira, a navigator, and João Afonso Estreito of Madeira, his patron. The enterprise had failed, and yet he did not wish his ideas to be lost or appropriated by another. Concerning Columbus, however, the important question is, was he indebted to Baha'im for his own ideas of cosmography, for the idea especially of a small earth? It would hardly seem so. The two men may have met in Portugal, but even if they had, each at the time was guarding a secret, or the approaches to one, Columbus that of islands, perchance of a specific island to be discovered, and Baha'im that of a scheme for exploiting Asia. That not very much confidential communication between them was likely under the circumstances may be conjectured. Columbus, according to his own statement, entered Spain after 14 years spent in vain labors in Portugal. As a matter of fact, his stay there did not at the utmost exceed 10 years, probably only 5 or 6. He came accompanied by his son Diego, for Philippa, beautiful daughter of the convent of saints, had probably died soon after Diego's birth. Furthermore, he quitted Portugal, for what reason may never be known, secretly at night. In Spain, Columbus's first objective was Palos. Here, at the monastery of La Rábida, whose guardian, Antonio de Marchena, the future discoverer, is said to have known in Portugal, he found lodgings for himself and a temporary home for his son. The supposition is that at Palos, which as a seaport was the resort of mariners, and where there were many Portuguese, Columbus counted upon obtaining special information with regard to the landfall of some particular early voyage or voyages into the West. But if Palos was Columbus's first objective in Spain, his second was the court of the Spanish sovereigns Ferdinand and Isabella. To these personages Columbus worked his way, so to speak, by the influence of the Duke of Medina Saili, who had wealth, and who at first contemplated assuming in the schemes of Columbus a rôle not unlike that of Estreito in the project of Baha'im, but coming to realize that the affair was one to be accomplished successfully only under royal patronage, the Duke applied to the sovereigns, who commanded that Columbus himself be sent to court. Cordova now for some time had been the seat of government, and here Columbus arrived on January 20, 1486. The sovereigns were then absent, but returned at the end of April or 1st of May, and the coveted audience took place. What occurred is not known. Presumably Ferdinand and Isabella, after a courteous hearing, smilingly put by the question of exploration, for they referred it to the Queen's confessor, Hernando de Talavera, an ecclesiastic by no means ungenerous or bigoted, with instructions to summon a council for its consideration. As for the council, not a soul who was a member ever revealed aught of its composition or doings, save Dr. Rodrigo de Maldonado, who says that men of science and mariners were in attendance, no less than literary men and theologues, and that Columbus himself was subjected to interrogation. Talavera's council conferred at intervals for 5 years, often at Salamanca, and at length, late in 1490, reported adversely for Columbus, and the sovereigns accepted the report. In the life of the great Italian adventurer, our future discoverer and admiral, these 5 years are among the most interesting and significant. They mark, it is true, a moral and material decline, but like the first years in Portugal, they mark an intellectual advance. While awaiting action by the council, Columbus was retained at court and encouraged by occasional donations of money, donations appearing on record as made to a stranger occupied with certain affairs relative to the service of their highnesses. The sums in all came to $510, 170,000 maravedis. But small as they were, they had altogether ceased by 1488. In that year it was, or at the end of 1487, the preceding year, that Columbus for a second time fell victim to feminine attractions. The maiden, like his first bride, Philippa, was young, 18 or 20 years old, possessed a beautiful name, Beatrix Enriquez, and doubtless a beautiful person, but unlike Philippa, she was humble of birth and very poor. So lowly, indeed, was she that Columbus did not stoop to take her in marriage, but formed with her a liaison, the result of which was the birth, about August 15, 1488, of his second son and future biographer, Ferdinand. Between the date just given and the spring of 1489, Columbus would seem to have gone back to Portugal under a safe conduct from John II. But why he went, if he did go, is unknown, and by May 12, 1489, he was again in Spain and in attendance upon Ferdinand and Isabella at the siege of Baza. Thenceforth, however, until the final rejection of his project by the sovereigns in 1490, he drops from view, excepting as we are accorded glimpses of him gaining bread for himself and Beatrix in Cordova by limning marine charts, wherein he evidently had been instructed by his brother Bartholomew, and by selling printed books. The vending of printed books may have meant much in that intellectual advance which has been spoken of as characterizing for the discoverer to be the days, sombre or hectic, through which he was now passing. Some years before his brother had fallen on hard times, Bartholomew Columbus had betaken himself from Portugal, where he had witnessed the return of the great Portuguese captain, Bartholomew Diaz, from his discovery of the Cape of Good Hope, to enlist the aid of King Henry VII of England in his brother Christopher's project. Then, abandoning England, he had recourse in turn to France, and now was making himself agreeable at the court of Charles VIII. Thither Columbus determined to follow him, but his departure was prevented by a visit which he paid to Palos, to the monastery of La Rabida, to make further arrangements for the care of his son Diego. This visit, unlike the first, does not seem to have been inspired by a specific wish for light upon voyages with strange landfalls under strange pilots. Columbus was poverty-stricken and for once discouraged. With what cheer he might, he met his friend, the former guardian, Antonio de Marchena, and also, perhaps for the first time, the officiating guardian, Juan Perez, once confessor to Queen Isabella. By these three, under the stimulating zeal of the monks, a plan was contrived. Columbus should thoroughly canvass the maritime section, having Palos for a center for all possible information regarding pioneer voyages into the Sea of Darkness. The first seaman to be sought out and catechized was Pedro de Velasco, a pilot of Palos itself. Next, after Velasco, an unnamed pilot of the port of Santa Maria near Cadiz was visited. He had sailed west from Ireland, and had, he thought, sighted the coasts of Tartary, not improbably Labrador. Finally, a second pilot, domiciled in Palos, Pedro Vasquez de la Frontera, was waited upon. What was gathered from him was suggestive indeed. Between 1460 and 1475 he had made a voyage into the west with a prince of Portugal to discover new lands. Their purpose was to sail straight west, but encountering that vast field of marine herbage known as the Sargasso Sea, he had turned back. At this time in Palos, the most important man of maritime affairs was the head of the family of Pinzon, Martin Alonso, best known and bravest of Captain and pilots, and to him Columbus would first have addressed himself, had not this mariner been absent with a cargo of sardines at Rome. As it was, Columbus awaited his return eagerly. Pinzon, as it chanced, was at this juncture cherishing a project of his own for exploring to the west, and while in Rome had sought light at the library of Pope Innocent VIII upon lands in the ocean sea. There he had seen a map and a book, both of which, in the form of copies, no doubt, he had brought with him. These documents, according to Pinzon's son, Pinzon the father not only submitted to Columbus, but gave into his hands. Furthermore, Pinzon and Columbus now went together to the house of Pedro Vasquez de la Frontera, and got him to repeat the tale of how, with a prince of Portugal, he had sailed west as far as the Sargasso Sea, from before which he had recoiled. It was necessary to brave this obstacle, said Vasquez, because by not doing so the prince had failed to find land. If, on meeting the Sargasso Sea, one would but keep straight on, it would be impossible that land should not be found. How, on his voyage in 1492, Columbus made use of a chart whereon he himself had depicted certain islands, how this chart was passed back and forth between him and Martin Alonso Pinzon, and how, apropos of the impending landfall, one of the pilots spoke to Columbus of indications from your book, are incidents well known. Nor is it less well known that on this voyage, after encountering the Sargasso Sea, Columbus, despite protest, braved the obstacle and kept straight on, literally on and on, following as nearly as he could the 28th parallel, till land rewarded his perseverance. Not long after the return of Martin Alonso Pinzon from Rome, Guardian Juan Perez, and perhaps Pinzon, also wrote to Queen Isabella, asking a further hearing for Columbus and his project. The request was granted, and Perez was summoned to court at Santa Fe before Granada. He set out in a manner truly Columbian, alone, on a mule, secretly, at low midnight. He was soon empowered to invite Columbus to join him. In December the latter came. Ferdinand and Isabella were in receptive mood. Granada was about to fall, and Spain to be delivered from the Moor forever. A council was ordered, one like Talavera's, composed of philosophers, astrologers, cosmographers, seamen, and pilots. With Talavera's council, however, the primary consideration had been the theoretical feasibility of Columbus's project. With the new council, it was the practical question of ways and means that gave pause. Columbus, repeating with emphasis the terms submitted to King John II of Portugal, demanded of Ferdinand and Isabella a patent of nobility, the admiralty of the ocean, the viceroyalty and government of all lands discovered, and a commission of 10% upon everything within the limits of his admiralty, which might be bought, exchanged, found, or gained. That, in addition, he should demand 3 caravels to cost possibly 2,000,000 maravedis, $6,000, was by comparison trifling. In after years the discoverer of America was wont to complain that in his struggle for recognition in Spain everybody had derided him, save 2 monks, Marchena and Perez. Derided he no doubt was, but the cause perhaps was not so much his belief in problematical islands and lands as his demand for rewards which, if granted, would raise him to a dizzy height, to a point of rank, power, and riches next to that of the throne itself. As in 1486, so in 1492, in the month of January, to which we are now come, Columbus was dismissed a second time from the Spanish court, and departed sorrowing. The royal flag streamed from the towers of the Alhambra, for Granada had fallen. But in this event our Genoese took little interest. His course led him toward Cordova, for here was Beatrix Enriquez with Ferdinand, now in his fourth year, and here must now be brought Diego, 10 or 12 years old, from La Rabida. Again, it must have been France, his last hope among the nations with which the thoughts of Columbus were busy. Be that as it may, when but 2 leagues from Grenada, who should overtake him but a royal constable sent post haste by the Queen with orders for his return? His demands, one and all, would be complied with. What specifically it was that induced the Spanish sovereigns to change their minds may be only inferred. Whether it was proof of actual islands to the west, proof secretly confided to Columbus at Palos, no one knows. Whatever it was, the lost cause was powerfully pleaded before Isabella by Luis de Santangel, Treasurer of Aragon, and before Ferdinand by Juan Cabrera, his chamberlain, and by Juan Diego of Deza, preceptor to Prince John. The risk was small. The possibilities for God and the realm were incalculable. Such, we are told, was the reasoning. Especially was it the reasoning of Santangel, and so wrought upon by it was Isabella, that, seized with enthusiasm, she is said to have tendered her jewels, priceless gems that they were, in security for money for the enterprise. What manner of navigator was this Genoese, this Christopher Columbus, by whom this vast enterprise had been conceived, and by whom it was to be carried out? He was indeed no stranger to the sea, for he had been to Chios in the east, to Africa in the south, and to England in the north. To use his own words, "I have traversed the sea for 23 years, without leaving it for any time worth counting, and I saw all the Levant, and the west, Azores, etc., and the north, which is the way to England, and I have been to Guinea." In nautical skill, the scientific feature of seafaring, Columbus, according to the most competent opinion, was, however, little advanced. He claimed that on his Guinea trips he had verified Alfraganus's calculation of the length of a degree on the equator at 56 2/3 Italian miles. But aside from the fact that at the period of these trips, 1482 to 84, he could hardly have known of Alfraganus or his calculation, for he then presumably knew nothing of the Imago Mundi of Pierre d'Ailly, a book possibly not then even published. There remains the further fact that verification was a process quite too complex for any means at his disposal. His claim, therefore, tends only to prove him guilty of what a stanch admirer does not hesitate to characterize as insufferable braggadocio. But daunted as little by the obstacle of ignorance as by other obstacles, the would-be discoverer held unflinchingly to his role, and when all was over and the triumph won, could bring himself to say, "I had from our Lord a spirit of intelligence. In regard to navigation he made me very intelligent. Of astrology he gave me what was sufficient, and also of geometry and arithmetic. He gave me an ingenious mind, and hands apt in designing this sphere, and upon it the cities, mountains, and the rivers, the islands and harbours, all in their proper place. In this time I saw and studied diligently all the books of cosmography, history, and of philosophy, and of other sciences. Yet for all this confidence, if the voyage of 1492 had depended on the technical knowledge of Columbus, its history would be brief. Indeed, had it not been for Martin Alonso Pinzon, it would never have been made in that year. Pinzon, we may recall, was in 1492 the chief citizen of Palos. After the Spanish sovereigns had decided to sanction and subvention the Colombian undertaking, they gave decree that of the 3 caravels required, 2 should be furnished by the town of Palos in discharge of a feudal liability to the crown, and Columbus on the 12th of May set out from Grenada to make sure of the vessels. The pending expedition was unpopular in itself, and still more unpopular in that its admiral was a foreigner. But at length Columbus obtained the 3 caravels, the Pinta, the Nina, and the Santa Maria Capitana. So far well, or fairly well, and then a balk. The seamen of Palos unanimously and persistently refused to embark. To them the project was perilous, chimerical, and vain, a subject of derision. Columbus had papers for the impressment of criminals, but to escape this necessity he went to Pinzon, who supplied the sailors on being assured of some share in the enterprise. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Chapter 2, Part 2 of the Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman, Columbus and New Lands. In respect to size, rig, and equipment, the 3 Colombian caravels were nearly the same. The Santa Maria, which was slightly the largest, measured about 80 feet in length, 25 feet in breadth, and 15 feet in depth, and had a capacity of over 200 tons. All were fully decked, had 3 masts, and, except upon the mizzen, were square rigged. The Santa Maria and Pinta had each a high poop deck and forecastle, but the Nina, reputed the smallest of the 3, had neither. All were good sailors, making as a flotilla an average speed of 15 Italian miles an hour, and each had something of an armament. The personnel of the expedition comprised some 90 seamen and 30 royal officials, servants, domestics, and cabin boys, but no friar or ecclesiastic was listed. In supreme command of the expedition was Columbus himself on the Santa Maria, and in command of the Santa Maria was her owner, the cosmographer Juan de la Cosa. This vessel carried also 2 pilots, a grand constable, a physician, an archivist, and an interpreter versed in several tongues. The Pinta was commanded by Martin Alonso Pinzon, and one of its 2 pilots was Martin's brother Francisco, while as commander of the Nina sailed Vicente Yanez Pinzon, youngest brother of Martin Alonso, and one of the 2 future discoverers of subequatorial South America. The pilot was the owner, Pero Alonso Nino. Columbus set sail from Palos on August 3, 1492, at sunrise. First, however, he had arranged for sending his young son Diego to Cordova to be cared for by Beatrix Enriquez, with whom was his younger son Ferdinand. First also, supremely first, he had made confession and solemnly received the sacrament. As his ships cleared the bar of Saltees and gathered headway, naught but inspiring could have been the spectacle. The high prows, the huge square sails, each emblazoned with its cross, the magnificent sweep of the rakish latines athwart the towering sterns, the flags and streamers, the officers crowding the poop decks, the sailors thronging the forecastles and crow's nests, all saluting, many praying, some no doubt weeping, all crying adios. How tremendous it all was, how much it meant! As a mere feat of seamanship, however, this first recorded voyage across the Atlantic was not considerable. The flotilla left the Canary island of Gomera on September 6, 1492, and shaped a course westward. The winds blew steadily astern. No storms arose. The resources of navigation were in no wise taxed. Indeed, on the 16th of September, and often afterwards, Columbus notes that they met with very temperate breezes, so that there was great pleasure in enjoying the mornings, nothing being wanted but the song of nightingales. The weather, he says, was like April in Andalusia. Apprehension, nevertheless, did not sleep. It lurked. Already solemn Teneriffe had raised above them in greeting, mayhap in warning, its staff of fire. The Needle, victim perchance of subtle necromancy, had begun straying from the pole. Grass, first in green tufts, then in fine masses, then in tangles and skeins, with crabs enmeshed, that grass before which a prince of Portugal had once turned back, was all about them. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. And those winds, so balmy, but so fatefully setting into the unknown west, was it not all a snare of unseen powers? There were murmurs, plots, it is said, to seize the admiral unawares and hurl him overboard. Columbus, on his part, laughed at the fears of the sailors and made them big offers of wealth. Had he not the whole of Cathay before him? That in his mind Columbus had Asia, the country of the Great Khan, as in some sort of a destination, cannot well be gainsaid if we are prepared to yield any substantial credence to his journal as we have it. According to that document, he was expecting, as early as the 16th of September, to come upon islands, but made the mainland to be more distant, and thought it better to go at once to the continent and afterwards to the islands. But of the events of this voyage, his though it was, Columbus was not sole arbiter. Martin Alonso Pinzon, by circumstances, and also perhaps by agreement, was an associate, and in his mind evidently the destination was Simpangu, or Japan. As will be recalled, he had brought from Rome a chart and a book, both of which he had handed to Columbus. Now in the book was this sentence: "In navigating by the Mediterranean Sea to the end of Spain, and thence in the direction where the sun sinks between the north and the south, you will find a land of Simpanso, Simpangu, which is so fertile and so rich that by aid of its resources you will be able to subjugate both Africa and Europe." Furthermore, inspired by the book and also by Marco Polo, Pinzon, in a recruiting appeal to the seamen of Pallas, had said: "Friends, come with us on this voyage. Here you are in poverty, come with us, for according to accounts you will find the houses with roofs of gold, and you will return rich and prosperous." When, therefore, on the 25th of September, Martin Alonso called Columbus's attention to the fact that, according to a chart which both were using, the flotilla ought to be sighting certain islands, we were not surprised, for it was islands, or at least the island of Japan, and not a mainland, in which the interests of Pinzon centered. And when, on the 7th of October, Columbus, in deference to the wish of Pinzon, actually changed direction from west to west southwest, and when on the 12th land Guanahani, or Watling Island, rewarded the change, it was natural that both Columbus and Pinzon should be convinced that they were in an archipelago of Asiatic India, with Japan not far away. The expedition now had traversed 1,123 leagues, or 4,492 Italian miles, from the Canaries, and yet, as Ferdinand Columbus informs us, 700 or 750 leagues, 3,000 miles, was the distance at which the admiral had told his men that he expected to find land. If this land was the Antillia Salvaggio Reale group, West Indies or Antilles, as seems probable, it is represented on Beheim's globe through a composite Antillia, as from 2,200 to 2,500 miles west from the Canaries, and it was at about this distance, on and near the 25th of September, that both Columbus and Pinzon began anxiously scanning the horizon. The fact that 3,000 miles was given out by Columbus as the distance to be covered before land might be looked for may be explained by his wish to mislead his crews into the belief that they were committed to a longer, unbroken voyage than they really were. He in fact states repeatedly in his journal that he kept a dual reckoning, one of actual distances for himself and one of minimized distances for his men. How he could have contrived to do this, with half a dozen pilots and a score or more of others at his elbow more competent at rating a ship's progress than himself, goodness, as Lord Dunraven puts it, only knows. A landfall in the case of any 15th century voyage of discovery was momentous, but especially was it so in the case of a Spanish voyage. Commanders fell on their knees and gave thanks. Crews chanted the Gloria in excelsis Deo and crowded into the rigging and tops. Flags were run up and guns were fired. So was it at Guanahani on October 12, 1492. Clad in armor over which, true to his taste in color and to his instinct for effect, he had thrown the crimson robe of an admiral of Castile, Columbus, with the furled royal standard grasped in his left hand, bent low to the earth, which he saluted. His actions were imitated by the captains of the Pinta and Nina, Martin Alonzo Pinzon and his brother Vincente Yacht, who bore standards emblazoned each with a green cross. Then rising, Columbus summoned to him the royal notary and the royal inspector as witnesses, unfurled the royal standard, drew his sword, and proclaimed the island the possession henceforth of the crown of Spain, naming it San Salvador. So the day ended, but early the next morning, as we are told, the natives gathered on the shore in large numbers, and, destitute of beards themselves, looked with wonder on the bearded Spaniards, on Columbus in particular. To his beard and those of his men they reached out their fingers and viewed attentively the whiteness of the Spanish hands and faces. On the 28th of October the expedition discovered Cuba, and on the 5th of December Haiti, or Hispaniola. Everywhere Columbus was charmed with the scenery. The herbage is like that of April in Andalusia. Andalusia serves always as the standard of comparison. So pleasant are the songs of birds that it seems as though a man could never wish to leave the place. Parrots rise in flocks so dense as to conceal the sun. In Cuba are palm trees, differing from those in Spain and Guinea. As for the inhabitants of the new regions, they are docile, very gentle and kind, going naked, without arms, and without law. But the things which make a particular appeal to the discoverer are five: gold, religion, spices, Simpangu, and Cathay. Gold he began inquiring about from the natives on the day following the landing. "I was attentive and took trouble to ascertain," he says, "if there was gold. But gold in the journal is a theme hardly more emphasized than religion. On the very day of the landing," Columbus writes, "I believed that they (the natives) would easily be made Christians, as it appeared to me they had no sect." He was equally attentive to any mention of spices. "According as I obtain tidings of gold or spices, I shall settle what must be done." Moreover, it is in connection with spices that the journal introduces Simpangu and Cathay. Having, on the 7th of October, given over the search for the mainland, Columbus, on the 21st, speaks of proceeding to Simpangu, which he identifies with Cuba because of the latter's size and riches. It is better, he says, to inspect much land until some very profitable country is reached, my belief being that it will be rich in spices. And on the 24th he resumes: "On the spheres that I saw before leaving Spain, and on the paintings of world maps, Cipangu is in this region." Then on the 26th of October the subject is dropped, with the remark: "I departed for Cuba, for by the signs the Indians made of its greatness and of its gold and pearls, I thought that it must be the one, that is to say, Cipangu." But the mainland recurs in his thoughts, and on the 30th he decides, from a statement by the Indians, that Cuba itself is the mainland of Asia, with Cathay and the Great Khan somewhere therein, and that he must send to the latter the credentials he bears from Ferdinand and Isabella. Accordingly, on the 2nd of November, he dispatches from a point on the Cuban coast his official interpreter, Luis de Torres, a converted Jew, with a party carrying specimens of spices, to ask for the king of that land. To him they are to deliver the credentials, and from him they are to inquire concerning certain provinces, ports, and rivers of which the admiral has notice. Later, Columbus identifies Cipangu with Hayti, but Cuba he consistently continued to regard as the mainland, peering expectantly into its bays and up its streams for populous cities, such as the Quinsay of Marco Polo and of the world maps like Fra Mauro's of 1457 59, which he saw before leaving Spain. Having completed his voyage by finding what he sought, though manifestly not populous cities, Columbus set sail from the eastern end of the island of Hayti for home on January 16, 1493. Two occurrences hastened his return. On November 21, 1492, Martin Alonso Pinzon, impatient for the discovery of Cipangu and the realization of those dreams of gold, on the strength of which he had secured enlistments at Palos, had gone off in the Pinta for some prospecting of his own. Then on Christmas night the Santa Maria had been wrecked, leaving the admiral with only the Nina wherein to continue his explorations. Thus handicapped, he had been forced to build on Hispaniola, Hayti, a fortress, La Navidad, where he left 37 of his men and crowded into the Nina the remainder. Pinzon had rejoined the expedition on January 6, 1493, but the admiral was much vexed and not disposed to parley or linger, nor is his vexation hard to understand. Columbus was the titular and technical head of the expedition, but in reality he was much the servant of his lieutenant, for Pinzon was a Spaniard, the friend and fellow townsman of the crews, who would not have endured to see him disciplined. In strong contrast to the voyage out, the voyage back was tempestuous. Storms began on the 12th of February, and so grew in violence that on the 14th Columbus placed in a barrel a parchment inscribed with an account of his discoveries and committed it to the sea. But he succeeded in making port in the Portuguese island of Santa Maria, one of the Azores, whence he sailed for Castile. More storms delayed him, but on the 4th of March the Nina entered the Tagus and anchored off Rastello. Of the fate of the Pinta, meanwhile, nothing had been known since the 14th of February, when she had disappeared running before the wind. Once at anchor, and once having satisfied the Portuguese authorities that he was a duly accredited officer of the Spanish marine, Columbus was hospitably received, granted supplies, and invited by King John II, the same with whom he had held memorable converse in 1483 or 1484, to visit him at Valparaiso, near Lisbon. Columbus went with some trepidation, and, according to Portuguese accounts, told the king that he had come from the discovery of the islands of Cipangu and Antillia, but made no mention of Cathay and the Great Khan, or of India. O man of miserable understanding, the king is said by Spaniards to have exclaimed at the interview, smiting his breast, "Why didst thou let an undertaking of such great importance go out of thine hands?" By the 15th of March the admiral was at Palos, where on the evening of the same day Martin Alonso Pinzon likewise arrived, having brought the Pinta safe into port at Bayona in Galicia. But it was a full month before Columbus was received by Ferdinand and Isabella in Barcelona, and in the meantime Pinzon, already ill when he disembarked, had breathed his last. What light upon the great voyage to the Antilles might have been shed had Pinzon, forceful personality that he was, survived! In Seville, where, amid much ovation, Columbus awaited the pleasure of the Spanish sovereigns, there came to him a letter dated the 30th of March, addressed to the admiral of the Ocean Sea and viceroy and governor of the islands discovered in the Indies, and confirming what had previously been conditionally granted to him in the capitulation and letters patent of April, 1492. If the welcome to the admiral at Seville had been noteworthy, that which he was accorded at Barcelona was more noteworthy still. Throngs attended him, and his bodyguard was the best chivalry of Spain. In advance marched a group of some half dozen New World Indians and a squad of sailors from the Nina. The Indians wore gold armaments and carried spears and arrows, while the sailors bore aloft 40 parrots of gorgeous plumage, besides other birds, together with rare plants and animals, among which not the least was an iguana 5 feet long, its back bristling with spines. Ferdinand and Isabella, happy at the success of their adventurous protégé, which no doubt they had scarcely expected, were augustly gracious. Seated under a golden canopy in the Alcazar of the Moorish kings, they rose to greet Columbus on his entry, gently deprecated his lowliness in stooping to kiss their hands, and made him sit at their feet. So placed, the discoverer of America, a master of speech, told his tale, illustrating it with the Indians, the sailors, the specimens, and the gold. The monarchs and court then said a prayer, the choir of the royal chapel chanted Te Deum, and the ceremony closed. The news of the return of Columbus soon spread and evoked ingenious appraisals among the learned. In the month of August last, as Hannibal Guarnerius, an Italian gentleman from Barcelona, wrote to his brother in 1493, this great king, Ferdinand, at the prayer of one named Columba, caused 4 little vessels to be equipped to navigate upon the ocean in a straight line toward the west, until finally the east was reached. The earth being round, he should certainly arrive in the eastern regions. Also from Barcelona, on the 14th of May, Peter Martyr, the Horace Walpole of his day, wrote to his friend Count Tendilla, a few days after an attempted assassination of King Ferdinand, there returned from the western Antipodes a certain Christopher Columbus, a Ligurian, who, with barely 3 ships, penetrated to the province which was believed to be fabulous. He returned bearing substantial proofs in the shape of many precious things, and particularly of gold. Again, on the 1st of October, this time from Milan, Martyr wrote to the Archbishop of Braga, "A certain Columbus has sailed to the western Antipodes, even as he believes to the very shores of India. He has discovered many islands beyond the Eastern Ocean adjoining the Indies, which are believed to be those of which mention has been made among cosmographers. I do not wholly deny this, although the magnitude of the globe seems to suggest otherwise, for there are not wanting those who think it but a small journey from the end of Spain to the shores of India." Finally, on January 31, 1494, our letter writer addresses these words to the Archbishop of Granada: "The King and Queen at Barcelona have created an admiral of the Ocean Sea, Columbus, returned from his most honorable charge, and they have admitted him to sit in their presence, which is, as you know, a supreme proof of benevolence and honor with our sovereigns. But anticipating rumors, reports, and letters, Columbus himself had had a word to say respecting his voyage. Writing from shipboard on February 15, 1493, to Luis de Santangel, his stanch advocate was Isabella, he had declared: "When I reached Juana, Cuba, I followed its coast westwardly and found it so large that I thought it might be the mainland province of Cathay." As a matter of fact, however, interest in this exploit on the part of Columbus attached itself less to the geographical discoveries than to the preternatural creatures that lurked on the margins of the earth. Hannibal Juanuarius, our Italian acquaintance of epistolary bent, remarked to his brother, apropos of the Genoese navigator, that the earth being round, the latter should certainly arrive in the eastern regions. But forgetful, near the end of his letter, of the scientific aspects of the great voyage, Juanuarius wrote: "He (Columbus) adds that he has lately been in a country where men are born with tails." Nor was the soft impeachment wholly inaccurate, for in his own shipboard letter to Santangel the admiral said: "There remains for me on the western side of Cuba 2 provinces whereto I did not go, one of which they call Anan, where the people are born with tails." And in his journal Columbus had already noted that far away there were, as he understood, men with one eye and others with dogs' noses, who were cannibals. But he was wary in statement, for in the Santangel letter he concluded the subject by remarking that down to the present he had not found in those islands, the Antilles, any monstrous men as many expected. With regard to mermaids, it was different. These the admiral had himself seen, both on the coast of Guinea and in the Antilles. The Antillean sirens, as he had seen them, were 3 in number. They rose well out of the sea, but were not so beautiful as painted, though having to some extent the human face. And Columbus believed in Amazons. He had never beheld any, but had been told they lived in the island of Martinino (Martinique), and he had meant to stop there on his way home to secure a few to exhibit, along with his Indians, to Ferdinand and Isabella. His half-dozen Indians, his 40 gorgeous parrots, his spined iguana, and his gold, of the latter not more than enough to whet a royal appetite, together with stories about mermaids and natives who burnt a queer herb, tobaccos, were about all in the way of wonders, ocular or auricular, that Columbus had brought home with him. The great thing, the super epoch-making thing, though not yet understood so to be, was the voyage itself, and the will to make it. This, too, largely irrespective of whether the objective was in some sort Asia, or simply a Barataria, an island to govern. Besides the voyage of 1492, Columbus made 3 other voyages. On the second, which lasted from September 1493 to March 1496, and was undertaken with 17 ships and 1,500 men, including his brother Diego, he discovered Puerto Rico and Jamaica, learned that his colony of 1492 at La Navidad had been totally destroyed, and founded in its stead in Hispaniola, Haiti, the ambitious settlement of Isabella. He also visited Cuba and compelled his entire ship's company to make oath that they believed it to be the mainland, the alpha or beginning of the Indies. The third voyage of Columbus, from January 1498 to October 1500, was undertaken with 6 ships and 200 men to test the opinion of King John II of Portugal that to the south there lay a continent. And the opinion was sustained, for the voyage was signalized by the admiral's greatest achievement, next to that of 1492, the discovery of the mainland of America at Paria, near the mouths of the Orinoco. Mistaking the land at first for an insular body, he soon came to realize its true character. As early as July 1498 he wrote: "It is certain that the discovery of this land in this place is as great a miracle as the discovery on the first voyage." And in August he thus confided to his journal: "I am convinced that this is the mainland, and very large, of which no knowledge has been had until now." Later in October, when writing to Ferdinand and Isabella, he said, "I think that if the river mentioned, the Orinoco, does not proceed from the terrestrial paradise, it comes from an immense tract of land in the south, of which no knowledge has been hitherto obtained." But meanwhile in Hispaniola conditions, social and political and economical, had become chaotic, and in 1500 the admiral was superseded as governor by Francisco de Bobadilla, who, stretching his authority, arrested his predecessor, together with his brother Bartholomew and his brother Diego, and sent them to Spain in fetters. Promptly released by the sovereigns, Columbus, after an affecting, and on his part we may be sure, eloquent scene with Isabella, was released with the promise of a restoration of his privileges, as defined in the capitulation and letters patent, and was placed, so to speak, on waiting orders. By 1501 the admiral had conceived the project of a fourth voyage, to be made with 4 caravels and 150 men, but before setting out in 1502 he deposited his papers in safe keeping, drafted his will, and wrote to the Bank of St. George in Genoa, offering a tenth of his yearly income for the reduction of food taxes in that commonwealth. This last maritime enterprise was shared by his brother Bartholomew and his son Ferdinand, now a lad of 14, and had for its main motive the disclosure of some avenue by which Asia, that part of it where lay the riches, might be attained. In short, Columbus had now come to realize that thus far he had failed to reach the country of the Great Khan. He felt that he must have reached Asia, but at a point lying to the south of Cathay and India, and as for flanking the difficulty by penetrating to the south yet further, an immense tract of land, a mainland, interposed. Still, in the interposing mass there must be a narrow place, and through this a strait, for the currents that set westward from Jamaica so indicated. It is to be observed that on this voyage he pretty much ceased to concern himself with Cipangu, so manifestly futile were all attempts to identify it with Hispaniola. For a full year Columbus skirted the coast of Central America from Cariari in Nicaragua to the site of Puerto Bello in Panama, hearing of pepper and of people in rich clothing, of commerce, and of the river Ganges. In November 1504 he returned to Spain, where Isabella, his patroness, was at this time on her deathbed, so that his many letters to the Spanish court remained unacknowledged. With some premonition of his own demise, Columbus now busied himself with his last will, charging his son Diego to provide for the maintenance of Beatrix, a person to whom I am under great obligations, and let this, he continues, be done for the discharge of my conscience, for it weighs heavy on my soul. On May 20, 1506, at Valladolid, broken, discouraged, well nigh forgotten even in Spain, the discoverer of America, viceroy of the Indies, and admiral of the ocean, breathed his last. The discoverer of America strikingly illustrates the aphorism that the world's great men, so far from having commonly been men of learning, have often been but glorified enthusiasts. To Columbus the South, the upper coast of South America at the mouths of the Orinoco, meant the terrestrial paradise of Sir John Mandeville, a spot where the earth's surface, ceasing to be rounded, was pinched into a stem, on the summit of which the paradise rested, and down the sides of which rolled such mighty streams as the Orinoco. It meant also the golden Cheronese of Ptolemy, Malay Peninsula, where in 1 year Solomon gathered 656 quintals of gold and all manner of precious stones. It was because of this south, so gravely misconceived by him geographically, that Columbus, anticipating the project of Magellan, entertained at the end of his second voyage the idea of returning to Europe by way of the Indian Ocean. If he had had an abundance of provisions, says his son Ferdinand, he would not have returned to Spain except by way of the East. To say of Columbus that he was not conspicuous for learning is but to repeat that his chief powers were moral, not intellectual. Patience, endurance, tenacity, energy, and will, these, despite his ignorance, made him great. Cupidity and vanity, entailing boastfulness and craft, we have noted as his chief weaknesses; but as to cupidity the record is perhaps less vulnerable than it is at times represented. Throughout the years 1500 to 1504, the years preceding and including his fourth voyage, gold was to Columbus indeed a thing infinitely precious, precious in itself, but far more so as the indispensable justification of his life and work. Then it is that we find him writing, "Gold is most excellent, gold is treasure, and he who possesses it does all he wishes to in this world, and succeeds in helping souls into paradise." Columbus was religious, formally and ceremoniously, albeit sincerely religious. From an early date, in fact, while at Grenada before his first voyage, he had embraced the idea of rescuing the Holy Sepulchre from the infidel. To this end he was resolved, or so deemed himself, to devote his profits from the Indies. And withal he was eloquent. He waxed eloquent over the Holy Sepulchre, and when after his third voyage he was put upon waiting orders, alike to the impairment of his revenues and the wounding of his pride, he waxed eloquent over that injustice. "I have arrived at and am in such a condition," he writes in 1500, "that there is no person so vile but thinks that he may insult me. He shall be reckoned in the world as valour itself who is courageous enough to consent to it. If I were to steal the Indies, or the land which lies toward them, of which I am now speaking, from the altar of St. Peter, and give them to the Moors, they could not show greater enmity toward me in Spain." Who would believe such a thing, where there was always so much magnanimity? "I undertook a fresh voyage to the new heaven and earth, which up to that time had remained hidden; and if it is not held there in esteem, like the other voyages to the Indies, that is no wonder, because it came to be looked upon as my work." His yet more famous letter, written in 1503 from Jamaica on his fourth voyage, is the cry of a Wolsey left naked to his enemies: "I was 28 years old when I came into your Highness's service, and now I have not a hair upon me that is not grey. My body is infirm, and all that was left to me, as well as to my brothers, has been taken away and sold, even to the frock that I wore, to my great dishonour. I implore your Highnesses to forgive my complaints. I am indeed in as ruined a condition as I have related. Hitherto I have wept over others. May Heaven now have mercy upon me, and may the earth weep over me. Weep for me, whoever has charity, truth, and justice." In the spirit of that charity, truth, and justice which Columbus here invokes, let it be said that whatever his deflections from straightforwardness, he was not alone therein in his age or profession. Martin Behaim, Sebastian Cabot, and Amerigo Vespucci, not one of them as a navigator dealt honestly with his own age or with posterity. But points of character aside, what in the case of the great Genoese most excites wonder is not that he discovered America, but that America should have remained to be discovered by him. The expedition of Thales, or that of Dulmo and Estreito Behaim, might well have reached the western continent. As early as 1500, indeed, Vicente Yañez Pinzon for Spain, and Pedralibárez Cabral for Portugal, touched the coast of South America. Furthermore, as the region which was discovered by Columbus perpetuates in the name Antilles, the mythical island of Antilia, so the region discovered by Pinzon and Cabral perpetuates in the name Brazil, the mythical island of Brazil. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 3: Balboa and the Pacific. When with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. Keats, on first looking into Chapman's Homer. In his Hispaniola letter of October 1498 to the Spanish sovereigns, Columbus told them two things. First, that he had discovered the earthly paradise, which, being on the top of the stem of the earth, was near heaven and unattainable, save by God's permission. And second, that at Paria he had found pearls. The latter announcement was the moving one, and in 1499 two private expeditions set forth almost simultaneously to the Pearl Coast, one piloted by Juan de la Cosa, but commanded by Alonso de Ojeda, a knight of truly Spanish audacity, companion of Columbus in 1493, and the other commanded by Pero Alonzo Niño, one of Columbus's pilots in 1493 and 1498. The voyage of Niño, so far as the gathering of riches was concerned, proved a success quite beyond anything achieved by Columbus, for it was rewarded by quantities of pearls. Ojeda was less successful in finding pearls, but he brought away some 200 natives to be sold as slaves. In 1508 he was made governor of the district of Uraba, which extended from the Darien, Atrato River eastward to the Gulf of Venezuela, and was called Castilla del Oro. West of Uraba, as far as Cape Gracias a Dios in Honduras, the coast, under the appellation of Veragua, was in 1508 assigned for government to Diego de Nicuesa, a rich and accomplished planter of Hispaniola. The significance of Ojeda and Nicuesa, however, lies not so much in themselves as in their three associates, Vespucci, Balboa, and Pizarro. Especially in Balboa, the true precursor of Cortes, with whom in a variety of respects he is not unworthy to be compared. As for Vespucci and Pizarro, the latter we shall meet presently, and the former need not long detain us. He was, be it said, an alert Florentine, who, as contractor's clerk, had seen to the outfitting of the ships for the second voyage of Columbus, and who had accompanied Ojeda on his pearl-seeking voyage of 1499. He had made 3 other transatlantic voyages, the third of which, by his literary handling of it in letters printed in Latin, in 1504 and 1507, the former under the title of Mundus Novus, had so established his fame that in 1507 Mundus Novus South America was beginning to be called Ameriga, Americ's land, or America. But to revert to Balboa, just as from the third voyage of Columbus, renowned for its pearls, there resulted the voyage of Ojeda, bringing to the mainland of the Indies Vespucci, so in 1500 there resulted the voyage of Rodrigo de Bastidas, bringing Vasco Nuñez de Balboa. Of Balboa prior to this time we know only that he was a good sword player, born in 1474 or 1475 in Estremadura. Luckless at sea with Bastidas, he had resorted to farming in Hispaniola, and when in November 1509 Ojeda and Nicuesa started for their provinces, he was restless to accompany one or other. Debt kept him back, but he was resourceful, and in September 1510, when Ojeda's lieutenant, Martin Fernandez de Enciso, prepared to follow his commander with supplies, Balboa, it is said, contrived to get himself smuggled on shipboard in a provision cask. On the Venezuelan coast, near the present Cartagena, for it was here that Enciso landed, Balboa encountered Francisco Pizarro, a dutiful soldier under Ojeda, with a boatload of Ojeda's men. From him it was learned that Ojeda, having lost de la Cosa in a fight and being himself seriously wounded, had founded the refuge of San Sebastian, and then had departed for Hispaniola for succor. His colonists, meantime, desperate with hunger, were roaming hither and yon in quest of food. All straightway betook themselves to San Sebastian, but only to find it burned. The question then arose as to what should be done in circumstances so adverse. In answer, up spoke Balboa. To the west of the Gulf of Uraba was a region, Darien, abounding in food. This he knew from having already visited it under Bastidas. There, moreover, the Indians used no poisoned arrows, missiles which had been the undoing of the headlong Ojeda. Balboa was of good stature, of knightly bearing, and of frank address, and his words took effect. Ojeda's colony transferred itself to Darien, where it founded Santa Maria la Antigua del Darien, and, being thus within the country which pertained to Nicuessa, promptly on Balboa's suggestion deposed Enciso and chose as alcaldes or judges Balboa and Martin Zamudio, and as regidor or alderman a young nobleman, Juan de Valdivia. Where, though in the meantime, was Nicuessa, Ojeda had reached New Andalusia with 300 men and 4 small ships. Nicuessa had appeared off Castilla del Oro with nearly 700 men and 5 ships of large size, and was now sailing to and fro looking for Columbus's Veragua, the golden Cheronisi, but to no issue except the loss of ships and the drowning and starving of his men. Marooned at length upon desert sand, Nicuessa himself and 60 half-naked followers embraced despair. Some muttered, some raved, some in fierce irony laughed aloud. A jest it was, ha! ha! a merry jest, to adventure life for gold, for lands, and to rule one's fellows. Nicuessa was finally found and brought back to Darien by his lieutenant, but the colony, which was originally Ojeda's, distrusted Nicuessa, and in March, 1511, putting him on board a leaky brigantine, dispatched him to Spain, and that was the last that they or any one heard of this overbearing commander. At this time Diego Columbus, elder son of Christopher Columbus, presided over the Antilles as governor and admiral, with residence in Hispaniola. On the continent of America, Tierra Firma, which now comprised Central America, and Mundus Novus, South America, no one presided. Opportunity, therefore, called for a ruler in Tierra Firma, and not in vain, for there was a man to respond, by name Vasco Nuñez de Balboa. All he lacked was legal authorization. To obtain this, being so far from Spain, he must do mighty deeds, make himself potent and indispensable. And this he set himself to do. First, he deported Enciso to Spain, sending with him, to offset a possible misrepresentation of his action, the alcalde Zamudio. In the same ship, but commissioned to stop in Hispaniola and solicit the favor of Don Diego, he sent Valdivia. Don Diego proved malleable and soon appointed Balboa his lieutenant. Thereupon Balboa shaped a career for conquest and discovery, a career in which 2 points that stand out are his recognition of Pizarro and his employment of blooded dogs. Francisco Pizarro was an Extremaduran like Balboa, and of about the same age. He was ambitious, yet peculiar from the fact that in a period of restless competition he was content to bide, to serve, and to be ever dutiful. With regard to the dogs, they were no new thing with the Spaniard. Bartholomew Columbus had used them in Hispaniola, though not quite as Balboa was to use them in Darien. Their breed was of the best, and their fangs were deadly, but they were sagacious and under firm discipline. Gold was Balboa's object, but the prime immediate requisite was food. Carreta, cacique of Cueva, a district to the west of Santa Maria, possessed both gold and food, and he possessed, furthermore, a daughter. Balboa attacked the village of Carreta and carried the cacique and his attractive daughter prisoners to Santa Maria. Here, in turn, the captor himself was made captive, for he fell in love with the daughter, and formed with Carreta an alliance against that cacique's enemy, Ponça. To the west of Carreta lay a rich and populous country of the Atlantic seaboard, ruled by a cacique, Camogre, who, to the amazement of the Spaniards, occupied a house constructed of posts and stone, with carved woodwork. An understanding with Camogre became practicable through the understanding with Carreta, and momentous did it prove. It made of Balboa a discoverer, a world discoverer, the discoverer of the South Sea or Pacific Ocean, an achievement which, had it only come a little sooner, would in all probability have brought with it the conquest of Peru. Camogre had 7 sons, one of whom, Panciaco, was of marked intelligence. From him Balboa learned of a cacique dwelling beyond a high sierra on the Pacific side of the Isthmus of Darien, and possessed withal of much gold. This gold Balboa resolved to see, the baskets full, the bags full, the large vessels out of which the people ate and drank. And he would see also the new strange waters beyond the sierra, where, according to report, were ships with sails and oars but little less in size than those of the Spaniards themselves. The difficulty confronting Balboa was that such an adventure required many men, all seasoned and well equipped, 1,000, Panciaco said, whereas the Spaniard had but a few hundred, and these meagre for lack of food. So pressing indeed was the demand for food in Darien that in January 1512 Valdivia, back from Hispaniola, was again sent forth, this time expressly for provisions, and to carry to Diego Columbus a letter telling of the great southward lying sea, and employing the 1,000 men necessary for the seizure of its golden littoral. Nor was this all, for Balboa himself made an incursion into the country of the Cacique da Bayaba, a country not only by report an El Dorado, but, what was more, one known to be stocked abundantly with grain. Time sped, and it now was October 1512. Food had again run low, and men and equipment were as scarce as before. Valdivia had failed to return, nor had Hispaniola been otherwise heard from. But the determination of Balboa to establish himself in power by a successful South Sea venture remained unshaken. Commissioners were sent to Spain to unfold the situation to the king, and to solicit aid of him directly. Hardly had they gone when 2 ships arrived from Diego Columbus, bringing provisions and 150 men. But they brought something even more important, and that was news from Spain. Zamudio wrote that, roused by Enciso's recital of the wrong suffered by Nicuessa, King Ferdinand had ordered, first, that Balboa be brought home under criminal indictment, and second, that Enciso himself be granted indemnification. Presumably Zamudio wrote also of a rumour that the king had in mind to appoint a governor for Darien. At any rate, Balboa deemed it imperative to try to gain personally the royal ear, and on January 20, 1513, he addressed to Ferdinand his celebrated letter of exculpation, description, and appeal. I desire to give an account to your most royal highness of the great secrets and marvellous riches of this land, of which God has made your most royal highness the Lord, and me the discoverer, before any other. That which is to be found down this coast to the westward is the province called Carreta, which is 20 leagues distant. Further down the coast, at a distance of 40 leagues from this city, Santa Maria, and 12 leagues inland, there is a cacique called Camogre. In the mountains to the southward there are certain caciques who have great quantities of gold in their houses. It is said these caciques store their gold in barbacoas like maize, because it is so abundant that they do not care to keep it in baskets. that all the rivers of these mountains contain gold, and that they have very large lumps in great abundance. I, sire, have myself been very near these mountains, within a day's journey, but I did not reach them because I was unable to do so owing to the want of men. Beyond these mountains the country is very flat toward the south, and the Indians say that the other sea is at a distance of 3 days' journey. They say that the people of the other coast are very good and well mannered, and I am told that the other sea is very good for canoe navigation, for that it is always smooth and never rough like the sea on this side, according to the Indians. I believe that there are many islands in that sea. They say that there are many large pearls, and that the caciques have baskets of them. It is a most astonishing thing, and without equal, that our Lord has made you the lord of this land." Then he asked for 1,000 men from Hispaniola for materials for the building of small ships, pitch, nails, ropes, and sails, for master shipwrights, and for arms, 200 crossbows with very strong stays and fittings and with long ranges, 24 good handguns of light metal to weigh not more than 25 to 30 pounds, and for good powder. None of Balboa's demands, however, were to be granted. Indeed, by the time his commissioners reached Spain in May, 1513, it is probable that the decision had been made to supersede him. Of this, as we have seen, he had received intimation, and with or without men and munitions he must act. Upon his action depended everything, his fame, his fortune, and his life. Balboa set forth on September 6, 1513, from Coretta's country, Caledonia Bay, directly southward across the Isthmus of Darien to the Gulf of San Miguel. With him he took 190 Spaniards. He took also hundreds of Indian slaves as attendants and burden bearers. Coretta's daughter was still his spouse, and through this fortunate connection he obtained provisions and guides. The arms of his men were the usual swords, crossbows, and arquebuses, but more formidable than all other means of foray were the dogs, the bloodhounds. The distance to be traversed was not great, about 45 miles, but the obstacles were as formidable as the distance was trifling. A cacique named Caraqua proved the most redoubtable foe, and fell upon the Spaniards with a confident and yelling host. He was, however, quickly put to flight by the discharges from the crossbows and arquebuses, and after the fleeing men leaped the dogs. Then, drawing their swords, the Spaniards, according to Peter Martyr, made bloody havoc, hewing from one an arm, from another a leg, from him a buttock, from another a shoulder, and from some the neck from the body at one stroke. The country at first was a succession of streams and swamps, screened by interlacing vines and creepers, the home of gorgeous flowers and brilliant birds, but no less the dwelling place of countless chattering monkeys and inconvenient reptiles. Everywhere stretched forests of trees, stupendous, dark, and so festooned as to be almost impenetrable even to the axe. At length the journey was over. On the 25th of September, Balboa was at the base of an elevation which his guides told him looked upon the sea of the south, the Mar del Sur, as the Spaniards long henceforth were to call it. Some 66 or 67 men only were equal to the ascent. With these Balboa clambered to a point near the summit. Bidding them pause, the ambitious explorer went himself, says Peter Martyr, alone to the top. Here he looked long and prayed. Then he beckoned to his men, who gathered about him, and stared at the Pacific. Among the number thus silent upon a peak in Darien was Francisco Pizarro. To him the situation was a congenial one. Duty had been performed, and there was no need for utterance. But what were his thoughts? In the golden vessels said to be used by Tubanama, did he surmise anything of Peru? Quite likely not. Still, distant regions of a new civilization were now and again heard of in Darien. Once a refugee from the great lands far toward the west came upon a Spanish official reading, and, starting with surprise, exclaimed, "You also have books?" But this by the way. Pizarro, the dutiful captain, was now straightway sent forward by Balboa to discover the shore of the sea they had gazed upon, and on September 29, 1513, St. Michael's Day, Balboa himself, with drawn sword and uplifted banner, advanced to meet the tide. They stood facing a gulf, and in honor of the day they named it San Miguel. And here there came to the Spaniards an unmistakable intimation of Peru. Tomaco, cacique of one of the Gulf tribes, replying to questions by Balboa as to the extent of this new coast, told him that the mainland extended to the south without end, and that far in that direction dwelt a nation fabulously rich, who sailed the ocean in ships and used beasts of burden. To illustrate the beasts, he formed from clay the figure of the llama, which seemed a kind of camel. This, says Herrera, the Spanish historian, was the second intimation Vasco Nunez, and we may add Francisco Pizarro, had of Peru. In 1513, Darien was still to explorers, as it had been to Columbus, the Malay Peninsula, the Golden Cherenisi, the approach to India. It is thought, notes the indefatigable martyr, that not far from the colony of San Miguel lies the country where the fruitfulness of spice beginneth. To dispel this illusion there was required the voyage of Magellan, a voyage not merely to America, but through America and beyond it. Prior to the time of this voyage, in 1519 to 1522, America was thought of only as a part of the continent of Asia. Magellan detached America and gave it an independent existence. But at the time of the discovery of the South Sea itself, Columbus's idea of America as a land appurtenant and subsidiary to Asia prevailed, and had Balboa reached Peru or Mexico, he would have believed himself in India. Even by Cortes, Mexico was thought to be the Golden Cherenisi. After discovering the Gulf of San Miguel and finding Isla Rica, rich in pearls, Balboa turned northward and reached Santa Maria on January 19, 1514. Here the whole people welcomed him and eagerly viewed his treasure. For once in the Indies, however, treasure to the Spaniards was a thing of secondary account. The new sea was what these men cared about. The Mar del Sur, what of it? From Darien, Balboa dispatched Pedro de Arbolancha as a special messenger to Ferdinand with the great news. And as typical of the new sea and of the auriferous realms whereto supposedly it was tributary, he entrusted to his messenger, by way of gift for the king, not merely gold, but 200 lustrous pearls, the fruit of the waters of this great southern sea. But if tales of wealth in the West had given to Balboa his rise, similar tales were to contribute to his fall. A story gained currency that in Darien the natives were accustomed to fish for gold with nets. The prospect of such fishing appealed with special force to an elderly gentleman of Segovia, Pedro Arias de Avila, and as Balboa was to be displaced, and Arias, or Pedrarius as he is known, had money and friends, he was made governor with jurisdiction reaching from the Gulf of Maracaibo to Cape Gracias a Dios. The expedition of Pedrarius set sail from Sanlúcar on April 11, 1514. Prior to this time, one of the greatest expeditions to leave Spain for the Indies had been the second, commanded by Columbus, which had sailed from Cadiz in 1493. In point of eminence, however, the names connected with the expedition of Pedrarius outshone those of its early predecessor in high degree. There were, for example, Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo, who, together with Las Casas, had beheld the triumph of Columbus after his first voyage; Francisco Vasquez Coronado de Valdez, quixotic and chivalric seeker after the seven cities of Cibola; Hernando de Soto, discoverer of the Mississippi; and Bernal Diaz del Castillo, companion to be of Cortes and rugged chronicler of his deeds. Many adventurers, some 2,000 men who were anxious to go, had to be left behind for want of room. Those taken numbered about 1,500, and the show they made was brilliant enough. Largely they were young nobles and gentlemen who had expected to follow Gonsalvo de Cordoba to the Italian wars, And they came wearing their silks and brocades, and provided with gleaming armor, for which they had gone heavily into debt. Upon the imagination of such, writes Washington Irving, the very idea of an unknown sea and splendid empire broke with the vague wonders of an Arabian tale. Finally, Pedrarius brought with him his wife, the resolute Isabel of Bobadilla, and a bishop for Darien, the first prelate of Tierra Firma, Juan de Quevedo. Both the lady and the bishop, it is worthy to be remarked, fell under the spell of the gallantry of Vasco Nunez de Balboa. As for Pedrarius himself, he was skilful with the lance, and had fought against the Portuguese and the Moors, but was now elderly and somewhat infirm. In temper he was arbitrary and wily. Sir Arthur Helps deems him a suspicious, fiery, arbitrary old man. An epigrammatic American thinks he had a swarthy soul, and even John Fiske pronounces him a green-eyed, pitiless, perfidious old wretch. His first business was to arrest Balboa and bring him to trial for misdeeds against Enciso and Niciesa, but the charges fell flat, save that Enciso, who had been given office under Pedrarius, was awarded civil damages for loss of property. Then for a period Balboa was ignored, and the followers of Pedrarius, mad for gold, were let loose upon the isthmus. Between June 30, 1514, and January 1517, a dozen expeditions, sent ostensibly to connect the Atlantic Ocean with the Pacific, ravaged the country. The cruelties inflicted upon the natives were monstrous. Some, says Oviedo, were roasted, others were mangled by dogs, others were hanged. Driven to desperation, the Indians at length turned upon their persecutors. Spaniards, when caught, were not only slain, but were tortured to death. Legs and arms were severed by sharp stones, or the captive was bound and gagged, and molten gold was poured down his throat. The Indians, meanwhile, in mockery, bidding the helpless Christians, "Eat, eat, and take your fill." On leaving his ships, Pedrarius had sought to impress the Darien settlers with his might and magnificence, but the silken and brocaded lords and gentlemen who so largely constituted his retinue had not turned out well. Disease and famine had fast laid hold upon them, forcing them to barter scarlet tunics for corn, or to feed on herbage, or to drop exhausted in the wilderness until their souls deserted them, full 700 of them. Still, these untoward circumstances, bad as they were not what exasperated Pedrarius most. At his side, inactive but observing, cogitative and critical, stood Balboa, whom nothing escaped. Writing to the king on October 16, 1515, Balboa, with a touch of the style of Mark Antony, describes the governor as an honourable man, but one who takes little heed of the interest of your majesty, and one in whom reigns all the envy and avarice in the world. Alluding to the cruelties to the Indians, he calls them the greatest ever heard of in Arabian or Christian country, and says that whereas these Indians formerly were as sheep, now they are as fierce as wolves. Had Pedrarius been less unsuccessful in governing than he was, no single jurisdiction could have continued to hold both him and Vasco Nunez de Balboa. They were incompatible beings, of whom one must go down before the other. How true this was became apparent when early in 1515 the full strength of Pedrarius's resentment was evoked through jealousy. Balboa's messenger, Arbolancha, who had been sent to report to Ferdinand the discovery of the South Sea, had reached Spain but shortly after the departure of Pedrarius. With his gold, his pearls, and his magic tales of Balboa's preemption of the realms of Ophir, Arbolancha quite won over Ferdinand, especially as Balboa had cost the crown nothing, whereas Pedrarius had cost it much. Balboa was thereupon created an adelantado of the South Sea and captain general of Cueva and Panama, under the nominal supervision of Pedrarius as governor of Darien. The governor well knew that an adelantadorship, though technically a lieutenancy, was in reality a provincial governorship, a kind of proconsulship, and something which, in the hands of a Balboa, might easily be transformed into a position of independent power. To Pedrarius two courses lay open. One was to forestall the new Adelantado by going to the Pacific seaboard himself. The other was to institute against him further public proceedings, during the pendency of which his commission might be withheld. Emphasizing the first course, Pedrarius sent Gaspar de Morales and Francisco Pizarro to the west shore of the Gulf of San Miguel to seize the Pearl Islands. And he sent yet farther west an expedition which reached the peninsula of Parita. He in person founded Acla on the Atlantic coast, near the site of the subsequent Caledonia harbor, and through Gaspar de Espinosa, alcalde mayor or chief judge of Darien, penetrated to the extreme west as far as the Gulf of Nicoya in the present Costa Rica. The second course against Balboa, the withholding of his commission, proved wholly a failure, for the Bishop of Darien, to whom it was of necessity disclosed, denounced it roundly in public from the pulpit. Events now moved apace. Balboa, after the interview of Arbolancha with Ferdinand, received a letter from the king, written in August 1514, informing him that Pedrarius had been instructed to treat him well. With this assurance, Balboa had therefore resolved to make his Adelantado-ship a reality by exploring the coasts of the South Sea, regardless of the governor. By secretly obtaining supplies from Cuba, Balboa nearly brought about his own downfall, but the situation was retrieved by Bishop Quevedo, who persuaded Pedrarius, very possibly Dona Isabel was here a factor, to become reconciled and give to the courtly Balboa his eldest daughter, Dona Maria, in betrothal. The arrangement, whatever may have been the motive of Pedrarius in countenancing it, in no wise changed his feeling toward Balboa, an instinctive jealousy and suspicion. To Balboa, on the contrary, the arrangement was not unpleasing. He still loved Coretta's daughter. Dona Maria was at school in Spain. His marriage with her could be deferred. Pedrarius, meanwhile, could not well oppose the passage of the Adelantado, his prospective son-in-law, to the latter's province on the Pacific. What Balboa needed was ships. These, to the number of 4 brigantines, he built from the forest on the northern side of the Sierra below Acla, and thousands of impressed Indians carried them in sections over the ridge to the waters of the river Balsas Sabana, which flowed into the Gulf of San Miguel. But the timbers proved rotten, and the work of shipbuilding had to be done all over again. Done, however, it finally was, and Balboa stood exultant on the beach of Isla Rica, gazing south seaward. The nights at this season were clear, we are told, and a certain great star rode in the heavens above. Now it seems that just after Balboa's discovery of the Pacific, a Venetian travelling astrologer who was in Santa Maria had pointed out to him the star, telling him that when it attained in the heavens a definite point, he was to beware, as mortal peril faced him. The crisis safely passed, he would be Fortune's child, the greatest lord and captain in all the Indies, and with all the richest. Turning to friends who were with him, Balboa on one occasion spoke of the star and ridiculed the astrologer. "Have I not," he said, "300 men and 4 ships, and the countenance officially of Pedrarius?" From time to time news had reached Darien that, as Balboa had been superseded by Pedrarius, so the latter was to be superseded by Lope de Sosa, acting governor of the Canary Islands. Such news, now that Balboa was on working terms with Pedrarius, was not welcome to him, for a change in governors might cause him delay. So the Adelantado remarked to his notary that it would be well to send to Acla to ascertain whether Lope de Sosa were yet arrived. If he were, then Balboa could not put to sea too soon. If he were not, some much needed iron and pitch might be obtained, and the preparations could be continued. 4 men composed the party to go to Acla: Andres Carabito, Luis Botello, Fernando Munoz, and Andres de Valderrabano. They were to make their visit by night and to gather information from the servant who would be found in Balboa's house. But the crisis foretold by the astrologer, registered by the star, had come. Garabito, under a dissembling exterior, hated Balboa for having admonished him against attempted familiarities with Coretta's daughter. He had even written to Pedrerius that Balboa cared naught for Dona Maria, to whom he was betrothed, and meant at the earliest opportunity to renounce the governor personally as well as politically. Furthermore, the remark of Balboa about a speedy putting to sea had been overheard by a sentry, who, mistaking it for treason, had so reported it to Garabito or Botelho. Finally, the period within which the Adelantado was to be ready for sea under agreement with the governor had been much exceeded, and Pedrerius would not extend it. And when Balboa's chief financial backer, Fernando de Arguello, wrote advising a putting to sea at once, the letter was intercepted. Garabito and Botelho, on their nocturnal visit to Acla, were both apprehended, and what they related to Pedrerius deeply implicated Balboa in disloyalty and intrigue. How the story roused Pedrerius, primitive Spaniard that he was, to a cold fury distinctly appears in the counter measures which he took. To Balboa he penned a beguiling letter, inviting him to come to Acla. To Francisco Pizarro, the model subordinate, the ever dutiful one, he at the same time gave orders to gather a force, meet Balboa, and arrest him. The Adelantado came, warnings he received, but he disregarded them. Before he had crossed the Sierra, he was met by Pizarro's force. The leader himself stepped forward and made the arrest. "It is not thus," said Balboa, smiling sadly, "that you were wont to come forth to receive me, Francisco Pizarro." Balboa's trial was conducted by the alcalde mayor, or chief judge, Gaspar de Espinosa, and the Adelantado's entire record from the days of Enciso and Nicuesa was admitted against him. Even so, he would have been allowed an appeal to the crown had it not been for the governor, who would not assent to it. At Santa Maria, in the plaza, a scaffold and block were prepared, and early in the morning of a day in January, 1519, Balboa was led forth in chains. Before him walked the town crier, exclaiming, "Behold the traitor and usurper!" "'Tis false," retorted Balboa. "Never have I been disloyal." With this he mounted the scaffold and received the sacrament. His head was then cut off upon a hatchment cloth and stuck upon a pole. The same day, until past nightfall, were beheaded in ghastly succession Valderabano, Botelho, Munoz, and Arguello. Pedrerius, it is said, witnessed the executions from behind the shelter of a lattice, while as for Garabito, he reaped a not uncommon reward of treachery in the salvation of his own life. Thus the third voyage of Columbus, the voyage for pearls, brought about, as a first great result, the occupation of that part of the mainland of America now known as the Isthmus of Panama, and the discovery of the Pacific Ocean. As its second great result, it brought about, though less directly, the occupation of Mexico, a tale which remains to be told. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4, Part 1 of The Spanish Conquerors, by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 4, Cortes and Mexico. Where dwell the gods? Where dwell the gods? Oh, dwell they in the sky? The gods are always nigh. Raymond, the Aztec God. But what of the young nobleman Valdivia? "O you wretched men of Darien," exclaims Peter Martyr, "tarry for Valdivia, whom you sent to provide, to help your necessities. Provide for yourselves rather, and trust not to them whose fortune ye know not." Juan de Valdivia, it will be remembered, had in January, 1512, set out from Santa Maria of Darien for Hispaniola, to solicit of Don Diego Columbus a supply of food. His return, long looked for, never came. His ship was wrecked off Jamaica, and he was carried in an open boat, with a few followers, to the coast of Yucatan. Here he was seized by the local cacique, and with 3 others was sacrificed to the gods, his heart being torn out and his flesh eaten. Some of the company were kept prisoners. One by one they died, till two only were left, Gonzalo Guerrero, a seaman, and Geronimo de Aguilar, a friar, both of whom, some 8 years later, were found, as will be seen, by Cortes. Columbus never reached Yucatan, but on his first voyage he heard of the culture of a people called the Mayas, who wore clothes and dwelt on a mainland 10 days' journey in a canoe from Hispaniola, and on his fourth voyage he came on July 30, 1502, into actual touch with this civilization near the island of Guanaya, off the coast of Honduras. Here he encountered a monster canoe provided with an awning and laden with merchandise, a canoe bearing a cacique clad in loincloth and mantle; one, furthermore, which was being propelled by a band of 25 Indians, well clothed. Nor was Columbus's acquaintance with the Maya culture limited to the sight of the canoe. Near Cariari, Nicaragua, he personally visited a mountain tomb as large as a house and elaborately sculptured, where there stood or crouched, as though peering within, the corpse of a Maya Indian. He saw also, he tells us, some large sheets of cotton cloth, elaborately and cleverly worked, and other sheets, Maya manuscripts, very delicately painted. As compared with the Nahuas of Mexico, pre-Aztec as well as Aztec, the Mayas of Yucatan were an ancient, a peaceful, and a polished race. And like all races that have advanced as far as barbarism, they were emphatically religious. Their most characteristic deity, perhaps, was Itzamna, god of the east, or rising sun, inventor of letters. But there was another sun deity, Kukulkan, the most active and imminent of the Maya gods. He was patron of arts and crafts, inculcator of peace, and withal deprecator of human sacrifices; a god of order, who, having founded cities, had departed into the sunrise, whence he had promised to return at a future time. War gods there were in the Maya pantheon, but war and religion, despite some human sacrifices, were not the intimate blend that they were in Mexico. If the death of Valdivia and his three fellow unfortunates upon a heathen altar may be regarded as demanding of heaven to be avenged, vengeance nevertheless was somewhat delayed. Valdivia died in 1512. Up to that time but little had been done to subdue and occupy the Antilles outside of Hispaniola. In 1509 Diego Columbus had sent a governor to Jamaica, and in 1511 he had made Diego Velasquez governor of Cuba, a land which Christopher Columbus had never recognized as insular, but which had been officially demonstrated so to be by a voyage of circumnavigation, effected by Sebastian de Ocampo in 1508. Velasquez was jocose and affable, but at the same time acquisitive and envious. To Cuba he took with him, or soon summoned to follow him, Francisco Hernandez de Cordoba, Juan de Grijalva, Bartolome de las Casas, Panfilo de Narvaez, and Hernan Cortes. Narvaez did the work of pacification, while Velasquez founded Trinidad, Puerto del Principe, Matanza, Santo Espiritu, San Salvador, Habana, and Santiago. In 1516, because of the continued famine in Darien, Governor Pedrarius gave leave to his silken host, as many as wished, to go to Cuba, where provisions were not lacking, and 110 went. Velasquez met them cordially and promised them land if they would wait for vacancies, but they were tired of a passive role and craved activity. Slave catching, though contrary to law, was at this time practiced in the island, and it no doubt was with the profits from such an enterprise in view that the Darien arrivals made ready an expedition which would serve as an outlet for their energies. They chartered 2 vessels, Velasquez, it is said, contributing a third, and on February 8, 1517, with Hernandez de Cordoba, now a rich planter of Santo Espiritu, as captain, unfurled their sails from San Cristobal, the old Habana. Whither should they fare? Their chief pilot counselled adventuring straight into the west, into the region of the people who wore clothes. The squadron, about the 1st or 2nd of March, reached the island of Las Mujeres, Island of Women, and on the 4th landed at Point Catoche, the extreme northeasterly limit of Yucatan. Their next landing was at Champoton in Campeche, where they tediously worked their way back to San Cristobal by way of the peninsula of Florida. On this expedition the Spaniards were roughly handled by the natives. Both Cordoba and Bernal Diaz were wounded, the former so severely that soon after reaching Cuba he died. But the invaders succeeded in bringing away 2 youths whom they named respectively Melchor and Julian, and to whom they taught Spanish that they might serve as interpreters. Foiled as to slave catching, but curious regarding Yucatan, the Cuban settlers by 1518 were ready for a second adventure into the west, and this time it was Velasquez who took the lead. He managed to add 2 vessels to 2 others left from the expedition of Cordoba, enlisted some 250 men, and appointed Juan de Grijalva commander-in-chief. Sail was made from Santiago de Cuba on the 8th of April, with Alaminos once more as chief pilot, and on the 3rd of May the fleet gained to the southward of Point Catoche a large island called Cozumel, Island of Swallows. By the last of the month the expedition had passed Lake Terminos, and by the 18th of June various rivers of Tabasco, such as Rio de Grijalva and Rio de Banderas, and various islands off Mexico, including San Juan de Ulloa and Isla de Sacrificios, they made a landing where now stands the city of Vera Cruz. Grijalva, under the orders given him, might trade in any regions discovered, but he might not colonize. And as the country everywhere by its aspect invited to colonization, Alvarado, on the 24th of June, was permitted to sail for Cuba to carry back the sick, report progress, and, if possible, obtain permission to form settlements. Meanwhile, Grijalva followed the Mexican coast as far north as Cape Rollo, whence, returning to Yucatan, he sailed for Cuba, reaching Matanzas about the 1st of November. On both the Cordoba and Grijalva expeditions the Spaniards were impressed by divers things, but more than with anything else by the scenery, the sacrificial mounds, and the stone temples. On every island and dotting the coast of the mainland were to be seen mounds, pyramidal in form, ascended by stone steps and surmounted by temple towers of squat masonry. The towers gleamed white, and over them floated the smoke of incense and of sacrifice. At Campeche, Cordoba saw many temples or prayer palaces wetted within with fresh blood. From each there swarmed angrily forth half a score of priests, armed with braziers, and clad in white mantles, down which fell their hair, long, black, and dishevelled, so matted and clotted with blood from their own ears, lacerated in penance, that one strand could not be separated from another. Indeed, the farther to the west the Spaniards fared, the closer their approach, that is to say, to the Nahua tribes of Mexico, as distinguished from the Maya of Yucatan, the more the evidences of human sacrifices multiplied. "Why," asked Grijalva of a Tabasco Indian, "this ripping open of human bodies and offering of bloody hearts to hungry gods?" "Because," was the reply, "the people of Julia, by which was meant Mexico, will have it so." When, in November, 1518, Grijalva reached Cuba, then called Isla Fernandina, he found himself most undeservedly out of favor. He was young, handsome, and chivalric, but above all conscientious, so conscientious that Las Casas tells us he would have made a good monk. Having been ordered not to plant colonies, he had obeyed. But obedience proved to be his undoing, for, angered by it, his subordinates, particularly Alvarado, whom he had reproved, had misrepresented him to Velasquez, and already that grasping ruler had decided upon a new voyage in which Grijalva was not to share. For this new voyage Velasquez sought a commander of quite supermundane qualities, one astute and valiant enough to achieve rare deeds, and at the same time subservient enough to give all the honors and emoluments to Velasquez. The governor, profiting by Grijalva's labors, had already, on the 13th of November, secured for himself the adelantadorship of all that he had discovered in the West, or might thereafter discover, there, and his solicitude to make just the right choice of a commander was intense. Then, as not seldom in human affairs, stepped in fate, ironical, mocking fate. To Diego Velasquez, tremulous with apprehension lest he choose wrongly for himself, fate dictated the selection of Hernan Cortes. It has been said that the rise of Cortes was due to the third voyage of Columbus, and the statement is true in that his rise was part of the movement following upon Columbus's pearl discoveries, a movement which, through Nicuessa and Ojeda, begat Balboa, and through Balboa begat Pedrarius, and through Pedrarius those activities in Cuba which resulted in the expeditions of Cordoba and Grijalva. Apropos of Columbus, in this connection regret at times has found voice that it was not he who conquered Mexico rather than Cortes. There, it is said, he would have found fulfillment of his dream of gold, if not of spicery, in measure far more complete than in Asia and India, for in the 15th century the Cathay of Marco Polo, as also Polo's Cipangu, were vanished things. But to each his task. The Mexican conquest called for traits, at least one of which, ruthlessness, Columbus did not possess. It called, that is to say, for the traits which were peculiarly Spanish, and it called for all of them, for ruthlessness, for pride, for devoutness, and for romanticism. These traits, combined and coordinated in a unique manner, belonged to Cortes. Hernan Cortes was born in Medellin in Estremadura in 1485. His parents were, as who in those days in Spain was not, of noble descent, though poor. As he was delicate in health, he was destined for the law. At 14 he entered the University of Salamanca, where he remained 2 years, acquiring a smattering of Latin and some ease in rhetoric. On leaving the university he looked about him. He might join the banner of the great captain Cordoba, as had been the frustrated purpose of so many of the followers of Pedrarius, or he might go to the Indies. The Indies were his choice, and thither in 1504 he took passage. This was the period just subsequent to the coming of Nicolas de Ovando to Hispaniola as governor, and Cortes, after some hesitation, was induced by Ovando to become a planter. In 1510 he would have joined Nicuessa on his Veragua, Castillo del Oro expedition, but was prevented by an abscess under the right knee. In 1511 Diego Velasquez, who admired his intelligence, took him to Cuba as business adviser or private secretary. Cortes was young and famed for his amorous gallantries. According to reports not altogether illuminating, his affairs in Cuba involved him in discord with Velasquez. Catalina Suarez was the name of one of his inamoratas, and her he married. By 1518 Velasquez, despite differences, had appointed him alcalde at Santiago de Cuba. Cortes was now 33. He was of medium stature, compact and muscular, and had dark eyes, good features, a short beard, and legs a trifle bowed. Outwardly he was frank and vivacious, but inwardly he was calculating and self-contained. Since 1516 in Hispaniola, Diego Columbus, as admiral and governor, had been under the supervisory authority of 3 monks known as the Geronimite Fathers, who had been sent to the Indies at the instance of Las Casas to temper somewhat with mercy the dealings of Spaniards with the natives, and it was necessary to obtain from them sanction for enterprises such as that for which Velasquez had selected Cortes. Velasquez obtained the requisite sanction, and on the 23rd of October, before Grijalva's own return from the west, he issued instructions authorizing, as in Grijalva's case, exploration but not colonization. Cortes was now energy itself. He mortgaged his estate. He secured a large contribution from Velasquez. He stuck a plume in his bonnet. He hoisted a banner. He issued proclamations. By these means, and by enacting throughout a jovial role, he gathered out of Cuba and Jamaica 11 vessels, 508 soldiers, and 109 seamen by February 10, 1519. But there were difficulties, and the gravest of these was a distrust of Cortes, which was more and more perceptibly defining itself in the mind of the governor. Like the chorus in the drama of antiquity, the fool or jester of early modern drama performed a work of prognosis. He forecast the issue. Such a fool Diego Columbus had about him officially, in the person of a sharp-witted dwarf named Francisquillo. This oracle, unlike the fool in Lear, did not say openly to his master, "Thou hadst little wit in thy bald crown when thou gavest thy golden one away," but he said what was equivalent to it. To Velasquez, as one day, along with Cortes, he surveyed the harbor of Santiago, alive with the preparation of Cortes's fleet, Francisquillo, who was capering about, exclaimed, "Have a care, Diego, lest this Extremaduran captain of yours make off with the fleet." Herein, it is said, the distrust on the part of Velasquez took its rise. Cortes did not slink from Santiago with his ships in the night. He left openly in the daytime after embracing the governor, but he was nevertheless closely watched. Indeed, Velasquez's distrust of him continued to grow, for he made frantic efforts to supersede him at Trinidad and to stop him and apprehend him at San Cristobal. In his train Cortes took a notable band of Spanish gentlemen, 10 staunch captains, each in command of a company, with himself in command of the 11th. The arms carried were 32 crossbows, 13 firelocks, and an outfit of swords and spears, the whole reinforced by artillery in the form of 10 bronze guns, breech loaders, and 4 falconets. But above and beyond all else were 16 noble horses, about which more anon. The general rendezvous was Cape San Antonio, the most westerly point of Cuba, whence on the 18th of February the expedition, all save Pedro de Alvarado's ship, which was driven aside by tempest, set its prows for Cozumel. At this time there was no knowledge in the Indies of the fate of the Valdivia party, but on the Cordoba expedition Indians of Campeche had saluted the Spaniards with the word Castellan, and this was deemed significant. At any rate, after much inquiry on the Yucatan coast and much dispatching of messengers inland, Aguilar appeared, though Guerrero did not. Provided thus with a reliable interpreter, for Melchor and Julian had proved wanting and Aguilar was willing, Cortes early in March set sail with his fleet for the country of the Cacique Tabasco. The halting point of the Spaniards was an island in the Tabasco or Yalva River, but when they sought to establish themselves on the mainland, christened by Cortes New Spain, they were vigorously withstood. A fight took place on the 25th of March, and fortune was turned in favor of the Spaniards and against overwhelming bodies of Indians by the artillery and the horses. In Darien, where the natives were lower in the scale of barbarism than in Yucatan and Mexico, Balboa had already won triumphs by the aid of powerful dogs. But to the east of the Gulf of Uraba, that region of the poisoned arrow, dogs had not been found effective. And in Yucatan and Mexico, where the missiles most in use were darts, javelins, sling stones, and the obsidian-edged sword-club or maquahuitl, dogs, save for hunting purposes, were eschewed. What in Darien was accomplished by the dog was accomplished in the region farther west by the horse. At Tabasco, or rather on the plain of Cutla, near by, the horses, supported by the cannon, therefore won the day. The Indians who covered the whole plain, who wore great feather crests and quilted cotton armor, who carried drums and trumpets and rained upon their foe arrows, javelins, and stones, were finally hemmed in between the Spanish guns, which plowed through their masses, and the Spanish horse, who, under Cortes himself, speared them down, and so were brought to a stand. In the eyes of the terrorized barbarians, the guns with their thunder and lightning were a marvel, but the horsemen were a greater marvel still, for they were each a living monster, horse and rider, in the words of Bernal Diaz, being all one animal. It was at the close of this battle that the Tabascans, suing for peace, brought to Cortes 20 young women, among them Dona Marina, as she came to be known, a truly great chieftainess, a daughter of caciques and a mistress of vassals. Marina was Aztec, but as a little girl had been given by her mother to the Indians of Tabasco in order to make way for the succession of a half-brother to the headship of her tribe. Cortes at first did not bestow upon her especial notice, merely assigning her to a distinguished gentleman. What made her fortune was her knowledge of both Nahua and Maya speech, combined with her intelligence. The rescued Aguilar, who spoke the Maya of Yucatan and Tabasco, readily understood the Maya of Tabasco as spoken by Marina. So, as it proved, the chain of tongues indispensable to Cortes was complete, Marina translating Aztec Nahua into Tabascan Maya, which Aguilar in turn put into Castilian Spanish. Cortes, who no less than Columbus was devout, spent Palm Sunday of the year 1519 at Tabasco, where a religious procession was held and mass was sung, and where the Indians were stoutly exhorted to give up their bloody sacrifices and idols. The fleet then set sail, and by Holy Thursday was at the island of San Juan de Ulloa, where the Spaniards first came to a definite knowledge of the existence and importance of Montezuma. It is true that at Tabasco Grijalva had heard of a Calua or Ulua where there was plenty of gold, but in the words of the chronicler, we did not know what this Culia could be. At San Juan de Ulloa the fleet of Cortes lay at anchor, its fiery purpose clothed, as some one has said, in dissembling white. Hardly had it assumed its position when from 2 large canoes there ascended to the deck of the flagship a group of Indians. Asking for Tlatoan, or chief, they did him reverence, but beyond this they were unable to make themselves understood. Thereupon Marina, who with other slave girls was standing by, said to Aguilar that the Indians were Mexicans sent by the cacique Quitlalpitac, a servant of Montezuma, and that he wished to know whence the strangers had come and why. So was begun a series of interchanges between Cortes and the overlord of Culua, or Mexico, interchanges conducted on the part of the one with veiled, though ever mounting audacity, and on the part of the other with veiled, though ever deepening apprehension. For more than a fortnight Cortes encouraged the coming of embassies for trade. First came Quitlalpitac, accompanied by his superior, Tutilili, and with them they brought cotton fabrics done in brilliant feather designs, 10 bales of them, as also articles of wrought gold set with rare stones. In return, Cortes gave a carved and inlaid armchair, some engraved stones, a crimson cap, beads, and a gilt helmet, which Lily had wondered at, and was told to bring back filled with gold dust. The Spaniard asked also for a time and place to be fixed at which he might meet Montezuma. Then in due season came a second embassy, one headed by a cacique named Quintalbor, who in looks resembled Cortes. With Quintalbor came Tutalili, and this time, besides cotton fabrics embroidered in feathers and gold, there were brought large plumes of bright color spangled with gold and pearls, great feather fans, rods of gold like a magistrate's staff, collars and necklaces with pendant golden bells, headdresses of green quetzal feathers and gold, or of feathers and silver, miniature golden fish, alligators, ducks, monkeys, pumas, and jaguars, a graceful bow with 12 sharp arrows, all these things, to say naught of Nahua books executed in picture writing upon cotton or bark. Nor yet were these things all, for dominating the entire collection were a wheel of gold as large as a cartwheel, a wheel of silver equally large, the twain worth in American money of today some $290,000, and the helmet at which Tutalili had wondered, filled with grains of gold fresh from the placers. The object of this second embassy was clearly to bribe Cortes into leaving the country, for to his wish, again earnestly expressed, to visit Montezuma, many objections were courteously interposed. The refusal, indeed, was soon made pointed and explicit, for Tutalili, having gone through the form of carrying to his lord the Spanish leader's reiterated request, came back after 10 days bearing a quantity of robes, feathers, and gems as a gift to be carried by Cortes personally to his own overlord, the Spanish king. Having thus felt out Montezuma and his magnificence, Cortes saw his goal before him. But could he reach it? Reach it he must if he would escape outlawry. Already he had broken with Velasquez, for at Tabasco he had taken possession in the name of the king alone. His position was like that of Balboa after he had deported Enciso and had heard of the golden-shored Pacific. He must seize his opportunity. He must do or die. As a first step, Cortes resolved upon a new basis for his expedition. The soldiers must become a Spanish colony, looking immediately to the king. Over this colony he himself must be chosen captain general and justicia mayor. As such he could found a settlement, taking care by destroying his fleet to remove from his followers all temptation to resume relations with Cuba and Velasquez. Even so, however, the situation for Cortes was fraught with difficulty. Assuming the successful establishment of direct relations with Charles V, successor to Ferdinand on the Spanish throne, how about the Indians? What would be their attitude toward the appropriation of Montezuma's wealth by the arrogant white strangers, the white strangers from out the sunrise? But just here a stroke of fortune. Across the sand dunes above the San Juan de Ulua anchorage came one day, soon after the departure of the last of the embassies from Montezuma, 5 Indians. They were not Aztec, but 2 of their number spoke Nahua, and by aid of Marina and Anguillar it was quickly learned that they were Totonacs, subject to Montezuma and hating him with a deadly fear. Their principal settlement, Cempoala, was a short distance inland to the north, and here, eager for a conference with the white chieftain, waited their cacique. Into the hands of Cortes was given a possible solution of his difficulty, and he was not slow to perceive it. Cortes approached Cempoala overland with 400 men and 2 light guns, while the fleet ascended the coast some 10 leagues to a harbor called Bernal, discovered by Francisco de Montejo. At the anchorage opposite San Juan de Ulua, the present Vera Cruz, it was not only hot and damp, but, according to Bernal Diaz there were always there many mosquitoes, both long-legged ones and small ones. The way to Cempoala wound through tropical forests filled with birds of startling plumage and dominated throughout by the snow-crowned peak of Orizaba, Star Mountain, gleaming in majesty to the south and west. As for the settlement itself, it was the first great town, the product of barbarism, which the Spaniards had seen. From out a plaza rose towered temples on pyramidal foundations, while the sides of the square were formed by terrace-roofed buildings of stone and adobe, the whole brilliant with white stucco. Cempoala was dazzling, but no less was it beautiful. Not only did it shine like silver, of which some of the Spaniards at first thought it to be constructed, but its houses were embowered in green, and against this green and the white walls beneath glowed the massed colors of tropical flowers. Roses in particular abounded. As the Spaniards entered and marched along, they were met by deputations which showered roses upon the horsemen. To Cortes some handed bouquets, while others flung rose garlands about his neck or placed wreaths on his helmet. The foot soldiers, too, were remembered, for to them were given pineapples, cherries, juicy zapotes, and aromatic anonas. The palace, or official abode, of the cacique was at length reached, and though that personage was very sedate, he was so corpulent and shook so when he walked that the Spaniards could not be restrained from laughing at him. Hardly had Cortes arrived in the Cempoalan district when proof of the dread which the overlord of Ulua, or Mexico, inspired was dramatically revealed. 5 of Montezuma's tribute men appeared. Haughty and insolent was their mien, and upon them the Cempoalans attended like slaves. Their shining hair, says Bernal Diaz, was gathered up as though tied on their heads, and each one was smelling the roses that he carried, and each had a crooked staff in his hand. The meaning of the visit was that Montezuma resented the fact that Cempoala was entertaining the white strangers, especially as by the last embassy sent to Cortes it had been made plain that their presence in Mexico was no longer desired. Expiation, therefore, was demanded, and of the Cempoalan youth, men and maids, 20 must accompany the tribute men to Ulua and yield their hearts upon the altar. Cortes's purpose in Cempoala was to cement an alliance with the Totonacs, yet to avoid as long as possible a break with the lord of Ulua. He secretly ordered the Cempoalans to throw Montezuma's envoys into prison and to withhold tribute. At the same time he ingratiated himself with Montezuma by covertly liberating the prisoners and sending them to their lord with the tale of their deliverance at his hands. Montezuma therefore reopened relations with the Spanish leader by sending a further embassy bearing presents. Upon this delegation Cortes wrought with great effect by resorting to his never-failing dependence, the horse. Verily, to the Mexicans, the neck of the horse was clothed with thunder. The glory of his nostrils was terrible. He swallowed the ground with fierceness and rage, and said among the trumpets, "Ha! ha!" Having concluded an alliance with the Totonacs, Cortes founded in June, 1519, in Bernal Harbor, his projected settlement, the town of Villarica de la Vera Cruz, and in July he sent to the king letters explanatory of the proceeding. Just prior to this, in renewed fury of missionary zeal, a fury which Father Olmedo, priest to the army, did his best somewhat to restrain, he had thrown down the idols at Cempoala and cleansed the temples of blood. His next acts were to scuttle and sink his ships, to lash, mutilate, or hang various Velasquez conspirators, and to frighten away an expedition sent out by the governor of Jamaica. There now remained as the one sole objective of the Spaniards in Mexico Montezuma and his gold. Montezuma is lord of many kings. His equal is not known in all the world. In his house many lords serve barefooted, with eyes cast down to the ground. He has 30,000 vassals in his empire, each of whom has 100,000 fighting men. Each year 20,000 persons are regularly sacrificed in his dominions, some years 50,000. Montezuma dwells in the most beautiful, the largest, and the strongest city in the world, a city built in the water, possessing a noble palace and plaza, the center of an immense traffic. Hither flock princes from all the earth, bringing incalculable riches. No lord, however great, is there who does not pay tribute, and no one so poor is there who does not give at least the blood of his arm. The cost of all is enormous, for, besides his household, Montezuma is constantly waging war and maintaining vast armies. These words of the cacique Ollantaytaml echoed in the ears of Cortes, as on August 31, 1519, he departed from the friendly Totonac country on his way to pay that visit to Montezuma which had been so persistently declined. Had it been Columbus, what more of confirmation would he have required that he was about to behold the city and court of the Great Khan? As it was, even the practical-minded Cortes felt himself impelled to write. According to our judgment, it is credible that there is everything in this country which existed in that from which Solomon is said to have brought the gold for the temple. End of chapter 4, part 1. Chapter 4, part 2 of the Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 4, Cortes and Mexico. Mexico, Tenochtitlan, abode of the war god, the place of the stone and prickly pear, seat of the power of Montezuma, whereof the Spaniards had heard, under the name Julia, was a wonderful place to the Spaniard, but he failed to understand its real significance. What the Spaniard found in Mexico, as he believed, was merely a feudal monarchy under a king, supported by a nobility, occupying palaces in a picturesque city full of mosques. In point of fact, Cortes unwittingly was looking across an abyss of perhaps 10,000 years, actually seeing the dead past live again. To say, remarks John Fiske, that it was like stepping back across the centuries to visit the Nineveh of Sennacherib or hundred-gated Thebes is but inadequately to depict the situation, for it was a longer step than that. Yes, immeasurably longer, for it was a step from civilization quite to mid-barbarism. What it really was that Tenochtitlan disclosed to the Spaniards may perhaps be best conceived by the aid of a survey from the summit of one of the so-called mosques. The Central Valley of Mexico is a plateau some 7,400 feet above sea level, about 60 miles long by 40 broad, and surrounded by mountains. Here the waters, collected by drainage as in a basin, spread themselves out in 3 shallow lakes or lagoons, of which Chauco and Xochimilco are fresh, and Texcoco is salt, covering in all perhaps 442 square miles. Near the western side of Lake Texcoco are 2 marsh islands, and over them extends the community of Mexico Tenochtitlan, with its adjunct Tlatelolco. This community, which is not at all a city or municipality, is of about 1/4 the extent of the Mexico City of the present day, and harbors at this early time a population of perhaps 70,000 souls. Connection with the mainland is maintained by 3 long causeways, one to the north, one to the west, and one to the south, each 20 or 25 feet broad, and of a cement construction which is hard and smooth. These causeways, provided as they are with sluice gates, serve also as dikes for regulating the flow and depth of the water to the west of the islands, where it discharges from Chauco and Xochimilco, which are at a higher elevation than Texcoco. For similar control to the eastward of the islands, a long dike exists. Besides the three main causeways, there are certain tributary ones, and a double aqueduct of concrete bringing water from the mainland hill of Chapultepec. Turning now our gaze more directly beneath, we perceive first that the center of the main community, Tenochtitlan, is marked by a great square, 900 by 1,050 feet, facing the cardinal points, and surrounded by a stone wall 8 or 9 feet high, embellished with carved stone serpents. In this wall, on each side of the square, there is a gate, and each gate is approached from without by a broad avenue, those leading to the north, south, and west gates being prolongations of the causeways. By the square and avenues, the main community is divided into 4 quarters, the adjunct Tlatelolco constituting a 5th division, and each quarter is intersected by canals spanned by bridges. The great square in Tenochtitlan forms the place of trade and concourse, and in Tlatelolco a like square subserves the same. So far as buildings are concerned, they are of 4 principal sorts. First, huge communal dwellings; next, official edifices or tekpans; then armories or houses of darts, as they are called; and lastly, temple structures, comprehending educational houses and quarters for priests. The material of all is a reddish stone, for the most part whitened to brilliance by stucco, and the foundations, as a rule, are pyramidal in shape. The great square is filled with temples, 20 at least, without counting the chief temple, and Tlatelolco also has its temples, a chief and lesser ones. If the hour of observation from our mosque be sunset, the picture will be charming. In the pale blue water sheet of Texcoco will be reflected not alone the white buildings of Mexico Tenochtitlan, but those of other similar communities on the shores, the whole relieved against a dark blue sierra, crowned by the peaks, gigantic and roseate, of Iztaccíhuatl, White Woman, and Popocatépetl, Smoking Mountain. On the other hand, if we look at night, charm will be replaced by an aspect weirdly sinister. Spectral barks or canoes, 50,000 of them, it is said, will be darting athwart the lake and through the brazier-lighted canals, while aloft the darkness will everywhere be pierced by temple flames. A modern smelting works, somewhat softened, might suggest the effect. Open daylight, however, will best reveal Mexico Tenochtitlan to the high-placed observer. By it, the communal dwellings will be seen to be of wide extent, but of only 1 or at most 2 stories; in the latter case receding or terraced, and provided with low parapets. The principal tekpans, of which there are 2, one being in Tlatelolco, are surmounted by observation towers, and the pyramids of the temples are bulky structures of smooth stone, dented on 1 or more sides by steps, and culminating in wooden oratories. Terrible indeed is the religion of the Aztec Nahua. Its leading deity is Huitzilopochtli, god of war, and to him chiefly is consecrated the greatest pyramid of all. It stands in the broad square of Tenochtitlan. It is 300 feet wide on each side at the base, and with its oratories it rises to a height of 150 feet. Here, under one's very nostrils, as one gazes, reeks the blood of human sacrifices, blood offerings performed by filthy priests, who, in the curt phrase of Bernal Diaz, stink like sulphur and have another bad smell like carrion. A second great deity shares with the war god his ensanguined abode, Tezcatlipoca, god of the breath of life, the racial god of the Nahua. Near by are the temples of two other important gods, Tlaloc, a god of rain and fertility, and Quetzalcoatl, counterpart of the Maya Kukulkan, god of order, enlightenment, and humaneness, the blond and bearded god, the fair god of romance. But it is not merely the exteriors of houses that daylight in Tenochtitlan best reveals. Interiors respond to it even more. Here will be seen courts supplied with ponds and fountains, the abode in some instances of wild beasts and birds, chambers with floors and walls brought to a hard finish by cement and gypsum, and decked with featherwork hangings, mats and cushions, and provided with low canopied beds, low tables and stools, flint and copper implements, and of varied pottery. Between many of the buildings, too, are green garden plots, and in the lake floating vegetable gardens, and in the squares both of Tenochtitlan and Tlatelolco huge markets in full tide of activity. Of much interest is all this, but obviously interest of a limited sort. What of the inner self of the Aztec? What of his soul? As disclosed by his religion, the soul of the Aztec is dark. War feeds it, and blood anoints it. But art is a second medium of soul disclosure, and through it the soul of the Aztec is revealed as not inhospitable to light and beauty. Of Aztec art, featherwork is the most striking example, but metalwork, flower culture, and poetry are also striking examples, especially flower culture and poetry. Campoala is a place of roses. Mexico Tenochtitlan is even more such a place. Roses peep above the parapets of the communal dwellings, and tecpans bloom in the chinampas, or floating gardens, depending garlands from the breasts of idols. No occasion is there that roses do not grace, be it festival, baptism, wedding, or funeral. And though the form of arrangement be oft that of the pyramid or the sacrificial mound, beauty veils the tragedy of the suggestion. When, therefore, the Aztec poet dreams and sings, it is flowers, roses for the most part, and other things of a flower-like fragility that he celebrates: hummingbirds, butterflies, songbirds, and precious stones. I wonder where I may gather some pretty sweet flowers. Whom shall I ask? Suppose that I ask the brilliant hummingbird. Suppose that I ask the yellow butterfly. They will tell me. I polished my noble new song like a shining emerald. I arranged it like the voice of the Tzinitzcan bird. I set it in order like the chant of the Zacuan bird. I mingled it with the beauty of the emerald, that I might make it appear like a rose bursting its bud. They led me within a valley to a fertile spot, a flowery spot, where the dew spread out in glittering splendor, where I saw lovely fragrant flowers, lovely odorous flowers, clothed with the dew. But even amid songs of rejoicing, rarely is there wanting the minor chord, the plaintive strain common to primitive man. Weeping, I, the singer, weave my songs of flowers of sadness. I lift my voice in wailing. I am afflicted as I remember that we must leave the beautiful flowers, the noble songs. Only sad flowers and songs are here in Mexico and Tlatelolco. Ohuaya, Ohuaya. The Spaniard, beholding Mexico Tenochtitlan with its adjunct Tlatelolco, failed to comprehend it, and his failure, save lately and in the case of a few persons, has been our own. The Mexico City or municipality of the Spaniard was in fact an Indian pueblo. It had been founded in 1325 by southward roving Indians, the Aztecs, a tribe few in number and near starvation. Finding the rich Mexican valley already occupied, the Aztecs took as their portion the two neighboring islands in Lake Texcoco, and devoted themselves to their principal need, the production of food, chiefly maize and cocoa. The tribe, in process of time, became fierce, bloody, and prosperous, and it was the struggle for food that made them so. This struggle for subsistence, indeed, is the key to Aztec life and institutions. To this struggle was it due that the inhabitants of Tenochtitlan planted gardens and invented the floating garden. To this was it due primarily that, feeling the need of controlling communication with the mainland, they built causeways which might be utilized as dikes. To this was it due that, feeling the need of a water supply and of an increased amount of food, they mustered courage and conquered portions of the mainland nearest to them. To this was it due that, growing in population and power and needing yet more food, they forced into existence a tripartite confederacy to levy contribution over an ever-widening area. To this was it due that, discovering the value of terror as a means of rule, they developed the ancient Maya Nahua cult of human sacrifice, at first practiced infrequently, into proportions at once colossal and revolting, and made Huitzilopochtli, the god of war, their local deity in chief. The Aztec tribe, as an organism in embryo, had but one head, a sachem or cacique, a civil leader. In him seemingly were combined dual elements, the above or masculine element and the below or feminine. With expansion and conflict came a need of differentiation of attributes, and there arose the war leader or chief of men. The distinctly masculine element was now embodied in him, the feminine being reserved to his associate, who henceforth bore the title, to many so puzzling, of Snake Woman. In the days of the Spanish conquest, the Snake Woman, though often alluded to, makes no particular figure. The three overshadowing figures are chiefs of men, Montezuma, Cuitlahuatzin, and Cuauhtémoc. Of these, Montezuma is reflective and weak, the other two, his successors, decisive and strong. Just here, however, our account of Mexico Tenochtitlan must cease, for at the south causeway, bowing, stands Cortes. He is come with some 400 men, 15 horses, and 7 light guns. The route by which he traveled from the 31st of August to the 15th of October has been from Zocotlan, southwest, to Tlaxcala, a community independent of Montezuma, yet distrustful of the Spaniard, and from Tlaxcala southwest to Cholula. From Cholula, in the valley or plain of Huitzilipan, the invaders have marched west to the mountain ridge connecting Popocatépetl with its mate, Yetzacuautla, and from here, early in November, have surveyed the basin-like valley of Mexico, with Mexico Tenochtitlan afar off amid the waters of Lake Texcoco. They have then approached the border of Lake Chalco, traversed a causeway leading to a peninsula, Iztapalapan, and now in the community of Iztapalapan itself stand dazed before the stonework, the woodwork of cedar and other sweet-scented trees, the orchard and garden full of roses and fruit trees, and the pond of fresh water with birds of many kinds and breeds. To Bernal Diaz and his followers, touched with the spirit of Spanish romanticism, the scene appears as the enchantments of the legend of Amadis. In the mind of Montezuma, meanwhile, the grave question has been, can these Spaniards, these strangers of the sunrise, be gods? When Grijalva's expedition appeared off the coast in 1518, it had been reported to Tenochtitlan that in the waters of heaven, as the open sea was called, floating towers had appeared, from which had descended beings with white faces and hands, with beards and long hair, and wearing raiment of brilliant colors and round head coverings. Could these beings be priests or heralds of the fair god Quetzalcoatl, come, according to the Maya Nahua tradition, to resume sway over his people? Before proof could be adduced, Grilllava had departed, and then shortly had come swift messengers with news of Cortes, and with pictures of his floating towers, and of his fair-visaged yet bearded attendants, handling the thunder and bestriding fierce creatures that spurned the ground. Proof regarding the quality of the fair strangers was required now more than ever, and so the first embassy had been sent to Cortes. The embassy that had carried back, as a specimen of the round head coverings of the strangers, the gilt helmet. This contrivance, as it chanced, resembled the head coverings of the Aztec gods, and especially of Huitzilopochtli, god of war. So there had been sent to Cortes the second embassy, bringing the headdresses of Quetzal feathers. Now these headdresses were those of the four principal gods of the Aztecs: Tezcatlipoca, god of the breath of life; Huitzilopochtli, god of war; Tlaloc, god of fertility; and Quetzalcoatl, the fair or culture god. What they seemingly were meant to signify to Cortes was that Montezuma, tentatively at any rate, was willing to acknowledge the former as, like himself, entitled to wear them as a representative of the gods. Nor was this all that the wonderful gifts of the second embassy were meant to signify. Among the gifts, as will be remembered, were two great wheels, one of gold and one of silver. All Indians of America possess a social system more or less fully worked out from the heavenly spaces, the four quarters or cardinal points of direction, and the three regions, above, below, and center. The four headdresses, symbolizing the four principal gods, may therefore be conceived as meant to stand to Cortes for the four quarters, and the gold and silver wheels, respectively, for the above and the below. Something of this kind almost certainly was symbolized by the gifts which, besides being in the nature of a bribe to the Spaniard as a human being to depart, were likewise in the nature of a propitiatory offering to him as a god, or at least a high priest, to be merciful. Whether or not the Spaniards really possessed preternatural attributes, it has vastly puzzled all Mexico to decide. The Cempoalans had industriously spread the idea that they did, and one thing only had served to detract from the claim. At Tlascala, where the matter had been put to a test, some of the Spanish horses, those creatures of terror, had been killed, hacked apart, and triumphantly devoured at feasts. At Cholula, however, Cortes, by the cleverness of Marina, had with unerring precision alighted upon an Aztec plot to destroy him, had, as the marvelling Cholulans expressed it, read their very minds and thoughts, and such power could pertain to gods alone. But to come back to the Spanish leader as he stands, bowing at the South Causeway outside of Itzapalapan, whether he be divine or human, it has become apparent that his entry into Tenochtitlan can no longer be prevented by gifts nor thwarted by guile. Montezuma, therefore, making a virtue of necessity, is about to come forth to greet him. Not that machinations have ceased at all. Once the Spaniards are beyond the drawbridges, with retreat cut off, once securely lodged in one of the principal tekpans, it is the purpose of the chief of men, counselled thereto by the dire Huitzilopochtli himself, to destroy the invaders utterly, and to send them in batches to the Great Pyramid as a savory and acceptable blood offering. The point where the ceremonies incident to the meeting of Montezuma with Cortes are to take place is on the South Causeway at Acachenanco, a causeway junction, and here a great crowd is gathered. It would seem that not alone is Tenochtitlan a settlement of 4 divisions, but that Aztec territory as such, outside of Tenochtitlan partakes of the same plan, for at the Causeway Junction Cortes is received by 4 Aztec subchiefs from Texcoco, Ixtapalapan, Tacuba, and Coyoacan, settlements on the lake shore to the northeast, southeast, northwest, and southwest, respectively, of Tenochtitlan. The lake is crowded with observers in canoes, but the causeway itself, the present Calzada de Ixtapalapan, is kept clear, and down the vista which it forms rises Mexico, full of mystery. The 4 subchiefs conduct the Spaniards to the point where the South Causeway merges in the South Avenue, the present street El Rastro, leading to the great square, and here Montezuma appears in person. He comes reclining in a sumptuous litter borne upon the shoulders of attendants. At sight of Cortes he descends, and there is spread above him a baldaquin of light greenish blue feathers with fringe of gold, pearls, and jade. He is a man about 52 years old, tall, slender, and of dignified mien, and his hair is worn short over the ears. His garb is a robe of radiant blue and gold, and his feet are shod with golden sandals. Is it as priest of Huitzilopochtli that he thus presents himself to Cortes, the possible representative of that other deity, the fair god Quetzalcoatl, waiting to dispossess him? Be that as it may, the 4 subchiefs, habited likewise in heavenly blue, advance to his support. Dignitaries bearing tripartite wands, symbolizing the authority of the Confederacy, go before him, while attendants sweep clean the highway, and even lay carpets that the golden sandals may not touch the ground. As Montezuma draws near, Cortes dismounts from his horse and steps forward. Montezuma kisses the earth, an act performed by pressing it with the hand and then carrying the hand to the lips, and offers to Cortes, how much of Mexico is here? A bunch of roses. The Spanish leader moves to salute Montezuma by an embrace, but is restrained by a gesture, and instead places about his neck a necklace of beads taken from his own person. Throughout the ceremony the sides of the avenue are lined with attending sages, all of whom are barefoot, and to none of whom is it permitted to raise the eyes to Montezuma, the man of great medicine, the high priest. When the Spaniards entered Mexico, it was November 8, 1519. Between this date and the beginning of 1520, Cortes and his men found lodgings in the halls and chambers of the Tecpan, the official house or council lodge in the great square near the great temple, formerly the quarters of Montezuma himself, but now vacated to accommodate the Spaniards, Montezuma having taken up new quarters in one of the vast communal dwellings. Here Cortes made himself secure by placing cannon to command the approaches, and here he was received in audience by Montezuma, who, causing him to be seated on a very rich platform in a chamber facing a court, embellished with fountains and flowers, addressed him thus: "We believe that our race was brought to these parts by a lord, whose vassals they all were, and to return to his native country. And we have always believed that his descendants would come to subjugate this country and us, as his vassals. And according to the direction from which you say you come, which is where the sun rises, and from what you tell us of your great lord, or king, who has sent you here, we believe and hold for certain that he is our rightful sovereign." Early fruits of the occupation of the Tecpan by Cortes were the discovery by accident of the walled-up storeroom containing the official treasure of the Aztec government, that Aladdin's cave whence had come the gold and silver wheels, the burning alive of certain Aztec plotters, and the seizure of the person of the chief of men, who, transferred to the Tecpan, became, under Castilian tutelage, the tool and mouthpiece of his captor. During 1520 complications for the invaders arose. Cortes contrived the seizure of the war chiefs of Texcoco and Tlacopan, subheads of the Aztec tripartite confederacy and of the war chiefs of Coyoacan and Iztapalapan, 2 of the 4 subheads of the Aztec district itself. Then further he forbade human sacrifices. By both these acts he stored up trouble for himself, trouble, furthermore, developed independently from without. Diego Velazquez, governor of Cuba, and adelantado of the lands over which Cortes was exercising sway, had at length organized a strong expedition under Panfilo de Narvaez, a man of hollow voice, to assert his authority. Narvaez reached San Juan de Ulloa in April and secretly got into relations with Montezuma. In order to check him, Cortes was compelled to divide his own small command. Leaving 140 men under Pedro de Alvarado in Tenochtitlan, he marched forth with 92 men in May, and before the end of the month had near Cempoala met his foe, defeated him, and made him prisoner. Meanwhile in Tenochtitlan, Alvarado, impetuous by nature and roused by tales of conspiracy among the Aztecs, fostered by the coming of Narvaez, set upon the population while engaged in celebrating the festival of the god Tezcatlipoca, and slaughtered them without discrimination and without ruth. Stunned by the onslaught, but rallying promptly, the Mexicans fiercely assaulted the Tecpan, where the Spaniards were housed, and held them in a state of siege till Cortes, informed of their plight by secret messengers, was able to return to their relief. Food was running short, and Montezuma, being appealed to, induced Cortes to liberate the war chief of Iztapalapan, Cuitlahuatzin by name, that he might calm the people and procure it. This was the beginning of the end of the official character of Montezuma. Cuitlahuatzin was henceforth recognized by the clans as chief of men, and led the Mexicans in desperate attempts to force the Spaniards out of Tenochtitlan. It was now late June, and departure from the lake settlement became imperative for Cortes. In vain did the Spaniards, in a hand-to-hand struggle, drive the Aztecs from the dizzy summit of the pyramid in the great square. In vain did Montezuma appeal to his countrymen from the roof of the Tecpan. The chief of men, no longer such, was reviled to his face. Nay, more, was assailed by missiles and stricken in the forehead. Within 3 days he was dead, and on the 4th at midnight his erstwhile jailers stole silently from the Tecpan into the avenue leading west to the Tacuba causeway, shortest of the 3 routes to the mainland, and interrupted by the fewest sluice ways. At first, undetected, they had nearly gained the causeway head, when the night silence re-echoed to a cry, the shriek of a native woman. A signal drum on the pyramid in Tlatelolco at once boomed forth a warning, and secrecy was at an end. It was the Noche Triste, the doleful night. The bridges over the sluiceways were gone, and could not be quickly replaced. Men, horses, and booty, smitten in rear and flank, filled the chasms in a tangled mass. Cortes himself got over by the greatest difficulty. Alvarado, it is said, cleared one of the chasms by an unparalleled vaulting leap. Velasquez de Leon and Francisco de Morla fell, to emerge no more. Of the total force of Spaniards, 1,250 men since the capture of Narvaez, some 450 were missing. 24 horses survived the catastrophe, but the significance of this fact was now small. Neither white stranger nor horse was any longer preternatural. Both were proven mortal. Both could perish. Cortes, after all, was not the fair god Quetzalcoatl, was not even his priest. He was not divine in any sense, just human, just lustful, a dissembling conqueror of flesh and blood. Once on the mainland, the Spaniards were able to stay somewhat the Aztec pursuit, and though, as Cortes expressed it, without a horse that could run, or a horseman who could lift an arm, or a foot soldier who could move, he finally managed to round Lake Texcoco on the north, and so, after a fierce melee at Otumba on the 7th of July, to reach friendly and sheltering Tlascala. Among the saved, besides Alvarado, were Gonzalo de Sandoval, Cristobal de Olid, and the indispensable Marina and Aguilar. The capture of Tenochtitlan and the reduction of the Aztecs to submission were still as much as ever the objects of Cortés, and he resumed the task sturdily in spite of his temporary check. His forces he rested and augmented. Surrounding peoples he coerced or conciliated. The road to Vera Cruz he put under guard. Disaffection in his own ranks, due to the presence of so many of Narvaez's men, he quieted by soothing eloquence. At length, on the 28th of December, all was ready. Texcoco was occupied, and 13 vessels, shallow barges, which, after the manner of Balboa in Darien, had been constructed in the forest, were carried in pieces across the mountains and launched on Texcoco Lake. Between March and May 1521, the Spaniards seized Iztapalapan and other points, and during May and June Cortés, with 900 Spaniards and thousands of native allies, 86 horses, and 18 guns, began a systematic siege of Tenochtitlan by land and water. Many were the advances and repulses. The Aztecs resisted, not alone with determination, but with the utmost fury. They cut the great dike. They converted every canal into a moat. They made of every house a castle. Taunts and challenges, no less than missiles, they flung across the water and down the converging avenues. By night, captive Spaniards, goaded to the top of the Tlatelolco pyramid, were spectacularly slaughtered in the glow of sacrificial fires. Spanish valor did much toward the reduction of the great community of the lake, but famine and wholesale demolition of buildings did more, and on the 13th of August the chief of men, Cuauhtemotzin, doughty successor of Cuitlahuatzin, who had died of smallpox before the siege, surrendered in despair his own person and what remained of his nation. So fell Mexico Tenochtitlan. Fortunate was it for Cortés that in 1519 it was Montezuma who held in Mexico the position of chief of men. Had it been otherwise, had this position been held by Cuitlahuatzin or Cuauhtemotzin, it may be doubted whether the sun myth of the fair god and his impending return would have been permitted to paralyze action. In a sense far from fanciful, Montezuma, sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, was the Hamlet of the Aztecs. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 5 Spanish Conquerors in Central America. Gold, 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 bright and yellow, hard and cold. Hood, Miss Kilmansegg. Balboa had fallen before Pedrarius, but the search for some passageway to the provinces and islands of the South Sea, rich in spices, pearls, and gold, was continued by not unworthy successors in the persons of Andres Niño, a sea dog not to be confounded with Pero Alonso Niño, pilot under Columbus, and Ojeda, and Gil Gonzalez Davila. Columbus himself had sought this passageway or strait between 1502 and 1504, and others had followed him. This Niño, too, had explored the coast of Darien in behalf of Balboa. In 1519, the year of Balboa's death, Niño entered into a partnership with Gil Gonzalez, treasury agent for Hispaniola, a man of great practicality and excellent judgment. The partners were empowered by the Crown to take over the ships built by Balboa and to make exploration 1,000 leagues to the west. Pedrarius, 70 years old, drier, harder, more inflexible than ever, refused to deliver the vessels. Gonzalez, whose rank in the partnership was that of captain general, thereupon dismantled his own ships, and, repeating the feat of Balboa, carried the materials over the mountains to the river Balsas. In the end, after delays and discouragements comparable to those of Balboa, he managed to build and equip 4 small vessels, and with them to sail westward on January 21, 1522. This expedition, which took a double form, a coasting voyage by Nino and a march overland by Gonzales, came first to the lands of the cacique Nicoya, from whom Gonzales learned that 50 leagues to the northward there dwelt a greater cacique, whose name was Nicaragua. Gonzales abhorred strife as much as Pedreras delighted in it, and the naive wisdom of Nicaragua had therefore a chance to unfold itself unhindered. Whence, asked the cacique, after listening to a detailed account of the Mosaic scheme of creation, did the sun and moon obtain their light, and how would they lose it? Why did not the God of the Christians make a better physical world, one more comfortable to dwell in? And finally, speaking in the ear of the interpreter, he asked, "Came these men from the sky?" Being assured that they did, his next query was, "But how? Came they directly down like a spent arrow, or riding a cloud, or in a circuit like a bent bow?" The Indian community over which Nicaragua ruled was situated on a large freshwater sea, the present Lake Nicaragua, and striding into it, Gonzales drank of the water and took possession in the name of the King of Spain. "It is by situation," he wrote, "barely 3 leagues from the South Sea, and, according to the pilots, connected with the North Sea. If so, it is a great discovery." Here Gonzales repelled an Indian attack under a picturesque cacique named Diriangen, and having satisfied himself that as yet the Spaniards of Mexico, Cortes and his followers, had made no southerly advance, returned to Panama. As for Andres Niño, he had coasted as far northwestward as the Bay of Fonseca, on the shores of the later Central American provinces of Salvador and Honduras. But what, meanwhile, of the doings of Pedrerius? It was in January, 1519, that Balboa had been got rid of, and by the 15th of August Pedrerius and Espinosa, Gaspar de Espinosa, now Captain General of the South Sea, had crossed the isthmus from Acla and had founded Panama, to serve as a southern terminal for the long contemplated chain of posts to connect the Atlantic with the Pacific side of the isthmus until the ardently desired interoceanic strait should be discovered. Later the same year a northern terminal was provided through the founding of Nombre de Dios. With the rise of Panama, now created by royal decree a city and the capital of Darien, Santa Maria la Antigua, forever ill-famed as the place of execution of Balboa, sank rapidly to decay, and in September 1524 was burned by the Indians. Henceforth, in the old tierra firma, Panama and Nombre de Dios are the names wherewith to conjure. About these cities, more than about any others of the Indies, does romance cling. A wide road, says Peter Martyr, was built from one to the other, through mountains overgrown with thick woods, never touched from all eternity, to the intent that 2 carts side by side might pass over with ease to search ye secrets of either spacious sea. And ye secrets were searched well, for at Panama, by the middle of the century, not only did there ride at anchor ships from the south and far western east, laden with the wealth of half a world, but in the sun-beaten streets gold and silver lay stacked in bricks, waiting, along with spices and precious merchandise, transportation to Nombre de Dios. Pedrerius had made headway also both to the west and east of his capital. To the west, as far as the nation of the Cherokee, famed as potters, he had sent Espinosa and Francisco Pizarro, the latter dutiful as ever. To the south he had likewise sent a faithful retainer and honest man, Pascual de Andagoya, who, following the Isthmus of Darien to where it broadens into the continent of South America, Mundus Novus, became the explorer of Biru, whence very possibly the name Peru and ultimately that of Peru. At any rate, out of the Andagoya expedition grew, as we shall see, the subsequent and ever memorable enterprise of Pizarro. Pedrerius's next step was to send Hernandez de Cordoba to forestall Gonzales in the occupation of Nicaragua, a country claimed by him as within the confines of Darien. Gonzales appeared at Panama just when Pedrerius was prepared to appropriate his conquests, and so Balboa-like had fairly thrust his head between the jaws of the lion. But he was quick enough to withdraw it, for he spread sail from Nombre de Dios as Pedrerius rode up in hot haste to intercept him. When Gonzales returned, he approached Nicaragua from the Honduras coast. He thus avoided Pedrerius himself, but encountered instead Hernando de Soto, lieutenant to Cordoba. Gonzales defeated Cordoba, but only to succumb to the superior force of Francisco de las Casas, one of Cortez's lieutenants, who carried him to Mexico as a prisoner. Cordoba, meantime, thinking the occasion opportune, sought to set up an independent government in Nicaragua and Honduras. This act of treachery to Pedrerius was reported to him at Panama by De Soto, and in January 1526 Pedrerius set sail for Nicaragua in person. With characteristic energy and ruthlessness he arrested Cordoba, put him to death, and took control of the province. The death of Cordoba may be regarded as marking the end of the long-standing duel between Pedrerius and the successors of Balboa, and its conclusion was not unfavorable to the swarthy-souled governor. Upon Pedrerius, cunning, indomitable, vindictive, fortune seemed ever to smile. When, for example, in May 1520, Lope de Sosa came to Antigua to supersede him in office, that unhappy man was mortally stricken in the cabin of his ship as he prepared to disembark for his inauguration. Again, when in 1526 the governor was recalled post haste to Panama for trial, just as he was on the point of seizing from Cortez himself Honduras as part of Nicaragua, what should befall but, though superseded as to Darien by Pedro de los Rios, his authority over Nicaragua was confirmed. But the fact is not to be overlooked that he was ably and zealously seconded at court by his wife, Isabel de Bobadilla, whom he had seasonably dispatched to Spain with his pearls and gold. The last years of his life, despite the fact that they were the years of an octogenarian, were active and marked by bloodshed. On the caciques of the country who rose in revolt he wreaked diabolical vengeance by his bloodhounds. But he had withal an eye for trade and transportation. He projected a transcontinental route between Lake Nicaragua and the present Greytown, and afterwards one between Leon and the north coast by way of Salvador. He became interested in the expedition of Pizarro to Peru, but in this matter he for once suffered bafflement, and died at Leon in 1530 as he was nearing his 90th year. If the adventure of Gil Gonzalez to Lake Nicaragua in 1522-23 was prompted by fear of southward encroachment by Cortez, Cortez himself was not blind to the chance of northward encroachment by the Spaniards of the Isthmus. In other words, the conqueror of Mexico and founder of New Spain sought success also to the south, and for two reasons. There lay the districts of Guatemala and Honduras, districts which, it was said, must far exceed Mexico in riches, while equaling her in the size of towns, in the number of inhabitants, and in culture. And there in Castilian fancy figured that long-sought interoceanic strait upon which everyone counted to reach the vast Pacific with its isles of mystery and gold. If the Spaniards had but known it, Guatemala held things more wonderful than gold or spices, or even soft sensuous pearls, for it had been the seat and center of early Maya culture centuries before, and within its limits, or just beyond, lay the amazing ruins of Tikal, Taranjo, Palenque, and Copan. But for the 16th century Spaniard, archaeology did not exist. His quest was still the same as that of Columbus, and behind, one still inspired by the lure of treasure. To make the conquest of Guatemala, Cortes chose Pedro de Alvarado. Alvarado of Badajoz, whom we have already met, was of good figure and engaging countenance. He was athletic too, and an excellent horseman, and his hair and beard were red, so red that the Indians were tempted to think him Quetzalcoatl, the fair god, and christened him the Sun. But though in a sense a good comrade, Alvarado was easily roused to anger and to brutal vengeance. He left Mexico City for Guatemala on December 6, 1523, with 120 horsemen, 300 foot soldiers, a few pieces of artillery, and a large body of Mexicans. The principal Guatemalan tribes were in certain respects superior to the Aztecs and comparable to the Peruvians. Of their chief settlements, Utatlan was most celebrated. Massive official buildings, religious and governmental, grouped about a court, made it rudely magnificent. The subjugation of these people took the better part of 2 years. During this time Alvarado passed also into Salvador. Here, contrary to his expectation, he failed to get news of an interoceanic strait to the southward, but heard of distant cities built of stone and lime and densely populated, an echo no doubt of Quito and Cuzco. Some months later Alvarado was met by news of a startling character. Cortes, it was declared, had died, not in Mexico, but on the way to Honduras, whither he was conducting an expedition. If so, who would be his successor? It might well be Alvarado, and the conquistador at once made ready to repair to the seat of government in New Spain. Cortes was soon discovered to be far from dead, however, for toward the close of 1525 Alvarado received orders from him to repair straightway to Honduras with all his forces. Vehemently declaring that all he possessed he owed to Hernan Cortes, and that with him he would die, Alvarado obeyed. But he learned on crossing the border that his master had changed his plans and had returned by sea to Vera Cruz, whereupon, in the midsummer of 1526, Alvarado retraced his own steps to Santiago, of which he had been a founder. But his venturesome spirit would not let him rest content with his single conquest. Comprehensive ideas had gripped him. He felt the imperious lure of golden dreams. He would go back to Mexico after all. He would see Cortes, secure his support, and sail for Spain. There he would win sanction to adventure where the South beckoned. He would be the man to complete the work of Balboa. But what of the expedition of Cortes into Honduras? Originally it had not been Cortes's intention to make this expedition in person. He had chosen for the task Cristobal de Olid, a friend of Velasquez, governor of Cuba, a strong-limbed man and a very Hector in fight. But although Olid sailed from Vera Cruz to Honduras, he had on the way at Habana gone back to his allegiance to Velasquez. It had thereupon become necessary to send after the recreant a sleuth in the person of Francisco de las Casas. At Triunfo de la Cruz, just south of Columbus's island of Guanaya, Olid had captured Las Casas and also Las Casas's prisoner, Gil Gonzalez, but had afterwards been mortally stabbed by his captives as he sat with them at meat. Cortes had been unfaithful to Velasquez. Olid had been unfaithful to Cortes. Would Las Casas be any more faithful than Olid had been? Such, in the mind of the conqueror of Mexico, was now the question. "Villain whom I have reared and trusted," Cortes had exclaimed on hearing of the treachery of Olid, "by God and Saint Peter, he shall rue it." As for Las Casas, it were well, perhaps, that he even have not too much the temptation of opportunity. So, late in October, 1524, Cortes set forth for the district of Tabasco, where he planned to cross the peninsula of Yucatan, then thought to be an island, to the northern coast of Honduras. He took a force of about 100 horsemen and 40 foot soldiers, together with pages, musicians, jugglers, servants, and some 3,000 Indians. A unique feature was a body of Aztec war chiefs and caciques from about Lake Texcoco, including Cuauhtémoc, deposed chief of men of Tenochtitlan. These it had not been deemed prudent to leave in Mexico in the absence of the conqueror. At Teotlac, a point between Iztapan and Lake Peten, Cortes became convinced that the deposed chiefs and caciques in his train were plotting to overthrow him and to restore in Mexico the Aztec regime, and he hanged two of them, Cuauhtémoc and the war chief of Tlacopan, to a ceiba tree at midnight. Thus was tragedy invoked. But comedy did not range far behind. On an island in Lake Peten was a fairly large Indian settlement where Cortes left a badly lamed horse. The Indians, filled with veneration for the strange creature, fed it on flowers and birds, of which diet it speedily died. They then worshipped it in effigy in one of their temples as a god of thunder and lightning, a practice which was still maintained in 1614. The march to the southeast, begun after the Spanish mode, with music and dancing, quickly became a thing of dolor. Rivers, forest-clad morasses, lakes, and labyrinthine sloughs seemed everywhere. And when these at length ceased, there supervened a flinty mountain pass, which cost the lives of men and scores of horses. To the south lay the ruins of Palenque, but they awakened no interest, and it was 5 weary months before the exhausted band reached Golfo Dulce and the Spanish town of Nito. At Trujillo, where Cortes was planning yet further conquests, disturbing news overtook him. Quarrels had broken out among members of the administrative board, to which he had left the government, and upon rumor of his death his property had been seized. His presence was sorely needed to save his fortune and his conquests. Resolving to return, he set out on April 25, 1526, and reached Vera Cruz late in May, so emaciated and broken in body as to be but a spectre of his former self. In Mexico City, now a city in the true sense of the term, Cortes was welcomed with demonstrations of delight by Spaniards and Indians alike. He was still to all beholders the Spanish conquistador par excellence. Like Columbus, Cortes was an object of much envy on both sides of the Atlantic, and to make clear his doings to the Spanish king he took ship in 1528 for Spain. He debarked at Palos, where he is said to have met Pizarro, and in his train, by a freak of fate, was Pizarro's future Brutus Juan de Rada. Charles V was at this time holding court at Toledo, and here Cortes was met and escorted into his monarch's presence by a brilliant group of nobles. Needless to say, he did not come empty-handed. Indeed, by comparison with what he brought, the offerings of Columbus to Ferdinand and Isabella seem mean and trivial. First there was heaped treasure of gold and silver, then feather work and embroidery, then specimens of arms and implements, strange plants and animals, and beautiful birds. Imposing Indian chiefs, among them a son of Montezuma, graced his retinue, while amusement was contributed to the occasion by dwarfs, albinos, and human monstrosities. Cortes, like Columbus, would have knelt at the royal feet, but Charles, like Ferdinand and Isabella, raised up the suppliant and compelled him to speak sitting, and when illness overtook him, the king personally visited him in his lodgings. In Spain, the conqueror of Mexico contracted a brilliant marriage. Catalina, his first wife, had already died, and Marina, his Indian mistress, he had given as wife to one of his soldiers. He received the title of Marqués del Valle de Ayaxica, Marquis of the Valley, and was made a Knight of Santiago. But amid these marks of royal favour, misfortunes were not wanting. His father had died, and so had his beloved follower, the youthful Gonzalo de Sandoval. Capping all, he failed of his ambition to be made a duke, a glory which he coveted beyond any other. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1 of the Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 6, Pizarro and the Incas. He that has partners has masters. Pope Sixtus V. In the same year in which Cortes started for Honduras, Francisco Pizarro set out for the Biru country of Andagoya. Under Balboa, on the shores of the Gulf of San Miguel, he had heard of Biru as the gateway to a country far to the south, where the people were rich and used ships and beasts of burden. And later, under Morales, he had paid in this quarter a hasty and bloody visit. Pizarro, native of Trujillo in Estremadura, tall, shapely, sedate, was at this time about 53 years old. He undoubtedly was ambitious, but he certainly was not inspired. His strength lay not in initiative, but in dogged persistence and endurance. His conquest of Peru was in certain respects heroic, but it was not original. His plans, so to speak, were borrowed ready finished from Cortes. Pizarro had three coadjutors or partners: Diego de Almagro, an old friend and fellow rancher in the Isthmus; Fernando de Luca, vicar of Panama; and Pedrarius Davila, the governor. To the requirements of military command Pizarro was equal, but Almagro was needed to superintend the dispatch of supplies, and Luca to play softly the part of intercessor with Pedrarius. None of the triumvirate was young in years, but none had as yet won a fortune; and, as Sir Arthur Helps sagely remarks, the disappointed are ever young. Young in this sense, and withal energetic, Pizarro, Almagro, and Luca certainly were, for between mid-November in 1524 and the end of the year 1528, they succeeded in demonstrating both the actuality and attainability of that golden Peru, which had been the objective of Balboa. In accomplishing this, however, never perhaps did men suffer more. Starting from Panama with one vessel, some 80 men, and 4 horses, Pizarro touched at the Pearl Islands and stopped for 6 weeks at Puerto de la Hambra, Hunger Harbor, while the ship went back to the Pearl Islands for supplies. Meanwhile, Almagro had sailed from Panama with a second ship and 70 men, and had sought for Pizarro as far as Puerto de la Hambra and the river San Juan. But the latter, ere this, had retraced his course to a spot in tierra firma called Chicama, and here Almagro finally overtook him. By this time both leaders had endured much. Almagro had lost an eye by an arrow, and Pizarro had nearly starved to death. It was at this stage of affairs that Pedrarius permitted himself to be outmaneuvered. He was preparing to enter Nicaragua, and was loath to spare men to Pizarro and Almagro. In fact, he was on the point of ordering the dutiful one back to Panama for good. So little did he perceive the glitter of gold in his direction, when his purpose was stayed by the persuasiveness of Luca and the resourcefulness of Almagro. Though Pizarro might not be intellectual, and though of a surety he was unlettered, he nevertheless was astute. Amid his own active misery and that of his men, he was shrewd enough to keep personally beyond the reach of the governor at Panama. Not for nothing had he served the latter all these years. He knew his Pedrarius, so it was Almagro and not Pizarro who went to Panama, persuaded Pedrarius for a consideration to relinquish his share in the enterprise to Gaspar de Espinosa, and returned with 2 ships and with arms and supplies to resume the great adventure to the south. The two leaders now had with them an unusual man, one dexterous in his wit, the pilot Bartolome Ruiz. The trio, with 160 followers, sailed to the river San Juan, and there separated. Almagro returned to Panama for more men. Pizarro held the ground gained. Holding gains was ever a Pizarro trait, and Ruiz navigated the coast of Mundus Novus to the southwest. By this allotment of parts, opportunity, the spectacular chance, was all with Ruiz, and he perceived his advantage. Pushing boldly to and beyond the equator, the first navigator so to do in the Pacific, he rent the veil from before Peru. That is to say, he discovered the island of Gallo and Bay of San Mateo, and coming upon a raft propelled by a lateen sail and manned by Indians, he learned of Tumbez and also of Cuzco, where ruled the Inca and where there was vast golden treasure. The crucial hour in the Peruvian expedition came with the return of Ruiz to the river San Juan, bringing tidings of what he had seen and heard, and it was an hour exalted by the heroism of Pizarro. Almagro had obtained about 40 men in Panama, but it was realized that the Peruvians were numerous and organized, and that a strong force would be required to overcome them. So back once more to Panama went Almagro. There Pedro de los Rios governed in the stead of Pedrerius, but he was hardly more willing to supply men to Pizarro and Almagro than Pedrerius had been, for the men already with Pizarro, now withdrawn to the island of Gallo, had succeeded in making it known that they were being led to certain and probably futile death. "Look out, Senor Governor, for the drover while he's near," they wrote in characteristic Spanish doggerel, referring to Almagro, "since he goes home to get the sheep for the butcher, Pizarro, who stays here." Rios, in fact, insisted upon sending 2 ships in command of a jurist, Pedro Tafur, to bring home the men thus complaining. Still, and here the value of Lucca in the partnership strongly appears, the orders to Tafur were not so drastic, but that Pizarro might proceed with the expedition with such men as chose to abide the issue. On the island of Gallo, therefore, Pizarro, upon the arrival of Tafur, assembled his men and put the situation squarely before them. On the one hand lay peril with possible riches; on the other, safety with assured poverty. The choice was theirs. Whether the Spanish chieftain actually drew in the sand with the point of his sword a line to the south, of which he dramatically bade those pass who would follow him, is much to be doubted. But in imposing upon his men an unequivocal choice, he did something very like it. At all events, some 16 men, including Ruiz the pilot, Pedro of Candia, a Greek, and an unnamed negro, stepped to his side, and with this little company Pizarro crossed from Gallo to the smaller but more easily defended island of Gorgona, to await the coming of Almagro, preparatory to advancing toward Tumbez. On little Gorgona, in a cloud-curtained sea, near a fearfully fascinating shore, for 7 months he waited, starving. The topography of primitive Mexico was impressive enough: a low-lying Atlantic seaboard, a gradual rise through tropical vegetation and life to a plateau 7,400 feet above sea level. Guarding this plateau, a mountain wall accentuated by twin volcanic peaks, 17,000 feet high, and within the wall, covering the plateau in considerable part, a cluster of lakes, fresh and salt. But magnificent as was the Mexican scenery, in Peru nature, overpassing the impressive, became stupendous and sublime. The Peru of the Incas at the coming of Pizarro stretched along the Pacific coast of South America, from the river Ancasmayu, north of Quito in Ecuador, to the river Maula below Santiago in Chile, a region some 2,700 miles in length and comprehending the modern state of Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, with part of Chile and Argentina. Its main features within the limits of Peru proper, the Peru of today, were an arid ocean strand less than 100 miles in breadth, a double, at times treble, cordillera or mountain chain, the Andes, from 1 to 200 miles in breadth, and a district of tropical forest conserving the sources of the Amazon. To these features should be added the Antarctic or Humboldt current flowing up the western shore, a current so cold as to shroud the coast in mists and infuse a chill through even the tropics. The mere walls of the Andes at their ordinary elevation attain 14,000 feet and more. Then there were giant peaks ranging between 17 and 22,000 feet, and on the verge of the Inca dominion, Aconcagua, chief of the Andean giants, to which nearly 23,000 feet must be assigned. Mere altitude, however, was not in Peru the engrossing element in the sublime. That element was aloofness, a weird and stern inhumanity to which all observers have borne witness. Savage solitudes, somber grandeur, strange weirdness, awe-inspiring vastness, solemn immensity, a wasteland where no man goes or hath gone since the making of the world. Such are the words of description used. But the grim topography of ancient Peru had its redeeming feature, sunlight, first on the mountain tops and then on the surface of Lake Titicaca. The lake, today about the size of Lake Erie, but in places some 600 or 700 feet deep, very irregular in shape and studded with islands, lay within the plateau of Peru and Bolivia at an elevation of about 13,000 feet, the largest body of fresh water in the world at so great an elevation. The light of the sun in the Titicaca Valley gave rise, in the course of ages, to the barbarism or semi-civilization of the Inca mode of life. But far earlier it gave rise to the Peruvian stage of development in the megalithic or Great Stone period. The sun, to quote a Peruvian writer of Inca descent, placed his children near the lake of Titicaca. How long after the Stone Age, the age of the Incas, came is a question, several centuries no doubt. Suffice it to say that the megalithic folk were one day overthrown by invaders from the south, and the remnant of them took refuge, as is now conjectured, in an inaccessible canyon in the valley of the Urubamba River, northwest of the site of Cuzco. Here at Tampu Taco, Machu Picchu, a city peering thousands of feet down upon roaring rapids, the Incas were bred, and in due time, somewhere about the 12th century, became strong enough to leave their fastness, retake possession of the Titicaca region, and begin that movement of conquest and organization which, with Cuzco as a center, resulted in an empire vaster than was ruled from Moscow or Aix-la-Chapelle, from Bagdad or Granada. At the coming of Pizarro, the distinctive features of Peruvian culture, features wherein it differed palpably from the culture of the Aztecs, were two: centralized authority in government and monotheism in religion. The Peruvians, Quichua tribes, were a far less hardy race than the Aztecs, yet despite their softness they achieved things which the Aztecs failed to accomplish. In a sense they were the Asiatics of America. Both actively and passively they gave evidence of an aptitude for despotic statecraft. Unlike the Aztecs, they ruled conquered tribes by direct interposition through governors and garrisons, by imposing their own language, Quichua, and by the establishment of military highways. When Cortes invaded Mexico, Aztec authority, an authority limited to the levying of tribute, was respected throughout an area about the size of the state of Massachusetts. When Pizarro invaded Peru, Inca authority was much better respected throughout an area about equal to that of the United States east of the Mississippi River. In a word, by the time when Pizarro arrived, the Peruvians had largely passed out of the clan stage of development into the national stage. Particularism or localism, with its delegated and revocable leadership within the tribe and its leadership by confederation as between tribes, had given way to incipient monarchy. The Peruvian religion, like the religion of old Persia, centered in the worship of the sun. And forsooth, what more natural than that the orb to which in peculiar measure the culture of Peru owed its existence should become the chief object of the adoration of the Peruvian tribesmen? The dawn, was it not birth to him? The midday splendor, was it not power to him? The sunset typified it not death to him? The Inca himself was sun begotten, and being so bore divine attributes. No Indian official in North America or in South, in Florida, in Mexico, or in Mundus Novus could compare in rank with the Inca, politically a king and religiously a god. Centralization of governmental authority in Peru is decisively shown by the social organization which prevailed. The primary unit was the family of 5 persons, and thence greater units were derived by multiplying by 10, until there was obtained the ultimate unit of 50,000, the head of which was directly responsible to the Inca. Clanship, however, though outgrown politically, survived economically, for land belonged to the local community and not to the family or individual. In agriculture the Peruvians were adept. They produced the finest of cotton and grew excellent maize and potatoes. They made use of the vicuna and the alpaca as sources of the finest wool. But like all things Peruvian, farming was rigidly supervised and controlled from Cuzco, the produce being divided into 3 equal parts, whereof 2 went to the state and 1 only to the producer. Countless were the ways in which Inca rule made itself felt. Everybody was enumerated. Everybody must dwell in a fixed district and follow a fixed occupation. And in order that the multitude of tribes incorporated into the nation might readily be distinguished, each tribe must use a distinctive dress and method of wearing the hair. Caste, too, was universal. Below the Inca, and constituting a nobility, were lords, priests, warriors, and civil governors. And below the nobility, constituting commoners, were shepherds of llamas, hunters, farmers, and artificers. The softness which characterized the Peruvians physically characterized them also intellectually. They excelled in the arts, in pottery, in weaving, and in the fashioning of gold, silver, and bronze. Literature they produced in the form of dramas, love songs, and hymns of worship at times of something more universal than the sun. "O hear me from the sky above, in which thou mayest be, from the sea beneath, in which thou mayest be, Creator of the world, Maker of all men." But they evolved no system of writing, not even a pictographic one, using only knotted and twisted cords, called quipus, to perpetuate their thoughts. At the time of the Spanish conquest of America there was more promise for the future in the Hellenic-like barbarism, plastic though crude, of the Aztecs than in the Asiatic-like barbarism, rigid though polished, of the Peruvians. But what of Francisco Pizarro, Pedro de Candia, and the others of Pizarro's band whom we left facing starvation on the little island of Gorgona, off the coast of Ecuador, and awaiting the coming of Almagro from Panama with reinforcements? Ruiz, the pilot, was not with them, for he had returned north with Tafur. At the end of 7 months, however, he came in Almagro's stead, and the company set out, as Pizarro had planned, for Tumbez, which is situated on the gulf later called Guayaquil. Their course took them past Cape Pasado, the limit of Ruiz's exploratory voyage, past the volcanic peaks of Cotopaxi and Chimborazo, and in 20 days they reached Tumbez. Here Pizarro sent ashore parties under Pedro de Candia and others. The messengers were greeted as superior beings, very much as Cortes and his followers were greeted at San Juan de Ulloa. Their faces were fair, they wore long beards, and their identity as children of the light, that light which in Peru meant so much, was considered established. With them, however, on one occasion went the Negro, and to fit him into satisfactory relations with the emissaries of the dawn was found difficult. They tried washing, but to no effect, and the Peruvians were obliged to accept him for what he was, one not to be understood, but simply to be enjoyed. The report of Pizarro's messengers as to what was to be seen at Tumbez, a fortress, a temple, comely virgins of the sun, vases of gold, abundantly confirmed the earlier report of Ruiz, but Pizarro had few men. The new government at Panama had seen to that, and he resolved to betake himself directly to Spain to lay his discovery before the king. There he arrived early in 1528, accompanied by the Greek, Pedro de Candia. By the 26th of July, at Toledo, he had met Charles V, who created him governor of all he might discover, for a distance of 200 leagues to the south of Santiago, a river entering the sea just below the latitude of the island of Gallo. The king made Almagro and Luca the captain and the bishop of Tumbez, Bartolome Ruiz grand pilot of the South Sea, Pedro de Candia chief of artillery, and the heroes of the Isle of Gorgona, knights and cavaliers. From Toledo, Pizarro went to Trujillo, his native town, and drew to his support his brothers Hernando, Juan, Gonzalo, and Martin of Alcantara, all capable, all brave, and all except the first, described as, like Pizarro himself, illegitimate, poor, ignorant, and avaricious. The proposed expedition to Peru, unlike the expeditions of prior Spanish adventurers, did not attract followers, and it was with only 180 men and 30 horses that in December, 1531, a year after his return from Spain, the Extremaduran was able to set sail with 3 ships from Panama for Tumbez. In the Peruvian conquest there may be said to have been 3 definite stages: one of waiting and preparation, one of active hostilities, and one of accomplishment. The stage of waiting and preparation, of patience and endurance, has already been glanced at. Here Pizarro shone. From the days when, under Ojeda, Balboa, and Pedrarius, he had served on the terrible isthmus, to those when he challenged riches and renown on the hardly less terrible coast of Peru, there was nothing that he did not suffer. At San Juan River, toils of the jungle within reach of the hideous dangling boa and of the stealthy alligator; on the island of Gallo, nauseating food, thunder, lightning, and torrential rain; on Gorgona, plague of insects, incessant, intolerable, inescapable. All these things, with starvation often added, Pizarro suffered, but though in distress he did not repine, but bravely endured. Tumbez he reached in the spring of 1532, and here the invaders were joined by Hernando de Soto with 100 men and 50 horses from Nicaragua. Thus reinforced, Pizarro, as a means of establishing himself in the country he had set out to despoil and convert, resolved to found a town. Choosing a site near the sea, some 30 leagues to the south of Tumbez, he founded San Miguel, the first European settlement in the domain ruled by the Incas. Having secured a base, the next step was to locate and appraise the forces of opposition. He accordingly sent De Soto with a party of horse along the foot of the first of the several great chains of the Andes to gather information. What Pizarro learned was that in Peru there was at that time a legitimate ruler named Cuzco, son of old Cuzco, and that he had a brother, Atahualpa, who was in rebellion, but to whom fortune had been so far favorable that he had defeated young Cuzco and gone on conquering the land southward to a place called Caxamarca. Caxamarca, Pizarro learned, was beyond the mountain wall which confronted him, but at a distance of only 12 or 15 days' march. Traditionally, the first Inca of Peru was Manco Capac, who flourished about 1100 and built or rebuilt the town of Cuzco. Historically, however, the first Inca was Viracocha, whose reign fell somewhere about 1380. In 1500, the Inca was Huayna Capac, the old Cuzco of Pizarro's informants, and under him it was that the Inca dominion was projected northward beyond Quito and southward into Chile. Huayna Capac, old Cuzco, was succeeded by his legitimate son, Huascar, young Cuzco. But Huascar had a brother, Atahualpa, son of Huayno by a concubine daughter of the last independent ruler of Quito, and in order to secure to him a share in the succession, Huayna at his death divided the royal possessions, assigning to Atahualpa the Quito inheritance and to Huascar the remainder. The results usual under such circumstances followed. Strife between the brothers arose, and in the contest not only had Atahualpa triumphed, but he had succeeded in making Huascar captive. As between Pizarro and Atahualpa, the situation was quite like that which a dozen years before had obtained between Cortes and Montezuma. In both instances, invaders believed to be engendered of the sea, or dropped from the sky, sought from a seaboard base to overcome rulers established in the mountains as protectors of capitals which were believed to be the repositories of untold wealth. There were, however, certain differences. The way to Atahualpa, barred as it was by the mighty outer wall of the Andes, was more difficult than the way to Montezuma. But, offsetting this, Cortes's advance was hindered by every subtlest art of Indian subterfuge, while that of Pizarro was uninterfered with. Then again, Montezuma had, as he thought, laid for Cortes a trap in Mexico Tenochtitlan itself, whereas Atahualpa, for aught that appears, received Pizarro at Caxamarca with such sublime faith in his own abounding resources that he felt for him little other than contempt. But let the narrative disclose its own tale. It was in September that Pizarro set out from San Miguel. His force was in all 177 men, 67 of whom were horsemen. At first the country was comparatively level, watered by mountain-fed aqueducts, and set with orchards and fields of waving grain. Withal, the air was sweet with the breath of flowers, and the people were friendly. But the soldiers, some of them, showed discontent, and to meet it, Pizarro promptly sent back to San Miguel 9 men who lacked heart for the great enterprise. Cortes, under more trying circumstances, had dealt with disaffection by scuttling his ships and by meting out drastic punishments. Yet to the men of Cortes the evidence of riches ahead was far stronger than to the men of Pizarro, for the latter had beheld naught to compare with the gold and silver wheels presented to Cortes by Montezuma. To Pizarro, therefore, relieved of his disaffected element, but facing mountains and with no treasure in sight, it remained to urge forward his command by appealing to their piety, their sense of duty as propagandists of the faith. Besides being primitive, proud, and romantic, the Spaniard, it will be recalled, was devout. Devoutness, indeed, as a spur to action, held with him a place second only to avarice. Pizarro's chief obstacle was the Andes, with their crests of snow glittering high in the heavens, such a wild chaos of magnificence and beauty as no other mountain scenery in the world could show. Up this barrier struggled foot soldiers and horsemen, the latter dismounted and tugging at their beasts. Here the path hugged the base of a toppling cliff, there it shunned a reeling abyss, while ever above the crawling Spanish line hung, greedy for mishap, that obscene bird of carrion, the Peruvian condor. Near the summit of the range the invaders came upon one of the military roads of the Incas, a road which connected Cuzco with Quito, and which in point of length has been likened to a conceivable highway connecting Calais with Constantinople. It was a road, however, upon which no wheel turned, for unlike the early Chaldeans, Babylonians, and Egyptians, the Peruvians, with whom everything stopped short, were unacquainted with the principle of the wheel. On this journey upward to Caxamarca, this new world Anabasis, Pizarro was met and waited upon, as Cortes had been on his journey, by successive embassies. One came under the escort of De Soto, whom the Spanish leader had sent to reconnoiter, and met Pizarro at the foot of the range, while the others, whereof there were 2, met him near the summit. All brought gifts: the first, an elaborate drinking cup of stone, woolen stuffs embroidered in gold and silver, and perfume; the second, several llamas; and the third, Peruvian sheep, chica, or fermented juice of the maize, to employ a delicate periphrasis, and what to the Spaniards was more to the point, golden goblets from which to quaff this beverage. Mid-November was now at hand, and Pizarro had bested his great obstacle. He had scaled the Andes. Beneath him spread a valley, stream traversed and highly cultivated, and in this valley he descried three things: the town of Caxamarca, steam rising from hot mineral springs, and did his pulse quicken, a white cloud of pavilions covering the ground as thick as snowflakes. Pizarro entered Caxamarca on the 15th of November at the hour of vespers. His first act was to send De Soto with 20 horsemen to announce to Atahualpa his arrival, and his second to send his brother Hernando after De Soto with 20 more horsemen as a reinforcement. The Inca, a man of 30, sat at the door of his tent, cross-legged on a low cushion, surrounded by male and female attendants. He wore a tunic and robe, but what distinguished him as a ruler was the headdress, the borla. This consisted of a fringed cord of red vicuna wool wound several times around the head, the fringe depending over the eyes. As lord of both Quito and Cuzco, and especially of Quito through his mother, Atahualpa would no doubt have felt himself entitled to wear, as later he did wear, the insignia of Quito, a string of royal emeralds. Seated on his cushion, the Inca held his eyes fixed upon the ground, nor did he raise them or otherwise respond when Hernando Pizarro, with grave Spanish mien, invited him to visit his brother in the town. His thoughts, what were they? In all probability the question in the mind of Montezuma in the case of Cortez: were these newcomers gods? It was the horse, as we have seen, that more than aught else in Indian eyes gave to the Spaniard the seeming of a god. Atahualpa had kept himself informed regarding this weird creature, and in a measure was fortified against the terror of him. Through messengers from the Quito country he had learned that the Spaniard and his horse were not all one animal, for on the coast a rider had been observed to fall from a horse. Confirming this idea of the separability of horse and rider, had come news that at night the horses were unsaddled. Nor was the horse immortal, for a cacique of the neighborhood of San Miguel had sent word that he personally had killed one. Glancing up at length from his reverie, Atahualpa said to Hernando Pizarro that the Spaniards could be no great warriors, for the San Miguel curaca cacique had killed 3 besides a horse. Nettled at this speech, so weighed and measured in its audacity, Hernando Pizarro replied that one horse, let alone riders, could conquer the whole country. And as if practically to substantiate the claim, De Soto, the best mounted man in the Spanish group, struck spurs into his steed, dashed across the plain, and wheeling in graceful circles, reined in the animal so close to the Inca that foam from his sides bespattered the royal garments. But Atahualpa, self-schooled against terror of the horse, did not flinch. To him, evidently, the Spaniards, if gods at all, were not formidable ones, and when he consented, as now he did, to visit Pizarro in camp the next day, it was, as the Chronicle has it, with the smile of a man who did not very much esteem us. That night the Spaniards knew fear. The twinkling distant campfires of the Peruvian host, fires likened in multitude to the stars of heaven, impressed them with a sense of their numerical inferiority, and again Pizarro found it expedient to warm their zeal and stiffen their courage by appealing to them as sons of the Church and propagandists of the faith. As for Pizarro himself, he had a plan which had been long in his mind. He would seize the person of Atahualpa, even as Cortez had seized the person of Montezuma, and all would be well. The town of Caxamarca itself was not large. Its distinguishing feature, however, was an extensive triangular plaza, larger than any plaza in Spain, enclosed on 2 sides by long, low buildings. These buildings may have been communal dwellings, for they are spoken of as divided on the interior into blocks, each block comprising a suite of rooms. If the buildings in question were communal, they serve to illustrate Peruvian nation making, as in this quarter something yet in process, the clan here not having been superseded by the family. But there were other buildings, survivals of the early medicine lodge and council lodge, temples and great halls, all very much as in Mexico Tenochtitlan. Of the great halls there were 3, each giving through a wide opening upon the plaza. In one Pizarro stationed a squadron of horsemen under Hernando Pizarro, in another a squadron under De Soto, and in the third a squadron under a doughty cavalier newly arrived, Sebastian de Benalcazar. The foot soldiers as a body he placed in concealment round about, but 20 such, picked for their prowess, he attached to his own person, taking with them a central station, well concealed, whence he could sally forth in any direction. Pedro de Candia, be it added, trained upon the plaza, from a fortress above it, the artillery of the invaders, 2 falconets. Such was the disposition of the Spanish leaders, when about noon of the 16th of November, Atahualpa emerged from his camp on his way to visit Pizarro in Caxamarca, the lion in his lair. He was attended by thousands, and the spectacle offered was that of Montezuma advancing to meet Cortez. But when within a short distance of the town, what should the Peruvian monarch do but stop the progress and prepare to pitch his tents? This Pizarro saw with dismay, for his men, long kept at high tension, must speedily find relief in action or succumb to fear. He accordingly dispatched an earnest request to Atahualpa that he resume the march and enter the town that evening, where every arrangement for his reception and entertainment had been made. The Inca granted this request, and just before sunset the Child of the Sun passed the gates. In front, as with Montezuma, came runners, clearing the way of dirt and obstructions, and singing sonorous songs pronounced hellish in the Chronicle. Then came dancers, then caciques of divers grades, bearing hammers of silver or copper, and conspicuous for checkered or white liveries. Those immediately about the Inca were caciques, or noblemen of special dignity, wearing head dresses ornamented with gold and silver, breast armor of gold plates, and great ear studs. All more or less seem to have been distinguished by vestments of blue, that azure, azul, or sky color, so marked and evidently so significant in the apparel of Montezuma. The Inca himself, like the chief of men, was borne aloft in a litter. He sat on a throne of gold within a balaquin, lined with the brilliant plumage of the parakeet, and covered with gold and silver plates. A man of vigor, large, with bold eyes, somewhat bloodshot, his aspect was commanding and even fierce. As Lord of Quito he wore the royal emeralds; as Child of the Sun he wore the borla, and in addition a golden diadem garnished with the wing feathers of the caraquenqua. It was his right, moreover, to be preceded by a standard bearer carrying a banner emblazoned with the rainbow. In any event he was an impressive figure, as dividing to the right and left his numerous escort fell away, leaving him alone, the observed of all observers in the plaza. No Spaniard was in sight, and Atahualpa was perplexed. What has become of these fellows? He demanded with impatience. Hereupon Pizarro sent forth to meet the Indian ruler, and to account to him for the presence of the Spaniards in his country, the priest and spiritual leader of the expedition, Vincente de Valverde, later Bishop of Cuzco. Valverde, of course, could speak to Atahualpa only through the interpreter, a young Indian captured at Tumbes, named Filipillo, or Little Philip, who was for the purpose a feeble dependence, in no sense a second Marina or Aguilar. What Father Valverde undertook to impress upon Atahualpa was that there was one true God, and that he had sent to earth his son Jesus Christ. That Christ, being put to death, had left his power in the hands of Saint Peter, who, dying, had passed it on to the popes of Rome. One of the popes, the one now alive, had heard that the Indians of the world, instead of worshipping the true God, adored idols and likenesses of the devil. Thereupon he had given it into the hands of Charles, King of Spain and monarch of the whole earth, to conquer the Indian nations and bring them to the knowledge of God and the obedience of the Church. To effect this conquest, Charles had commissioned Don Francisco Pizarro. Now hear. If thou shalt deny and refuse to obey, fervently exclaimed the priest, know that thou shalt be persecuted with fire and sword without mercy. What Atahualpa probably gathered out of this harangue, as rendered in what has been called the deplorable Cuscan of Filipillo, was that a distant mysterious lord, a white stranger's lord, operating as the agent of a mysterious deity, or of several such, for the Trinity had figured in the discourse, claimed his allegiance and tribute, and meant to deprive him and the people of independence. Fear of the Spaniards, as themselves gods, or at least preternatural beings, does not seem to have much dwelt in the mind of the Inca, for observing that Father Valverde held in his hand a book, the Bible, whence he had derived the matter of his exhortation, Atahualpa demanded to see it. It was clasped, and the Indian was unable to open it. The priest stepped to the side of the litter to give help, but Atahualpa, resenting the intrusion, forced the clasp back, ran his eyes helplessly through the leaves, and cast the holy volume violently upon the ground. End of Chapter 6, Part 1. Chapter 6, Part 2 of The Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman. Chapter 6, Part 2 Pizarro and the Incas. Not only did the Inca spurn the word of God, but he at the same time said that he knew how the Spaniards had maltreated his people, all the way from Tumbez even to burning some of them alive, and that he required reparation. Here then was defiance complete, defiance of all the powers temporal as well as those spiritual, of Emperor and of Francisco Pizarro as well as of God, Christ, St. Peter, and the Pope, and punishment was called for. The hour, the moment had come. On hearing Father Valverde's report, Pizarro informed his brother Hernando. The latter in turn informed Pedro de Candia, who discharged his falconets, the signal agreed upon, and the horsemen everywhere burst from cover. In advance of all, sword in hand and shouting Santiago, ran Pizarro. His object was the royal litter, but ere he could reach it, the attendants of Atahualpa had interposed themselves, and there ensued a furious mêlée. In the end, amid great slaughter, the litter was overturned, and Atahualpa the god descended, his robes in tatters, diadem and borla torn from his brow, was dragged forth a captive. Montezuma fell before Cortes, a victim of vacillation, the result of timidity bred of superstition. Atahualpa fell before Pizarro, a victim of assurance, which was the result of arrogance. Entering Caxamarca late in the day, Atahualpa had notified Pizarro that he would spend the night within its gates, but with only a fraction of his forces, and these unarmed. What need, forsooth, of arms, of copper-pointed spears, of bows and arrows, and of lassos had Atahualpa? Was he not Inca? Was he not literally child of the sun? Your God, he is said to have boasted to Father Valverde, was, you say, slain by men, the work of his hands. My God, pointing proudly to the sinking sun, dies but to live again. That November evening, 1532, Pizarro and Atahualpa supped together. Breaking bread with the defeated seems to have been an amiable, if somewhat ironical, Spanish custom, whether those so honored were themselves Spaniards or not. Cristobal de Olid had supped with his prisoners, Gil Gonzalez and Francisco de las Casas, but only to have his hospitality requited by slashes at his throat. In the case of Atahualpa, such requital was not to be apprehended. The Inca was too dazed to think of trying it himself, and his followers were too profoundly overawed. But dazed though Atahualpa was, he did not so remain. On the morrow after his overthrow, he noticed that, while the Spaniards brought in as booty many bales of beautifully woven woolen and cotton fabrics, the things which as booty they esteemed most were the royal utensils of gold and silver. If it were gold and silver the white strangers coveted, he personally much preferred glass. These metals abounded in Peru. Why not purchase with them his own freedom? Freedom was valuable to him just then, for the legitimate Inca, Huascar, his brother, was himself a captive, and when the latter should learn of the captivity of Atahualpa, what plots even with the invaders, might he not concoct against him? One day, therefore, as he and Pizarro stood in a chamber of Pizarro's quarters, he suddenly offered to cover the floor with gold if his freedom were granted. The offer provoked only a smile, and Atahualpa was piqued. He stepped proudly to the wall, and indicating a point thereon, as high as he could reach, offered to fill the entire room to that point with gold. He also offered to fill a smaller room adjoining, twice over, with silver. The only conditions he made were that the metals should not first be melted down, but should retain the form of the objects into which they had been wrought, and that he should have 2 months within which to fulfill his undertaking. Then ensued one of the most wonderful episodes in history. Each day there went forth from the presence of Atahualpa couriers to the 4 quarters of the empire, and ere long, in answer, porters began to appear, bearing all manner of gold and silver objects, jars, vases, ewers, salvers, and goblets from the temples, to say naught of hammered golden sheets, an occasional throne, pedestal, or sun. They brought, too, wonderful things from the official dwellings, the palaces of the Inca, such, for example, as fountains designed to emit sparkling jets of gold, miniature gold birds and beasts, trees also, plants with leaves, flowers, and fruit, fields of maize with leaves, heads, canes, roots, and flowers of the field with petals, stems, and leaves. So gleaming, indeed, were the long files of porters under their golden packs, that as beheld afar they seemed veritable threads of gold caught from point to point across the landscape. A circumstance which helped materially in collecting the treasure was that Hernando Pizarro and Hernando de Soto had conceived for Atahualpa a genuine liking. A suite of rooms was assigned him, and within these he maintained his customary state. Here he amused himself with his concubines. Here, with great animation and skill, he played dice and chess, games learned from his conquerors. And here he received his vassals in audience, none of whom, however great, presumed to enter before him without first removing his sandals and placing a burden on his back. The point to which Atahualpa had agreed to fill Pizarro's chamber with gold was some 9 feet from the floor, and the floor dimensions were about 17 by 22 feet. As this space of over 3,000 cubic feet began to gradually lessen under the heaps and piles of gold thrown into it, did Francisco Pizarro reflect. 20 years before, first in Comogra's country, when on the Picandarian, and finally on the shores of the Gulf of San Miguel, he, a dutiful lieutenant to Balboa, had heard intimations of Peru the golden somewhere to the south. Since then Balboa had forfeited his head, and he alone had found Peru. Had Columbus found it, or Baheim, or Alonzo Pinzon? How each would have wrestled with geography to prove that he had found, if not Cathay and Cipangu, at least India, at least the golden Charanisi. Columbus on his 4th voyage would have seen in Peru, capping the stem of the earth, as from its altitude it might well have been thought to do, the earthly paradise. And to Cordes, had he found it, it would have answered, more even than did Mexico, to the requirements of that land whence Solomon is said to have brought the gold for the temple. It took longer to fill Pizarro's chamber with gold up to the 9-foot point than Atahualpa had counted on, for as the drain became severe, the public guardians, especially in the temples, began to secrete their treasures. At length Pizarro, waxing highly impatient, Atahualpa, who too was impatient, proposed that the former send out collectors of his own. They might go to Pachacamac, Puru's shrine to an unknown god, very ancient and very rich, or they might go directly to Cuzco, where more than anywhere else the gold and silver of the Inca government was massed. And at either place they might help themselves. They went to both places, and what they brought back was from Pachacamac 27 loads, cargas, of gold and 2,000 marks of silver, and from Cuzco 200 loads of gold and 25 loads of silver. A load, 333 pounds, was what could be carried by 4 Indians, and as part of several such loads from Cuzco there were brought 700 gold plates, stripped from the Temple of the Sun, each plate being 10 or 12 inches wide and weighing from 4 to 12 pounds. It was now June, 1533, and although the 9-foot level in Pizarro's chamber was not yet quite attained, it was deemed expedient to melt down the collection and value it preparatory to a division. So valued, it reached a total of 1,326,539 pesos de oro, or counting the purchasing power of a peso as $11.67, nearly $15,500,000 in American money. Nor did this include the silver of the smaller chamber, which was estimated at 51,610 marks. No such treasure had ever before been amassed by a conqueror. So gigantic was it, so staggering, that had Pizarro sought for it a parallel, he must needs have betaken himself not to Marco Polo's east, or that of Ibn Battuta, but to the east of the Arabian Nights' entertainments. The genie, so runs a familiar tale, returned with 40 black slaves, each bearing on his head a heavy tray of pure gold. Each tray was covered with silver tissue embroidered with flowers of gold. The genie disappeared, but presently returned with the 40 slaves, 10 of whom carried each a purse containing 1,000 pieces of gold. But most of all to be coveted were 4 large buffets, profusely furnished with large flagons, basins, and cups, all of massy gold. So was it with Aladdin, and so, without hyperbole, was it with Pizarro. Desiring to impress his king with the wealth of Peru, that Peru which he alone had conquered, Pizarro, in the same year in which he melted down his treasure, sent to Spain his brother Hernando with the 5th portion belonging to the crown, and with 500,000 pesos de oro besides. The custom house at Seville, it is said, overflowed with solid ingots, not to mention vases, animals, flowers, and fountains, all of pure gold. The populace were dazed, the court aghast, for successful adventurers were not loved at court, and the king delighted. Cortes had created a flurry with his wheels of gold and silver, sent home in 1519, and had all of his gleanings from Montezuma been got together in one place and at one time, they would have made an enduring impression. But for the most part Spain never saw them, for they were either captured by Francis I of France or lost during the Noche Triste. When Cortes and Pizarro met at Palos in 1528, the cry in Spain was "All Cortes and Mexico." After the coming of Hernando Pizarro to Seville in 1534, the tables were completely turned. The cry then and ever after, as long as Cortes and Pizarro lived, was Pizarro and Peru. But to go back a little, it was midsummer, 1533, and Pizarro had decided to march to Cuzco, his real objective since the day when Bartolome Ruiz had heard of it and its splendor from the Indians on the raft off Tumbez. 7 full months had he lingered at Caxamarca, and all the gold that could be gathered there he had obtained. Besides, Almagro was again in Peru. He had landed late in December 1532 with 3 ships piloted by Ruiz, and with a force consisting of 150 foot soldiers and 50 horsemen. Pizarro was glad of the reinforcement. Whether he was glad of the personal presence of Almagro is not so certain. Almagro was Pizarro's partner, his only active partner, for Luca was now dead, and, to apply the motto of the present chapter, he that has partners has masters. If Almagro was Pizarro's master, this was a relationship for the future to disclose. Up to the present, Almagro's only recompense for toil and a lost eye had been the captaincy of Tumbez, whatever that might import, and against Pizarro his soul was bitter. Nor was the news which greeted him at San Miguel, whither he came from Tumbez, of a sort to appease. Pizarro had scaled the Andes, had seized the Inca of Peru, and from the latter was exacting an enormous ransom. In these momentous transactions, where did Almagro, Pizarro's partner, figure? Did he figure at all? Almagro determined to see. With his men he, too, scaled the Andes, and in February, 1533, was at Caxamarca. Hence Pizarro's decision to march to Cuzco, for not only had he exhausted the gold to be obtained at Caxamarca, but in order to meet the expectations and demands of his followers, now by Almagro's arrival quite doubled in number, he needed yet more gold. Of the $15.5 million in Pizarro's hands, as revealed by the melting down and weighing of his main treasure, Almagro's company would seem to have been quieted with some $233,000. Their harvest, it was explained to them, awaited them in Cuzco. What Almagro himself consented to receive is nowhere told. To Pizarro and his men, as those by whom thus far the conquest had actually been achieved, there fell immense sums. To Pizarro himself, nearly $700,000, to say nothing of 2,300 marks of silver. To Hernando Pizarro, nearly $363,000, without counting silver. To De Soto, $270,000, not counting silver. To each horseman, $103,000, and to the foot soldiers, the most meritorious of them, nearly $52,000 each. And now on every hand, and especially from Almagro's contingent, the cry arose, "On to Cuzco!" "But," said Pizarro, "wait! What about Atahualpa?" The Indian monarch had in substance, if not in letter, kept his word regarding his ransom, and was now demanding freedom. Should freedom be given him? Early in his captivity, the news that he was paying vast sums to Pizarro as a ransom had come to the ears of the legitimate Inca, who was in captivity near Cuzco, and Huascar, proceeding to do what Atahualpa had surmised he might, had surreptitiously entered into relations with the Spaniards and offered a greater ransom for freedom than the ransom offered by Atahualpa. What a situation was here, and how completely to the Spanish advantage! It admitted the playing off of one hostile element against another, and a Spaniard like Cortes would have triumphed by it. But Pizarro was not Cortes. What he did was to leave Huascar in Atahualpa's power, and at the same time incautiously let it be known to Atahualpa that Huascar was outbidding him. The natural result followed. Huascar, by order of Atahualpa, was quietly put to death. Atahualpa at liberty must in any event be to the Spaniards no small menace, but with Huascar out of the way, the menace was yet greater. What should be done with him? The general voice was for killing him. Against this some protested, notably Hernando de Soto, and had Hernando Pizarro been then in Peru, his protest probably would have backed that of De Soto. But the general voice so far prevailed that in August the Inca was brought to trial. Some of the charges against him were unfair, as, for example, that he was an idolater and that he kept concubines. But two of them may have been genuinely conceived. One, that he had injured the Spaniards by diverting part of his treasure, and the other that he had done so by the murder of Huascar. A final charge there was, and its genuineness was manifest, to wit, that he was plotting an insurrection against Spanish rule. The result of the proceedings was that Atahualpa was found guilty and was condemned to death at the stake, but on his recanting his own faith and professing himself a Christian, his sentence was commuted. At night on August 29, 1533, in the plaza of Caxamarca, he was strangled with a bowstring. For the march to Cuzco, all at last was clear. A start was set for early in September, and when the day arrived, loud did the Spanish bugles shout from their golden throats, "No more uncertainty, no more delay. Ho now for El Dorado! Ho for regal Cuzco and the Temple of the Sun!" The way along the Quito-Cuzco road was precipitous, and owing to the cliffs and stairways, chasms and raging torrents, the latter spanned only by swaying bridges of osier, the Spanish force of nearly 500 men had much ado to keep a footing. Nor was this all. On the march the Conqueror was much harassed by Indian attacks, and suspecting these to be instigated by one of Atahualpa's captains, Chalcuchima by name, whom he had with him as a hostage, he ruthlessly destroyed that worthy by burning him at the stake. Pizarro entered Cuzco 2 hours before sunset on November 15, 1533, a year to a day from the time when he had entered Caxamarca. How did this capital of the Incas look to him? Situated 150 miles northwest of Titicaca, it lay in a valley dominated by steep hills and distant mountains. On one of the hills reposed a huge Cyclopean fortress, Sacsayhuaman, accentuated by towers, square and round, a relic of that megalithic or Great Stone Age which preceded the Inca period. But what presumably attracted Pizarro most were the structures of the town itself, the palaces and temples wherein lay the treasure. Grouped in the main about a plaza, with heavy inward sloping stone walls pierced by doorways broader at bottom than top, they made a picture that was curiously Egyptian. These buildings were numerous, too, for not only was the town large, over 100,000 souls perhaps, but when any great Cuzcan died, Inca or nobleman, his abode passed to no successor, but was maintained in all respects as though he were yet alive. Far more than Mexico Tenochtitlan was Cuzco a holy city. The supremacy there of one religious cult, sun worship, fostered monotheism, and monotheism demanded a supreme temple. Hence that shrine of the sun, noblest edifice in America since the days of splendor in Yucatan, a sight of which the Spaniards had so ardently craved. There now it lay in a court of flowers, one end rounded into an apse, its outer wall embellished by a golden cornice 3 feet in depth. Pizarro must soon have visited the interior, that interior whence largely had come the 700 golden plates, and where now was to be seen the sun himself in the guise of a resplendent golden disk, flanked by mummies of Incas, his departed children, posed on golden thrones, sustained by golden pedestals. But in Cuzco religion did not exhaust itself with one temple, even though that temple was supreme. The whole city reflected religion, indeed was based upon it. So true was this, that the center, the Polaris of the empire, as distinguished from the four quarters, was the center of the plaza of Cuzco. Here in the form of a golden vase was a fountain, and about this, before dawn on the day of the summer solstice, Peruvians were wont to gather by tribes to worship. And to worship what? Not an image of the sun, but the sun himself, if perchance he should appear. That he would appear was not taken for granted. He might not. Would he show his face on this great day? Anxiety reigned, dread even. Then over the mountains the silent herald dawn, and following the sun. All very splendid, but not anything that Pizarro saw, or would have rejoiced in had he seen it. To him, no less than to Father Valverde, the whole ceremony would have been utter infidelity, rank idolatry, a celebration to be straightway suppressed, as in fact it was. With regard to the treasure actually uncovered at Cuzco or on the way thither, slabs of silver 20 feet long by 1 foot broad, gold enwrapped mummies of Inca queens, and other precious objects, the quantity was vast, but not so vast, not by half as the quantity already divided. Almagro's men, by waiting for their harvest until Cuzco was reached, did not fare as well as they would have fared at Caxamarca. Certain it is, though, that they fared too well to show signs of discontent. Discontent on their part, when it came, as come it inevitably did, was for a cause quite different. 3 definite stages of the Peruvian conquest there were: that of preparation, that of active hostilities, and that of accomplishment. It is, however, a peculiarity of this conquest that the last stage, that of amassing treasure and of seizing dominion, instead of following upon the state of active hostilities, largely preceded it and gave rise to it. Now, therefore, for a glance at the stage of active hostilities. Here Pizarro does not shine as he did in the preparatory stage of patience and endurance. A new man dominates the scene: Pizarro's brother, Hernando. Hernando Pizarro is ever a figure knightly and romantic. Unlike the rest of his family, he was neither illegitimate nor ignorant, though, like them, he was poor and had his way to make. That he could be chivalrous appears from his attitude toward Atahualpa, an attitude shared by an associate, Hernando de Soto. In these of our pages devoted to Mexico and Peru, three figures stand out as representatives of that chivalry illustrated in the Amadis of Gaul and satirized in Don Quixote. Not so much Vasco Nunez de Balboa, Hernan Cortes, and Francisco Pizarro as rather Juan de Grijalva, Hernando de Soto, and Hernando Pizarro, men whom we instinctively associate with scenes of the tourney, with splintered spear shafts and shivered brands, but hardly less with perfume and flowers that lightly rain from ladies' hands. Hernando Pizarro it was, to cite an incident romantic as well as practical, who, on the expedition which he led to Pachacamac, gave the memorable order that the Spanish horses were to be shod with silver in lieu of iron. Hernando Pizarro, too, it was who, as Pizarro's emissary to Spain, performed with courtliness the duty of laying at the royal feet the incomparable riches of the Incas. A further duty in Spain he discharged, and one surely not lacking in chivalry. He assented to and even promoted the interests of Almagro, whom he did not like, by joining with the latter's agent in procuring for him, along with the title of Mariscal or Marshal, a grant of 200 leagues, beginning where Pizarro's grant left off. But where did Pizarro's grant leave off? To this question the answer involves much. The story of Peru to the death of Almagro, then to the imprisonment of Hernando Pizarro for that death, and finally to the death of the conqueror himself. Returning from Spain in the summer of 1535, Hernando Pizarro brought with him orders extending the jurisdiction of Pizarro 70 leagues beyond the 200 to the south of the river Santiago earlier allotted him, and bestowing upon him the title of Marquis de los Atavillos. But already at Cuzco it had come to Almagro's knowledge, and hence to Pizarro's, that the former had received a grant to the south of that of Pizarro. Therefore the question, did 270 leagues south from the river Santiago fall short of Cuzco, and so deliver that prize to Almagro, or beyond it, and so confirm it to Pizarro? Contending strenuously that Cuzco fell to him, Almagro nevertheless, soon after June 1535, set out for Chile, a land possibly richer than Peru, one in any event undeniably his to exploit. De Soto, eager for adventure, would fain have gone with the marshal, but failed to gain consent. There did go, however, an auxiliary party of natives, under the chief medicine man of Cuzco, the Villac Umu. Such as between the partners Pizarro and Almagro was the situation when Pizarro found himself beset by another difficulty. The Indians of Peru were at last awake. In behalf of their land and their religion, of the ashes of their fathers and the temples of their gods, they had begun against the Spaniards a mighty revolt. By the time this revolt broke forth on April 18, 1536, Pizarro had accomplished 3 considerable undertakings, or rather one such undertaking, for the other 2 had been accomplished for him rather than by him. Late in 1533 or early in 1534, Sebastian de Benalcazar had seized Quito. Then Pedro de Alvarado, our earlier acquaintance, blond and daredevil, having heard of Quito as a rich quarry, had disembarked against it at Caracas, but had been headed off by Almagro, backed by Benalcazar, and for a consideration called his expenses, had agreed to leave the country. Lastly, on January 6, 1535, Pizarro had founded, as the capital of Peru, the city of Lima. But to seize the thread of our story. On the execution of Atahualpa, Pizarro found that while a captive Inca might be an embarrassment, no Inca at all would be a greater embarrassment still. He thereupon promptly filled the place of the dead Inca by naming as his successor one of Atahualpa's brothers, Toparca. On the way to Cuzco, Toparca died, and a brother to the murdered Huascar, called Manco Inca, coming forth to greet Pizarro with professions of loyalty, was accepted as Inca and received the borla. Manco Inca, with studied Indian craft, disarmed Spanish caution and laid deep and secret plans. In 1536 Hernando Pizarro commanded in Cuzco, where were also his brothers Juan and Gonzalo, and though by this time Manco Inca had in a measure betrayed his hand, Hernando in his chivalrous way treated him with confidence. On the 18th of April, Manco, in company with his chief medicine man, who had left Almagro, quietly departed from Cuzco on a pretext of visiting the burial place of Huayna Cacapac, and once beyond Pizarro's reach, summoned in council the caciques and war captains of Peru. "I am resolved," declared the Inca, "to rid this land of every Christian, and shall first lay siege to Cuzco." Then ordering to be brought 2 large golden vessels full of wine, "Let such as are with me," he exclaimed, "pledge themselves herein to the death." The fight for Cuzco centered around the huge fortress of Sacsahuaman. This, at first, the Indians were able to seize and hold by setting on fire the combustible thatched roofs of the town, and so forcing the Spaniards to huddle together in the plaza. But after a week of mingled struggle and endurance, the fortress was scaled and captured. Its last defender was a Peruvian of giant size and prowess, one of the war chiefs who had pledged himself in the wine. This hero, seeing all was lost, sprinkled dust upon his head toward heaven, then cast himself down upon the foe, and so perished. While Hernando Pizarro was defending Cuzco, his brother the Conqueror was at Lima, his new capital. Here he was besieged, but the country being level, he was able to beat off the enemies by the aid of his horsemen. His great concern was Cuzco. Thither he dispatched what aid he could, but with ill success, for the party was intercepted, and the severed heads of divers of them were thrown at Hernando's feet. But he did more. He appealed for aid to the entire world of Spanish America, to Panama, to Nicaragua, to Guatemala, to New Spain, and to Hispaniola. That is to say, he appealed, among others, to Pedro de Alvarado and to Hernan Cortes, and by Cortes at least aid was sent. In the struggle for Cuzco, Indian warfare was exhibited to Europeans on a scale hitherto unparalleled. Not alone were there warriors in countless masses. Such had there been in Mexico. Not alone were there tossing crests, waving banners, and panoplies of featherwork. Such had there been in Mexico. Not alone were there forests of long lances and battle axes edged with copper. Such things or similar had there been in Mexico. But there was displayed something besides, something which in Mexico had not been quite the same, to wit, real military intelligence. Though in general softer of fiber than the Aztec, both intellectually and physically, the Peruvian sometimes outdid the Aztec in wit. To the Peruvian, for example, the white stranger was less a preternatural being than to the Aztec. The former, too, feared the horse somewhat less. It is even said by Herrera that so accustomed to the horse had the Peruvian become by the time of the struggle for Cuzco that he was occasionally to be seen on horseback himself, a statement which Sir Arthur Helps distinctly challenges. But the circumstances most significant for us in the Cuzco battles hotly contested, for in one of them Juan Pizarro was killed, are the skill, the valor, the caution, the perseverance, and the knightly bearing of Hernando Pizarro. This capable leadership, especially in its knightly aspect, appears to an even higher degree, however, in the contest next to arise, one in which the Peruvian forces were divided between warring factions of the invading Spaniards. It was 1537, and Almagro was back from Chile. Weary, starved, frostbitten, sun-blistered, disillusioned, and disgusted, he had returned. No more chasing of will-o'-the-wisps for him. Cuzco fell within his province. He knew it, so Cuzco he would have. Seeking but failing to make friends with Manco Inca, who lay with a strong force outside the city, Almagro overthrew him in fight, and disregarding an armistice with Hernando Pizarro for an adjustment of boundaries by pilots, on the stormy night of the 8th of April, he stole into Cuzco, and surprising Hernando and Gonzalo Pizarro in their beds, promptly seized them and imprisoned them in the Temple of the Sun. The feud, long maturing between the partners Pizarro and Almagro, was now squarely at issue. First, Almagro defeated Pizarro's lieutenant, Alonzo de Alvarado, and thereby made his tenancy of Cuzco secure. Next, Gaspar de Espinosa, Luca's successor in the partnership, arriving from Panama, sought to reconcile Almagro with Pizarro, but died in the midst of his efforts. Then Almagro, becoming aware of Pizarro's increasing force, consented to arbitration. Over this the partners met, embraced one another, and wept. There had in the past been many meetings of reconciliation between Pizarro and Almagro, and at all of them tears had been freely shed. Once the partners had even had recourse to the Church, and had divided between them the host. Nor were these meetings all mere fustian and hypocrisy, not at any rate with Almagro. Old, ugly, scarred, and of inferior physique, he was at the same time capable of feeling, and of manifesting the profoundest generosity. Despite tears and embraces, the arbitration had not succeeded, but a treaty was made whereby Hernando and Gonzalo Pizarro were set at liberty on stipulation that the question of Cuzco be left to the king, and that Hernando Pizarro leave Peru within 6 weeks. Then suddenly there developed a further phase in the Pizarro-Almagro feud. Hardly had the treaty been concluded when a messenger from Spain brought word that each partner was to retain what he had already conquered and peopled. Both hereupon claimed to have conquered Cuzco, and Pizarro, having the stronger following, declared the treaty annulled and prepared for battle. The principal commanders on the side of Pizarro, who had himself withdrawn to Lima on account of his years, were Hernando and Gonzalo Pizarro, Alonzo de Alvarado, and Pedro de Valdivia. On the side of Almagro there were Almagro himself, too much incapacitated to fight, but watching the field from afar in a litter, Pedro de Lerma, a deserter from Pizarro, and above all Rodrigo de Orgañez, a doughty, implacable soldier trained under the Constable of Bourbon. As for the forces, they were nearly equal. On Pizarro's side some 650 men, and on Almagro's 680, whereof about 280 and 300 respectively were horsemen. Battle was joined on April 6, 1538, a short way out of Cuzco, on the plains of Salinas, and by the encounter that took place, such cavaliers as Hernando Pizarro, Rodrigo de Orgañez, and Pedro de Lerma must have been reminded of combats in the Old World. One circumstance, however, rendered it peculiarly a New World combat. Almagro's men, divers of them, wore corslets, morions, and arm pieces hammered out of silver. By doubling the quantity of silver used as compared with iron, they succeeded in producing, so they said, an armour as strong as that forged at Milan. In any event, it was as pretty a mêlée of knights, gentlemen, and foot soldiers as one might wish to see, for not only were there skill and prowess, but, as occurs not seldom in partnership readjustments, a becoming amount of deadly animosity. But more particularly, what of Hernando Pizarro? A very perfect, gentle knight. Hernando was, and as such, careful of his appearance. Over his corslet he wore a surcoat of orange damask. Fastened to this was the cross of the Order of Santiago, given him by the king, and above his morion floated a tall white plume. These embellishments looked well, but there was more to them than that. Being a true Sir Knight, he had wrongs to avenge, and he wished his enemies to be able to distinguish him easily in the press, and to have every opportunity to encounter him. At one point only was he at a disadvantage, and a bit of a Don Quixote. He was not handsome. He was tall, which was well, but his lips hung heavy, and his nose was bulbous and red at the end. The challenge of the flame-coloured surcoat and white plume did not pass unheeded. Pedro de Lerma spurred against Pizarro, with whom his relations were peculiarly strained, and Pizarro spurred against Lerma. The lance of Lerma took effect chiefly upon Pizarro's horse, forcing him back on his haunches and unseating the rider, while Pizarro's lance pierced his adversary's thigh. Indeed, this special bout was a kind of Ivanhoe and Brian de Bois Guilbert affair, for neither combatant quite overcame the other, and the unhorsed knight, springing erect, drew his sword to try conclusions on foot. Orgañez, meanwhile, grim and sinister, was himself seeking Pizarro. His training had been in a harsh school, which believed that dead men do not bite, and when Hernando was in Almagro's power, Orgañez had urgently advised cutting off his head. Like Richard of Gloucester at Bosworth Field, Orgañez at Salinas would seem to have been haunted by a presentiment that he was doomed to die. First, though, he would kill the usurper Pizarro. His rushes, therefore, were headlong and fierce. One cavalier, whom from a bright surcoat he thought to be Hernando, he charged and ran through. Another he likewise pierced with his lance, and a third he cut down with his sword. Then, wounded in the head by a chain shot, and his horse being down, he yielded to numbers. His sword he delivered up to one of Pizarro's squires, a cowardly fellow who stabbed his helpless prisoner to the heart. Throughout the battle, the hills about the plains of Salinas were covered by onlooking Indians, auxiliaries of Almagro, but they merely looked on, and wondered, and took no part. The more the Spaniards slaughtered one another, the greater the gain to the natives; and considering the numbers engaged, the slaughter was great. In less than 2 hours, more than 150 knights and foot soldiers were killed outright. Lerma received 17 wounds and escaped, only to be murdered in his bed after the battle. Then came Almagro's turn. Not that he was immediately made way with, but was put in prison and treated with consideration. In connection with his imprisonment, severe criticism has been visited upon Hernando Pizarro. In Cuzco there were many Almagrists, and so long as their leader lived, peril to the stability of the Pizarro regime was imminent. Plots for the prisoners' liberation were rife. Under these circumstances, Hernando Pizarro, disregarding tears, pleas for mercy, and reminders of how his own life had been spared by Almagro, permitted the latter to be condemned to death. Whether in so doing Hernando was actuated by a sense of duty, or was simply displaying something of Spanish primitivism, a quality so conspicuous in Pedrarius, is a question. On July 8, 1538, Diego de Almagro was strangled in prison, and the next day the body was shown in the plaza with the head cut off. Almagro, dead, was now more his partner's master than he had been when alive. Hernando Pizarro sailed in 1539 for Spain to explain matters to the king. He was, however, anticipated by a friend of the dead partner, Diego de Alvarado, and was coldly received. Alvarado, on his part, challenged Hernando to mortal combat, but died before the ordeal of battle could be essayed. Yet Hernando Pizarro did not escape punishment for the death of Almagro, but was shut up in the fortress of Medina del Campo, where he was kept a prisoner for 20 years. On leaving Peru, Hernando Pizarro had cautioned his brother, the Conqueror, to beware the men of Chile, the Almagrists. They formed a distinct element both in Cuzco and in Lima, and at the latter place, under the leadership of Juan de Rada, the one-time follower of Cortes, dreamed and conspired against the Conqueror's life. Finally, on June 26, 1541, their plottings bore fruit. On that day at noon, to the number of 18 or 20, they surprised Pizarro in the government house and slew him in cold blood. With the Conqueror at the time were several persons, notably his brother Martin of Alcantara, the least prominent of the family, but like all of them valiant and a good swordsman. The onset of the conspirators was furious. Pizarro was not able so much as to secure the door against them or to put on his corslet. Martin fought desperately, but was soon cut down. Thereupon Pizarro, wrapping his left arm in his cloak, seized his sword and did bloody execution, but at length, receiving a thrust in the neck, he fell to the floor. "Jesu!" exclaimed the fallen Conqueror, and tracing on the floor a cross in his own blood, he bent to kiss it, and so died. Of the 4 brothers of Pizarro, 2 were now dead, and one was in permanent confinement in Spain. There was left in Peru Gonzalo Pizarro only. His career, like that of the Conqueror, was checkered. In 1540, in obedience to orders, he had made exploration from the Andes eastward. On this expedition, one of his lieutenants, Francisco de Orellana, sailed down a stream traversing a country where the women fought by the side of their husbands, a country of Amazons, and at length passed into the Atlantic Ocean. In 1544, Gonzalo Pizarro made himself governor of Peru. He aspired, it is said, to become its absolute ruler and lord, and had he but heeded the counsel of his master of the camp, Francisco de Carayal, he might have succeeded. As it was, in April 1548, he was defeated in battle by forces of the crown and was beheaded. The same year in which Gonzalo Pizarro had gone eastward from Quito, another explorer, Pedro de Valdivia, had gone southward into Chile, and here, on September 3, 1544, he founded the city of Valparaiso. In 1547 Valdivia returned to Peru and was instrumental in bringing defeat on Gonzalo Pizarro. With regard to the Almagrist party, on the execution of their leader, they set up his natural son Diego as governor, but he was pronounced a rebel by the crown, and in 1542, after the death of his able supporter, Juan de Rada, was overthrown in battle, captured, and put to death. In this conflict, our old acquaintance Pedro de Candia was Almagro's artillerist, but falling under suspicion of treachery, was ridden down and killed by Almagro himself. From among the interesting figures in Peru under the Pizarro regime, there remains to be accounted for only the Inca Manco. Not long after his defeat by Almagro, he took refuge in a fastness of the Andes. The spot, it is thought, was the megalithic town of Machu Picchu, whence the Incas had sprung. Here, with his concubines, the Virgins of the Sun, he kept court, receiving and succoring outlawed Spaniards, beings no longer regarded by any Indian as preternatural. Here, too, about 1544, he died, struck down, it is said, at a game of bowls by a Spaniard with whom he had an altercation. After 1545, zeal for conquest in America on the part of Spain tended perceptibly to die down. As early as 1535, well within the lifetime of Cortes, who did not die till 1547, a viceroy had been sent to Mexico. One was sent to Peru in 1543. With these appointments, government in Spanish America gradually became more stable. Vast now, seemingly, was the interval since the day when, responding to the lure of Antilla, of Cipangu, and of the Cathay of Marco Polo, Columbus had set sail from Palos for the land where the sunsets go. End of chapter 6. End of The Spanish Conquerors by Irving, Berdine, Richman.